Story 1. My mom chose her new family over me and threatened to kick me out if I did not give up the inheritance my father left. I am 17 years old. I am Luna, and I live with my mother Amelia, 43, my stepfather Michael, 45, and his two children, my stepbrother Yen, 18, and my stepsister Chloe, 15. They have been living with us since my mother married Michael about 6 years ago. To be honest, we have never gotten along well, but things got worse than I ever imagined. My dad passed away when I was 4 years old. It was something sudden, a car accident. I do not remember much about him, but I know he loved me very much because before dying he left a savings fund to secure my future. The money was intended exclusively for my education. I discovered it when I was 10 years old when my mother had to sign some legal documents with my father's lawyer. They explained to me that I would have total access to the fund when I turned 18 years old. At that time, I did not understand what that meant, but as I grew up, that fund became my security. I knew that even though my mother had always done everything possible to get us ahead, that money would give me the opportunity to go to college and start my life on my own. Everything was relatively normal until Michael came into our lives. When my mother started dating him, I was 9 years old. At first, Michael seemed nice. He never tried to impose himself as a father figure, which I appreciated, but things changed when he and his children moved into our house. Suddenly, my space was no longer mine. My room became smaller because I had to give up half of my things. The dinners that used to be only with my mom were now silent and tense. My hopes of having a new family vanished quickly. I tried to get closer to Chloe, but she always looked at me with disdain and called me weird behind my back. Once I suggested going out with my friends, and she answered me with a simple no thanks. I do not want to look like a loser. Yen was even worse. He ignored me almost completely except when he had something sarcastic or cruel to say. At 12 years old, I offered him a slice of cake that I had baked, and he replied, "Why do not you eat it yourself? That way you stay busy doing something useful." After that, I stopped trying. I realized that they did not want to know me or accept me, and I decided to stay out of it. But what hurt me the most was seeing how my mom did not notice anything. She was so happy with Michael and his children that it seemed like she did not care how I felt. A week ago, everything exploded. Now that I am finishing high school, I started looking for universities. I was always a dedicated student with good grades, and I dreamed of studying at a university out of state, far away from all this. I knew that I had my dad's fund to pay for my education, so for the first time in years I felt excited until my mom ruined everything. One night my mom called me to the living room to have an important conversation. I sat on the couch in front of her, and my stepfather Michael was there too with his arms crossed and a serious look. That already made me nervous. My mother sighed deeply as if she was about to say something painful and began, "Luna, we need to talk about the fund that your dad left." At that moment, my blood ran cold. I did not know where she wanted to go with that, but nothing good could come from that phrase. She continued, "You know that Michael has not been able to save enough money for Yin and Chloe to go to college. Life has been difficult for them since the divorce, and it is not fair that they do not have the same opportunities as you. That is why I think it would be generous of you to share part of the fund that your dad left with them." I could not believe what I was hearing. I stayed silent, hoping that maybe it was a joke, but it was not. "Share my fund?" I asked finally with a trembling voice. "Yes," she answered. "In the end, we are a family, and in families we help each other." I looked at Michael, who could barely hide his satisfied smile. I realized at that moment that this was not my mom's idea, it was his, but what hurt me the most was that she was supporting it. I said firmly, "That fund is for me. My dad left it for my education, not for them." Michael's smile disappeared immediately, and my mom's face turned red with fury. "Luna, do not be selfish. Yen and Chloe also deserve a future. You do not even need all that money." "That is not true," I answered, "and even if it was that money is mine, I am not going to share it." What came next was an avalanche of screams. My mother called me ungrateful, selfish, and cruel. Michael added passive-aggressive comments from his chair like, "Your father would be disappointed in you." That broke me. My father was not here to defend me, and that someone like Michael dared to use his name made me feel a knot in my stomach. Finally, my mother said something that still resonates in my head: "If you are not willing to help this family, then maybe you do not deserve to live under this roof." At that moment, I knew that I had lost my mother. I stayed in silence. I literally felt as if I had been punched in the stomach. My own mother had just told me that if I did not help the family, I did not deserve to live under her roof. I did not scream. I did not cry. I just looked her directly in the eyes and answered her calmly. If that is what you think, there is nothing more to talk about. Michael smiled, satisfied, as if he had just won some kind of absurd battle. My mother, on the other hand, seemed frustrated. She expected me to cry, to regret it, and to give in, but I did not. I went up to my room without saying anything else. I closed the door carefully and I collapsed. I could not believe what had just happened. For years I had felt like a ghost in my own house, but I never thought that my mother would really choose me as the person to sacrifice. That night I did not sleep. I spent hours looking at the ceiling, thinking about how I got to this point, at what point my mother stopped seeing me as her daughter and started prioritizing her husband's family. I reminded myself that it was not a new situation. This had been happening for years, but now everything was official. I was not important to her. At 3 in the morning, I took my phone and called Madison. I did not want to wake her up, but I needed to talk to someone. To my surprise, she answered almost instantly. "Luna, are you okay?" she asked with a sleepy but worried voice. I explained everything that had happened, the conversation with my mother, the ultimatum, and the decision to kick me out if I did not give up my father's fund. Madison, as always, was on my side. "You cannot stay there for another second," she said firmly. "Come to my house tomorrow morning. My parents are not going to let you be alone." Her words gave me comfort, but they also hurt me. Not because Madison was saying something bad, but because the truth was too obvious. My friends cared about me more than my own mother. The next day, my mother acted as if nothing had happened. I saw her having breakfast with Michael in the kitchen, laughing at something he had said. I stood watching for a moment, unable to understand how she could move on after what she told me last night. It was as if the conversation had never existed for her. "Are you not going to have breakfast?" she asked without looking at me. "I am not hungry," I answered, and I went directly to my room. I spent the day packing my things in secret. I could not take much with me. I barely had 2 suitcases and a backpack. I put away my clothes, my favorite books, my computer, and a couple of memories of my dad. The hardest part was deciding what to leave behind. Things that had been with me for years, but that no longer fit in my new reality. I felt like an intruder packing my belongings in a house that I once considered mine. While I was packing, I heard Chloe pass by the hallway talking on the phone with someone. "Did you hear?" she said with a mocking tone. "Luna is leaving soon finally. No one is going to miss her." That phrase hurt me more than it should have. I had gotten used to Chloe ignoring me or treating me badly, but hearing her say it so clearly, as if my presence in this house was a nuisance, broke me a little more inside. In the afternoon, Madison arrived in her car to pick me up. She parked a little further ahead on the street, as we had planned, so as not to attract attention. I hoped that my mother was distracted, but just when I went down with my suitcases, she saw me. "Where are you going?" she asked coldly, as if she had no idea what was happening. "I am leaving," I told her without looking at her. "You yourself said that I do not deserve to live here, so I am doing what you asked me to do." For a second, my mother seemed confused, even a little regretful, but Michael appeared behind her with his arms crossed. "Let her go, Amelia," he said. "If she does not want to be part of the family, it is better that way." My mother nodded weakly without saying anything else. She did not try to stop me. She did not even ask me to reconsider. She simply let me go out the door. When I got into Madison's car, I broke down in tears. Not because I was sad to leave, but because it hurt me to realize that my mother really did not want me there. Madison did not say anything. She just let me cry in silence while she drove towards her house. When we arrived, Madison's parents welcomed me with open arms. Her mom, Claire, hugged me as if I was her own daughter and told me that I could stay as long as I needed. "You are not alone, Luna. Here you will always have a home," she said with affection. That night, I lay in the bed of the guest room, and for the first time in years, I felt safe. Yes, my world had crumbled, but I also realized something important. I did not need my mother or her new family to survive. I had friends who loved me, people who cared about me, and that was more than I could say about my own house. That night, I decided that I was not going to let this sink me. I was going to fight for my future, for the fund that my dad had left for me, and for the life that I deserved. The next morning, I woke up with a strange sensation of calm and emptiness. Calm, because finally I no longer had to endure my mother's cold looks or Yin and Chloe's hurtful comments. Emptiness, because even though I denied it, a part of me still wished that my mom would look for me, call me, or tell me that everything had been a mistake, but nothing happened. The day passed in Madison's house as if I was living a borrowed life. Her parents, Claire and Julian, were incredibly kind. They offered me breakfast, asked if I needed anything, and tried not to pressure me too much with questions. Still, I could feel the pity in their eyes, as if they were trying to understand how a mother could kick her own daughter out. Madison, on the other hand, tried to distract me. We spent most of the day in her room watching videos, laughing at silly things, and eating potato chips. It was the first time in weeks that I felt a little normal, but my tranquility was broken when, reviewing my phone, I saw a notification. My mother had tried to call me. My heart jumped. I did not know what to expect. Had she changed her mind? Did she want me back? I took a breath and unlocked the phone. It was not just a call. There was also a text message. I opened it with trembling hands. "Luna, what you are doing is ridiculous. No one kicked you out. It was you who decided to leave. I hope you are reflecting on how selfish you have been. Yin and Chloe also have a right to a future. I cannot believe that you put yourself above them. Your father would be disappointed." I stared at the screen, completely stunned. Instead of apologizing, she was blaming me, and the worst was the last thing she said: your father would be disappointed. That phrase hurt me more than anything else. My father had been the only sure thing in my life, even after his death. Knowing that she was using his memory to manipulate me gave me a courage that I had not felt before. "What's going on?" asked Madison, noticing my angry face. "It's my mom," I answered, showing her the message. Madison read the text, and her expression went from surprise to anger. "How dare she? She is really using your dad to make you feel guilty. That's low, Luna. Do not answer her. She does not deserve an answer." I nodded, and for the first time I felt sure of ignoring her. I knew that if I answered, she would find a way to make me feel worse. The best answer I could give her was to move on with my life without her. During the following days, I dedicated myself to putting my life in order. I called the lawyer who managed my father's fund to make sure that my mother could not touch that money. I wanted to be 100% sure that no one, neither my mother nor Michael, could manipulate it. The lawyer, an older and very serious man, assured me that everything was okay. "Your father left very clear instructions. That money is only yours, Luna. No one can claim it without your permission." That reassured me, although it also made me feel even more alone. My father had been the only person who thought about my future, and now he was not here to defend me. I promised myself that I was not going to waste his sacrifice. A week after moving in with Madison, something happened that made me even angrier. One afternoon, Claire called me from the living room. She was sitting on the couch with a disgusted expression while holding her phone. "Luna, honey, I think you should see this," she said, handing me the phone. It was Facebook. My mother had published a long text that, although it did not mention me directly, was full of very obvious innuendos. It said things like, "It is sad when someone forgets the meaning of family and decides to put money above love. Some parents raise selfish children and then are surprised when they turn their backs on their siblings who need them." I felt as the rage rose through my body. Not only had she kicked me out of the house, now she was trying to paint me as a villain in front of her friends and acquaintances. But what surprised me the most were the comments. Some people supported her, saying things like, "It is true. Young people today are very selfish," but others did not. Some people questioned her story. "Did you really kick your daughter out for not sharing an inheritance that does not even belong to you? That does not sound like something a mother would do." My mother was starting to lose control of the narrative, and although part of me wanted to defend myself and answer all those comments, I decided not to do it. I knew that it was not worth fighting with her on the internet. Madison, however, had another idea. "You have to tell your side of the story," she said to me. "If you do not, she is going to continue manipulating people." I kept thinking about that. I did not want to create more drama, but I was also tired of being the bad guy in a story that was not mine. That night, I opened my Facebook account and wrote a post. It was not long or aggressive. I just told the truth. My father passed away when I was little and left a savings fund for my education. My mother asked me to share that money with her husband's children, even though that fund was left specifically for me. When I said no, they told me that I did not deserve to live in their house. I do not want to argue with anyone, I just want to make things clear. I posted it and turned off the phone. I did not want to know what would happen next. The next morning, I woke up with my phone exploding with notifications. I could not help but feel nervous while taking it. Anxiety invaded me just thinking about the possible answers. I opened Facebook, and to my surprise, the post had been shared dozens of times. People were commenting, and although there were divided opinions, a large majority was supporting me. Some comments said that fund was left by your father for you. No one has the right to take it away from you, much less a family that clearly does not respect you. Your mom failed you by putting you in that position. What a sadness that she chose another family before you. On the other hand, there were some criticisms from people who, without knowing me, defended my mother. Family is family. What good is money if you cannot help your siblings? And of course there was my mother. Although she did not comment directly on my publication, she made another post on her account saying it is painful when your own child betrays you publicly and seeks to damage your reputation. I never thought I would get to this, but always trust that time would put everything in its place. The drama was already out of control, but something curious happened. Many people in her circle began to question her openly. People who had known my mom for years began to realize her manipulation. Some even left comments asking for explanations. Why did you kick your daughter out of her house? The money is hers. Right, Amelia? I think this does not leave you in a good position. Do you really think that is okay? While I was reading all this, Madison sat next to me excited. See, people are realizing who she really is. You do not have to feel guilty, and although I did not want to admit it, I felt a little relief. For years I had felt that my mother could manipulate any situation in her favor, but this time the truth was on my side. The reality was clear. My father left that fund for me, and no one had the right to take it away from me. That day, while Madison and I were trying to distract ourselves watching movies, I received an unexpected call. It was not from my mother, but from Michael. My heart started beating fast when I saw his name on the screen. I hesitated to answer, but Madison encouraged me. Put it on speaker, let's see what he wants. I took a deep breath and answered. Hello, I said with a firm voice. Michael did not waste time. His tone was dry and annoyed. Luna, what the hell do you think you are doing? Your mother is devastated by your little show on social media. You have no idea of the damage you are causing her. His tone made my blood boil. Damage? What about the damage that they had done to me? Do you really have the audacity to call me after what you did? I answered, trying to keep calm. They kicked me out of my house because I did not want to give them the money that my father left for me. I am not the guilty one here. Michael let out a sarcastic laugh. That money is just paper, Luna. What is important is the family, and you decided to turn your back on them. What family? I interrupted. You never treated me as part of your family. You and your children ignored me for years. My mom was the only one who should have defended me, and she decided to take your side. There was an uncomfortable silence on the other side of the line. Finally, Michael said something that left me frozen. I assure you that if you continue with this, it will not go well for you, Luna. This has not ended. He hung up before I could answer. Madison looked at me with wide eyes. Did he just threaten you? She asked indignantly. Yes, but I do not care, I answered, although inside I was trembling. A few days passed, and although I tried to focus on my plans for the future, Michael's call kept spinning in my head. I knew that he and my mother were not going to leave things like this, and I was not wrong. One afternoon, while I was alone at home with Claire, someone knocked on the door. When I opened it, I found myself face to face with my mother. She was standing there with an expression that mixed anger and frustration. She was carrying a black bag in her hand, yes, a garbage bag, and she gave it to me without saying a word. Here it is. These are your things, she said coldly. What you left in the house. I looked at the bag with disbelief. I felt my eyes burn, but I refused to cry in front of her. Claire, who had seen everything from the living room, approached quickly. Amelia, do you think this is necessary? She said with a hard voice. She is your daughter. You cannot treat her like that. My mother crossed her arms and looked at Claire with disdain. It is none of your business how I handle my family. If you want to rescue her, go ahead, but do not tell me how to be a mother. Claire did not hold back. Being a mother, Amelia, a mother does not abandon her daughter because she does not want to share the money that her deceased father left her. That is not being a mother, that is being cruel. My mother paled, but did not say anything else. She turned around and left, leaving me there with a garbage bag full of my clothes and my old things. Claire put a hand on my shoulder. Do not let this destroy you, Luna. It is not your fault. But at that moment I could not help but feel broken. That night, while I was arranging my things and folding each garment that had been in that bag, I made myself a promise. I would not let my mother or Michael continue to make me feel insignificant. I was going to move forward, to use the fund that my dad left for me, and to show everyone that I could build my life without them. The following weeks were a roller coaster of emotions. Living with Madison's family was comfortable, but I could not stop feeling like a temporary guest. Although they treated me with affection and always assured me that I could stay as long as I wanted, I knew that I needed to start building my independence. At school, things had also changed. My story had spread like wildfire through the halls thanks to the drama on social media. Some classmates looked at me with pity, others with curiosity, and there was a small group, probably friends of Chloe, who murmured things like selfish or rich princess. One day while I was at my locker, Yin passed by me with his typical smug smile. He murmured loud enough for me to hear, "How's refugee life going, Luna?" I took a deep breath and ignored him. I knew that that was exactly what he wanted, a reaction from me to have something else to make fun of, but deep down it hurt. Not because I cared what he thought, but because it reminded me of everything I had lost. Luckily, my group of friends, led by Madison, took care of protecting me, as if they were my personal shield. Once when Chloe tried to say something in the cafeteria, Madison stood up, pointing at them with her fork. "Do you not have anything else to do? It is a miracle that you care about someone other than yourself." The whole table burst out laughing, and Chloe left there in a fury. It was small, but it made me feel better. I realized that I was not alone. Little by little, I began to feel that my life was taking shape again. I found a part-time job at a small bookstore in the center where I spent my afternoons organizing shelves and recommending books. It was a quiet job, and the people who worked there were kind. In addition, it gave me some extra money to save. On the other hand, the lawyer had informed me that as soon as I turned 18 years old, the money from the fund would pass completely to my name. I counted the days on the calendar, hoping that that would mean the beginning of my new life. The plan was simple. I would use the money to pay for college. If there was anything left over, I would rent a small apartment where I could live quietly. I knew that it would not be easy, but for the first time in a long time, I felt that I was in control. One afternoon, just 2 weeks before my birthday, I received an unexpected visit. I was at the bookstore when Claire, Madison's mother, entered with a frown. She had her phone in her hand and seemed annoyed. "Luna, honey, I need you to talk to me." For a second, she took me to a secluded corner and showed me the screen of her phone. It was an email from Michael. "Dear Claire, I kindly ask you to stop interfering in my family. Luna belongs with us, and you are only making things worse by keeping her away. We would like to resolve this privately and in a civil manner, but if you continue to ignore us, we will take legal action." I felt the ground move under my feet. Legal action? Why were they doing this? Claire looked at me with concern. "Do not worry, Luna, no one can force you to go back with them. They are desperate, that is all, but we need to be prepared in case they try something else." I nodded, but inside I felt a knot in my stomach. I did not understand why Michael and my mother could not simply leave me alone. I no longer wanted anything from them. That night, I spoke with the lawyer to make sure that my mother had no chance of claiming the fund. He confirmed that everything was under control. "You will turn 18 soon, Luna. As soon as you do, that money will be only yours. No one can touch it." Finally, my birthday arrived. There was no big party or elaborate celebration. Claire, Julian, and Madison prepared a special dinner at home with a small cake and makeshift decorations. It was perfect. I felt loved, something that I had not felt in a long time. The next morning, I went with the lawyer to sign the last papers. When I left his office, I had total control of my father's fund. It was not a millionaire amount, but it was enough to pay for college and give me a good start. While I was walking down the street with the documents in my bag, I felt something strange: freedom. For the first time, I was not afraid. I did not need my mother's approval or anyone else's validation. I owned my destiny, and I was ready to start my life. A few days later, I received one last message from my mother. It was short: "I hope you are happy with what you did. Do not bother coming back." I read it several times, but I felt nothing. No pain, no anger, just a strange peace, because in the end, what I had done was not for revenge or for selfishness. It was for me. I had chosen my own well-being, something that my mother never did for me. I responded with a simple "Thank you for showing me how strong I can be without you." I blocked her number and moved on. The following months were difficult, but full of growth. I moved to a small apartment near the university, paid with a part of my father's fund. I started studying what I had always wanted and got a part-time job to cover my expenses. I stayed close to Madison and her family, who continued to be my greatest support. At school, things had also changed. My story had spread like wildfire through the halls thanks to the drama on social media. Some classmates looked at me with pity, others with curiosity, and there was a small group, probably friends of Chloe, who murmured things like "selfish" or "rich princess." One day while I was at my locker, Yin passed by me with his typical smug smile. He murmured loud enough for me to hear, "How's refugee life going, Luna?" I took a deep breath and ignored him. I knew that that was exactly what he wanted, a reaction from me to have something else to make fun of, but deep down it hurt. Not because I cared what he thought, but because it reminded me of everything I had lost. Luckily, my group of friends, led by Madison, took care of protecting me, as if they were my personal shield. Once when Chloe tried to say something in the cafeteria, Madison stood up, pointing at them with her fork. "Do you not have anything else to do? It is a miracle that you care about someone other than yourself." The whole table burst out laughing, and Chloe left there in a fury. It was small, but it made me feel better. I realized that I was not alone. Little by little, I began to feel that my life was taking shape again. I found a part-time job at a small bookstore in the center where I spent my afternoons organizing shelves and recommending books. It was a quiet job, and the people who worked there were kind. In addition, it gave me some extra money to save. On the other hand, the lawyer had informed me that as soon as I turned 18 years old, the money from the fund would pass completely to my name. I counted the days on the calendar, hoping that that would mean the beginning of my new life. The plan was simple. I would use the money to pay for college. If there was anything left over, I would rent a small apartment where I could live quietly. I knew that it would not be easy, but for the first time in a long time, I felt that I was in control. Story 2. My uncle stole my $12,000 fund to open a business. My mom said to let it go, so I reported him and then discovered a family secret that changed everything. My life was always complicated, but everything really fell apart after my father passed away when I was 10 years old. Now I am 20, and the last 10 years have been a constant struggle to find my place in an environment where it seems I am always alone against the world. My mother, although she has always been the responsible figure in the family, has rarely shown the kind of affection or support that I expected. Instead, she has dedicated herself to pouring all her energy into her younger brother, my uncle. To understand this story, I need to give you some context about my family. My uncle is the typical walking disaster, charismatic, full of grand ideas, and absolutely incapable of executing them. No matter how many opportunities he has, he always finds a way to waste them. Since I can remember, my mother has been covering his back, paying his debts, financing his projects, and justifying his mistakes. According to her, my uncle simply has not had the luck he deserves, and family is there to support each other. I, on the other hand, learned early that I could not depend on anyone but myself. Since I was 15 years old, I started working after school, cleaning houses, babysitting, and doing anything honest that would allow me to save. I had a clear goal. I wanted to go to college and get out of the small town in Ohio where we lived, away from the toxic dynamics of my family. Over the years, I managed to save $12,000 all in cash, carefully stored in a safe hidden in my closet. I never told my mother about this money because honestly I did not trust her, and I was right not to do so. One morning 3 months ago, I woke up with a strange feeling. I checked my safe as I used to do every so often, but this time it was empty. There were no bills, no envelopes, no traces of my years of work and sacrifice. I froze. I checked the whole closet, thinking that maybe I had made a mistake or that someone had moved the box, but it was not there. Open, without signs of having been forced, and completely empty, I felt a mixture of nausea, rage, and terror. Who had done it? My mother was the only one who knew where the emergency key to the safe was hidden. I ran downstairs and found her in the kitchen as if nothing had happened. I did not know how to start, so I just blurted it out. "Where is my money?" She barely looked up from her coffee and answered me with a tone so casual that I wanted to scream. "Your uncle needed it to start his business." Can you imagine that the only person I trusted to keep my secret had decided, without consulting me, that it was more important to give all my money to my uncle for one of his ridiculous business adventures? I tried to keep calm, but my hands were trembling with pure rage. I yelled at her that money was for my college. It took me years to save it, but my mother has always had an excuse ready. "It is for the good of the family. Your uncle had a great opportunity and needed that push. You can ask for a loan just like everyone else." I could not believe what I was hearing. My mother was justifying the theft of my savings as if it were something minor, as if I had no right to be angry. I went up to my room, closed the door, and cried. I cried until I had no tears left, until I only felt the emptiness of betrayal. The following days I tried to confront my uncle, but it was a disaster. He ignored my messages and calls, and when I finally found him in person, he told me, with a carefree smile, "Do not worry, this is an investment. Soon I will earn a lot of money, and I will return every penny." That same night, my mother scolded me for disrespecting her brother. 3 weeks later, my uncle's business, a kind of makeshift mechanical workshop, had failed. He lost all the money, including my $12,000, and showed not an ounce of remorse. When I confronted him for the second time, he simply shrugged his shoulders and told me those things happen. The rage inside me grew with each passing day. I could not let this stay like this, but I did not know what to do. I felt that I was trapped in a nightmare without an exit, until I remembered something that my paternal grandmother told me years ago: "If you need help, call." After weeks feeling lost, I decided that it was enough. I remembered that my paternal grandmother used to tell me that I could count on her if things got complicated. We had not spoken in years. After my dad's death, things between my mother and them cooled down quickly. Still, I knew that I had her number saved somewhere. That night, I rummaged through my things until I found it, and I mustered the courage to call. When my grandmother answered, my voice broke. I did not know how to start, but I blurted it all out at once. The theft of my savings, my uncle's failed business, and my mother's indifference. There was a long silence on the other side of the line until my grandmother finally sighed and told me, "Come see us. We need to talk." I did not know what to expect, but I accepted. I took a bus the next day to get to her house, an old but cozy house on the outskirts of Cincinnati. My grandmother greeted me at the door with a hug that made me feel some comfort, although it was clear that there was a weight in her eyes. My grandfather was sitting in his armchair with a serious face. Both listened to my story without interrupting me even once while the words tumbled out. When I finished, my grandmother looked at me steadily and told me, "There is something you need to know." That was when I found out that my father had left a trust fund for me before he died. The news left me completely in shock. According to my grandmother, my dad always wanted to make sure that I had a secure future no matter what happened. Before his illness worsened, he had worked with a lawyer to create a fund that would cover my university studies and something else, but what really stunned me was what came next. "Your mother is the administrator of that fund," said my grandfather, pursing his lips with disapproval, "and according to the terms, she was supposed to use it exclusively for your education and your well-being." I could not believe it. All this time, while I was working long hours to save my mother, had been sitting on a fund that was supposed to be mine. I asked if they could help me recover the money, but my grandmother's expression turned grim. "That is not all," she continued. "Your mother requested a large withdrawal a few years ago. More than half of the fund is no longer there." At that moment, everything clicked. My mother had not only allowed my uncle to take my savings, but she had also been using the money that my dad left for me to finance her own whims and her brother's constant emergencies. The rage I felt at that moment cannot be described with words. My grandfather, who rarely showed emotion, got up slowly from his armchair and told me, "We are going to fix this. If your mother does not return that money, we will take her to court." What came next was a whirlwind of emotions and action. My grandfather contacted the lawyer who had helped my dad establish the trust fund. In a few days, they managed to recover copies of the legal documents that detailed how the money was supposed to be handled. The terms were clear. My mother was legally obliged to use the fund only for my benefit. The lawyer confirmed that there had been withdrawals that had no relation to my studies or my well-being, which was a direct violation of the agreement. At this point, things got even more complicated. My grandfather suggested that I should confront my mother, but I was not sure if I could handle it alone. We decided to do it together. The day I faced my mother was one of the most difficult moments of my life. I returned home accompanied by my grandparents, and when my mother saw them at the door, her face changed from surprise to discomfort. I knew that something was wrong. We sat in the living room, and my grandfather began to speak, explaining everything that we had discovered. My mother tried to deny it at first, but when my grandfather took out the documents, her facade crumbled. "That money was necessary," she said, finally raising her voice. "Your uncle needed help. I was not going to let him fail when I could do something about it." I answered her with a voice trembling with rage. "And what about me? What about my future? That money was mine. Dad left it for me, not for him." My mother had no answer. She just crossed her arms and murmured, "Family comes first." That was it for me. I knew that I could not trust her anymore. That same night, I took all my important things and went to live with my grandparents. While I was getting into my grandfather's car, my mother did not even try to stop me. She just looked at me from the door with an expression of defeat mixed with something that might have been resentment. Despite how difficult it was to leave the house where I grew up, I felt a relief to be away from that toxic dynamic. I knew that the battle was not over. There was still much to do to recover what was mine, but for the first time in a long time, I felt that I had some support. Moving in with my grandparents was at first like a breath of fresh air, but it was not long before the reality of the situation began to weigh on me. I knew that it was not going to be easy to recover the money that my father had left for me. Although my grandfather had contact with the lawyer and the documents were on our side, my mother was incredibly stubborn and had a history of manipulating any situation in her favor. In the following days, the lawyer reviewed the records of the trust fund. What we found was devastating. Of the $40,000 that my father had saved for me, less than $6,000 remained. The rest had been withdrawn in small sums over the years, and the notes of the withdrawals included concepts such as maintenance expenses, family debts, and financial support. It was obvious that the money had not been used for me at all. The straw that broke the camel's back was discovering that a significant part of the money had been destined to my uncle's failed business, the same one that had already destroyed my personal savings. It was at that moment when I decided that I could not simply sit and accept this situation. My grandfather firm has always suggested that we start a legal process. Before doing so, we decided to give my mother one last chance to fix things. We agreed to meet with her in person along with the lawyer. When we arrived at her house, my mother seemed annoyed, as if all this were an unnecessary inconvenience for her. My uncle was also there, sitting on the couch as if he did not have a single problem in the world. The lawyer explained the situation calmly but firmly. He showed her the legal documents and made it clear that what she had done was a violation of the trust agreement. My mother remained silent for a few minutes, staring at the papers as if she was trying to find a way to justify herself. Finally, she spoke. "And what did you want me to do?" "I was trying to keep the family afloat. You do not understand the pressures that I had to endure after your father died. Everything fell on me, and yes, I made difficult decisions, but I did it for the good of everyone." Her excuse left me speechless for a moment. For the good of everyone, what part of everyone? Included leaving me without my savings, without my future? I replied with more force than I thought I had. "You did not do this for me. You did it for you, and you did it for him," I said, pointing to my uncle, who shrugged without saying anything. "Dad trusted you to handle that money with integrity, and you betrayed him. It is not yours. It never was. You did it to cover the mistakes of others while you left me working like crazy to build something that I should have already had." The conversation turned chaotic after that. My mother began to scream, insisting that everything she had done was justified, while my uncle remained silent, clearly uncomfortable, but without making any effort to defend me. My grandfather finally intervened and told her that if she did not agree to return what was left of the fund and look for a way to compensate what she had spent, he was going to proceed legally. My mother laughed bitterly and said, "Legally, go ahead, do it. We are going to see how a thankless girl does trying to sue her own mother." It was a low blow, but I was not going to back down. That night, while I was returning home with my grandparents, I confirmed that I wanted to move forward with the lawsuit. My grandfather supported me completely, but I could see that he was hurt by the situation. I knew that he did not enjoy seeing his daughter being dragged into court, but he understood that I had no other option. In the following weeks, we began the legal process. It was exhausting emotionally and mentally. My mother not only hired a lawyer, but also began to paint a narrative that I was an ungrateful daughter who did not value the sacrifices that she had made for me. What hurt me the most was that some of my relatives began to take her side, believing her lies. They said things like, "Your mother did what she had to do to keep you going. You should not be claiming anything." Each comment, each look of judgment was like a small knife sinking into my back, but there was something that kept my determination. I knew that my father would have wanted me to fight for what was mine. One afternoon, while we were preparing the documents for the case, the lawyer received an unexpected call. It was from an old acquaintance who used to work with my father before he died. This man, upon learning of the situation, decided to share something that no one in the family knew. My father had not only left the trust fund, he had also established a separate savings account in a bank that my mother apparently did not know existed. When I heard this, my heart began to beat strongly. If there was more money saved, maybe all was not lost. The lawyer helped us investigate, and we managed to track the account. To my surprise, it was intact, with a considerable balance that my mother had not been able to touch because she was not the administrator of that account. It was a ray of hope in the midst of a storm that seemed endless, but it also meant that things were going to get even more complicated. My mother was not going to accept that I recovered what was mine without fighting, and she was prepared to do everything possible to maintain control. Discovering my father's intact account was like finding a lifeline in the middle of a shipwreck. For the first time in months, I felt that there was a real possibility of moving forward. However, I knew that I could not be confident. My mother had proven to be capable of anything to maintain control, and this new information could unleash an even greater conflict. The lawyer explained that although the account was legally in my name, my mother could try to challenge it in court. The key was to make sure that no one, especially she, could access those funds while the judicial process continued its course. That same afternoon, with the help of the lawyer, we transferred the account to a different bank where we configured additional restrictions. I was not going to risk my mother discovering the existence of that money, and finding a way to seize it too. Of course, my mother did not take long to find out. Just 2 days later, I received an unexpected call from an unknown number. When I answered, I heard her voice on the other side of the line loaded with sarcasm and rage. "So now you are also hiding money. How very mature of you. Is that what your father taught you to steal from your own family?" The blood was boiling in me, but I tried to keep calm. "That money is not yours, Mom. It never was, and if you think that I am going to let you continue manipulating everything, you are wrong." Her cold laugh made my hair stand on end. "You think you have everything figured out, but you do not know who you are playing with. This is not just about money. It is about respect, and you do not have a shred of that." The call ended abruptly, and I sat in my room trembling. My grandparents, upon hearing what had happened, tried to comfort me. My grandfather, always pragmatic, said, "This only means that you are winning. If she was not afraid of losing control, she would not react like this." He was right, but that did not make it any easier. The following days were a chaos. My mother not only tried to contact me directly, but began to mobilize other relatives against me. The calls and text messages from uncles, cousins, and even family friends did not stop. Everyone seemed to have a different version of the story that my mother had told them, that I was being ungrateful, that I wanted to ruin her, that all this was a revenge because she had not spoiled me enough. Even my uncle, who until then had remained silent, decided to suddenly appear to speak. He arrived at my grandparents' house without prior notice with that cynical smile that he always wore. "Let's make something clear," he said, while settling on the couch as if he were in his own house. "What happened with the money was a misunderstanding. I never wanted to cause you problems. All this got out of control, but is it really worth destroying the family for this?" I looked him directly in the eyes and replied, "Destroying the family? Do you not think that stealing someone's money to finance your failures is what really destroys the family?" He shrugged with an expression of false innocence. "I am not saying that I did not make mistakes, but we all make mistakes. It is time for you to leave this behind." That was the moment in which I realized that there was no way to reason with him or with my mother. Neither of them was going to accept responsibility for their actions, and the only thing I could do was to move forward with the legal case. The following months were exhausting. My mother hired an aggressive lawyer who tried to discredit me in every possible way. They claimed that I was incapable of handling money, that the trust fund had been used for my well-being, and even insinuated that my grandparents were manipulating me to harm her. It was a wearing experience, but I was never alone. My grandparents were with me every step of the way, and the lawyer that we hired did not stop fighting for me. Finally, the day of the trial arrived. Sitting in the courtroom, I saw my mother and my uncle at the opposite table, their faces tense but arrogant. When they began to present their defense, everything seemed to revolve around justifying the unjustifiable. My mother even went so far as to say that if she had made difficult decisions, it had been out of love. However, what they did not expect was the additional evidence that we had found in the weeks leading up to the trial. It turns out that the bank records showed that my mother had not only used the money from the trust fund to help my uncle, but also to pay for personal vacations and luxury purchases. The receipts left no room for doubt. The judge was not impressed. In his verdict, he not only ordered that my mother return what was left of the trust fund, but that she should also pay compensation for the unauthorized withdrawals. In addition, the judge allowed my grandparents to assume the administration of the account until I turned 21 years old. When we left the room, my mother gave me a look of pure hatred but did not say a word. My uncle simply disappeared after the trial, probably too ashamed to face the consequences. The victory in court marked a before and after in my life. Although I had recovered part of the control over my future, I knew that the road ahead would not be easy. My mother did not take the result of the trial well. Although the judge ordered that she return to me what was left of the trust fund, the process of transferring money and assets was slow and full of obstacles. For weeks, my lawyer had to push for her to comply with the court orders. Meanwhile, I focused on the only thing that had driven me from the beginning, my education. With the funds that remained and the account that my father had left intact, I was finally able to enroll in the university that I had dreamed of for years. Although I could not cover all the expenses, I managed to obtain a partial scholarship and accept a student loan. Taking that decision filled me with uncertainty, but I knew that it was worth investing in my future, even if it meant starting my adult life with a debt. Despite my resolution to move forward, I could not ignore the emotional weight of what had happened. The relationship with my mother and the rest of the family was completely broken. She did not try to contact me after the trial, but other members of the family did not miss the opportunity to send me messages loaded with reproaches. Phrases like "you should not have taken this so far" or "your mother did the best she could for you" kept appearing on my phone. I decided to block them all. The only ones who remained by my side were my paternal grandparents. Although they also carried the pain of having seen their daughter act in such a dishonest way, they never stopped supporting me. My grandfather in particular became a kind of guide. He helped me plan my finances, to manage the remaining funds, and to face the world with more confidence. His support was fundamental so that I could stay firm when the ghosts of all that had happened threatened to overwhelm me. However, the tranquility did not last long. A couple of months after starting the university, I received an email from my mother. The message, brief but loaded with emotions, took me completely by surprise. "I hope you are happy with what you have achieved. You have destroyed this family, but one day you will realize that blood is more important than money. When you do not expect us to be here for you." I read it several times, trying to process what it really meant. Was it a twisted apology, a veiled threat, or simply a last way to try to manipulate me? Instead of answering, I decided to show the message to my grandfather. His reaction was predictable. He shook his head with a mixture of disappointment and anger. "Do not let this affect you," he said. "She is losing control and does not know how to deal with it. You keep going, build your life, and show that you do not need any of this to be happy." I took his words as a promise. I knew that I could not continue carrying the guilt that my mother tried to project on me. I had already lost too much time and energy dealing with her toxicity, and now I had the opportunity to start again. The true turning point came when I decided to investigate more deeply the last years of my life, trying to understand how I had reached this point. Reviewing old documents and records, I discovered something that left me frozen. My mother had not only manipulated the trust funds and stolen my savings. She had also taken out a mortgage loan in my father's name shortly before his death. That money had never been used for the family home, as she claimed. All had gone to rescue my uncle from another of his financial disasters. The pattern was clear. My mother had always prioritized her brother above me, above her own responsibilities, and the most painful thing was that she did it without any remorse. Showing these new findings to my grandparents only reinforced our determination to cut any remaining ties with her. Now, as I write this, I am halfway through my second semester at the university. I have found a group of friends who have become my chosen family, people who support me and encourage me to move forward. My grandparents and I maintain a close relationship, although I know that the conflict with my mother has been hard for them too. For their part, my mother and my uncle seem to have disappeared from my life completely. I have not received any more emails, calls, or messages from them or from any other family member. Part of me feels sadness for how things ended, but another part knows that it was necessary. Sometimes to grow, you have to walk away from what hurts you, even if it comes from your own blood. Today, I look to the future with optimism. What they stole from me so much in terms of money as of confidence, I will never be able to recover it completely, but I also know that what I have gained, my independence, my determination, and a new perspective on life, is invaluable. Story 3. My wife thought she would get half in our divorce, but she did not know that the house was not mine. Thank you, Dad. I am 36 years old. I am a civil engineer, and I have worked in construction since I finished college. I am a fairly calm person. I have always been logical and pragmatic, and I think that has helped me to stay calm in the middle of the storm. My story is something that seems taken from a movie or a bad novel, but it is so real that it hurts. I was married for 5 years to my now ex-wife, who we will call simply she. I refuse to use her name because honestly she does not deserve it. We had no children, which now seems like a small comfort. Our relationship started like any other, full of love, laughter, and shared dreams. We met through friends at a party in Austin, Texas. She worked as a freelance photographer, and I was in a medium-sized construction company. Nothing spectacular, but enough to live comfortably. After a couple of years of dating, we got married in a simple ceremony. We both had jobs that we liked, but a year after getting married, she decided that she wanted to leave photography and dedicate herself to discovering her passion. It did not seem like a big deal at that time, because although we were not millionaires, my income was enough to cover both expenses. I saw it as something temporary. I believed in her, and in her promise that she would go back to work as soon as she found what she really wanted to do. Months passed, and although she was still aimless, our life remained calm. We bought a modest house on the outskirts of Austin with a small mortgage. Well, I thought it was our house. I would soon discover that things were not what they seemed. The first signs that something was wrong began around the 3rd year of marriage. She started going out more often, saying that she needed to clear her head and find inspiration. She started going to the gym regularly, which at first seemed fine to me. I always supported her. I even bought her new clothes and encouraged her to take care of her mental and physical health. It was not uncommon for her to come home late, but I attributed it to her exercise routine and outings with friends. I thought everything was okay. Here comes what made me open my eyes: a hotel receipt that I found folded in the pocket of her jacket. I remember it was a Sunday morning. She was still asleep, and for some reason I decided to pick up the clothes she had left lying on the floor after going out the night before. Upon taking out the receipt, I felt the world falling apart. The receipt showed a room in an expensive hotel in the center of the city. The date coincided with one of the nights that, according to her, she had gone out with friends. I did not say anything at first, not because I did not want to confront her, but because I felt that I needed to be prepared. My pragmatic nature took control. I needed evidence. I needed clear answers before losing my mind. So I started observing her closely. I became like a silent detective, paying attention to every little detail. It was then when I noticed her phone. Before, she left it around without worrying, but now she carried it everywhere, even to the bathroom. When I jokingly asked her if she had something to hide, she laughed and called me paranoid, but the seed was already planted. One day while she was in the shower, her phone vibrated on the nightstand. I did not think much about it and looked at the screen. The message said, "I will see you tonight, beautiful. I cannot wait," and the sender was simply C. My stomach churned. I knew that what I feared was real. I could not contain myself anymore. When she came out of the bathroom, I showed her the message and asked her directly who was C. At first, she denied everything, saying that he was a friend from the gym, that it did not mean anything, that I was taking things out of context. But when I demanded explanations about the hotel and about her outings, everything came to light. She was having an affair with her trainer from the gym. The worst of all was not only the betrayal, but how she reacted. She showed not a bit of remorse. Instead of apologizing or trying to fix things, she looked me in the eyes and said, "I want a divorce." As if that was not enough, she continued, "And I want half of everything we have: the house, the accounts, the car, everything." I was speechless. The audacity and the coldness with which she said it left me frozen, but what she did not know is that the situation was not as simple as she believed. You see, my father, a man who has always had an almost prophetic instinct to protect what matters, convinced me years ago to put the house and my savings in his name. He told me that it was a way to protect myself if something ever went wrong. You never know what can happen in life, son. It is better to be prepared. At that time, I did not think much about his advice, but now more than ever I am grateful for his wisdom. She thought she would get half of everything, but the reality was very different. Everything that she thought belonged to me actually was not mine. That night after the fight, I could not sleep. I stayed in the living room looking at the ceiling, thinking about how my life had changed completely in a matter of hours. The woman with whom I had shared years of my life, with whom I had dreamed of having a family, now looked at me as if I were the enemy, and the worst thing was that she did not even feel guilty. The next day, I decided to take action. I called my dad and told him everything that had happened. He was not as surprised as I thought he would be. My father was always a very practical and direct man. The first thing he told me was, "I warned you, son. One never knows who one really marries until everything goes to hell." I felt like an idiot for not having seen the signs before, but at the same time I appreciated having followed his advice to put my assets in his name. My dad, as always, was calm. He told me not to worry, that legally the house, the accounts, and everything important was protected. However, he warned me that I should be careful. Desperate people are unpredictable, he told me. During the following days, she began to act as if nothing had happened. She was still in the house, using my things, sleeping in our bed, as if I did not know about her affair. That was what hurt me the most. How could someone be so cold and calculating? The only thing that kept me going was the idea that I had an advantage. Unlike her, I knew how things worked in the legal and financial field, thanks to my father and my profession. It was then when I suggested that if she really wanted the divorce, we could resolve it in a friendly way and without lawyers. Not because I wanted to be nice, but because I wanted to see how far her greed would go. Her response was predictable: "I want half of everything. I am not going to leave this relationship without what corresponds to me." Of course, she said it with a certainty that almost made me laugh. She had no idea what was about to happen. Here is the interesting thing. Although we lived in the house, I was not the legal owner. Yes, I paid the mortgage and the expenses, but everything was in my father's name. The title deed was registered in his name from the beginning. That meant that in legal terms, she could not claim a penny of the house. The next day, I contacted a lawyer who had worked with my family for years. The first thing I did was to give him all the documentation, the contract of the house, the bank records, and the agreement that I had made with father. Everything was perfectly in order. I explained my situation and told him that my priority was to get out of this divorce with the least amount of drama possible. Meanwhile, she began to move her pieces. She began to talk with friends and family about the divorce, painting me as the bad guy in the story. According to her, I had abandoned her emotionally and did not give her the support that she needed to follow her dreams. When I heard this, I could not help laughing. Follow her dreams? What dreams? Was she referring to going out with her trainer while I worked to pay our bills? The worst came when I realized that she was starting to prepare legally. I found a folder on her desk that contained information about divorce lawyers in Austin, and among the papers there were handwritten notes about our assets. She was sure that she had a right to the house and a half of my savings. Instead of losing my calm, I decided to prepare myself. I started documenting everything. I saved text messages, emails, and even photos of her and her trainer that I found in her social media. Yes, I know it is a bit shady to check her things, but when someone is willing to lie to your face, you have to protect yourself. The next thing I did was to talk with my dad again. He, with his usual calm, told me let her think what she wants. In the end, the truth will come to light. We decided not to tell her anything yet. We would let her continue believing that she was about to obtain a fortune from this divorce. Meanwhile, I kept moving forward with the legal preparations. What I did not expect was how quickly her attitude would change. Just a week after the initial confrontation, she began to get aggressive. Her screams were constant. She spent hours accusing me of having stolen her life and of not having valued her enough. She started sleeping in the guest room and avoided talking to me except to insult me or throw sarcastic comments. One day, while I was checking my computer in the living room, she came over and said, "You know what, after I get the house and everything that belongs to me, you are going to be alone working until the day you die." At that moment, I knew that there was no turning back. I was no longer dealing with the woman I once fell in love with. I was dealing with someone who was willing to destroy me if that meant she could get away with it, but what she did not know was that the game board was tilted in my favor. After that comment, and then the prediction of a life of solitary work, something changed in me. It no longer hurt. I no longer felt sadness. I just wanted to end this in the fastest and cleanest way possible. While she thought that she had defeated me emotionally, I kept moving forward with my plan. The next day, she arrived at the house with a triumphant air, as if she were walking towards victory. She casually told me that she had hired a shark of a lawyer in Austin who had assured her that she would get half of everything we had plus alimony. I could not help letting out a small smile. "How good that you solved it so fast. It will be interesting to see how this develops," I replied, as neutrally as possible. Her reaction was of confusion. She did not know that I had already hired my own lawyer, nor that he and I already had everything in order. I continued playing my role of disconcerted and defeated man, letting her think that she had all the power in her hands. The day of our first formal meeting with the lawyers arrived. We met in the office of a mediator. She entered with her lawyer, a guy in an expensive suit with the typical expression of "I am smarter than all of you." I sat on the other side of the table, next to my lawyer, an older, calm man with a wise look and not much to prove. The session began with the usual discussions about the separation of assets, general questions, blah, blah, blah. It was then when her lawyer dropped his first bomb, believing that he had an ace up his sleeve. "Our position is simple. My client wants half of the house, half of the savings accounts, and the vehicle that they have in their name." My lawyer raised his eyebrow, took out a yellow folder, and slid it quietly on the table. "With all due respect, the house in question does not belong to my client. It is legally registered in the name of his father for years, as you can see here." The silence in the room was deafening. Her lawyer glanced at the documents. Quickly, his lips pursed. For the first time since it all started, I saw a glimmer of doubt in the face of my ex-wife. It seemed as if she had just received a direct blow to the stomach. "What is this?" she murmured, addressing me. "It is exactly what it seems," I replied calmly. What followed was predictable, a desperate attempt to invalidate what she had just seen. Her lawyer began to ask when the house had been transferred if there had been any type of fraud or illegal movement. My lawyer, with the patience of a saint, responded to everything with evidence and documents. The house was registered in the name of my father from the moment of purchase. I simply lived there and paid the expenses as a de facto tenant. All the records were in order, and there was not a single illegality. My ex-wife stood up abruptly, clearly furious. "This cannot be real. We live there together. I have put years of my life in that house." Her lawyer tried to calm her, but it was already too late. She lost all composure in front of everyone, making clear her true nature, a person accustomed to getting what she wanted no matter how. The mediation was a disaster for her. As they reviewed the accounts and other assets, it became clear that I did not have much to offer. Most of the savings were in a joint account with my father, and the car, although it was in my name, was not worth enough to be a significant prize. Upon leaving the meeting, she gave me a murderous look. "You are a liar and a manipulator. You are going to pay for this." But in reality, all I had done was be prudent. What happened next was predictable. She began to look for other ways to attack me. As she could not obtain what she wanted legally, she began a campaign of defamation on social media and with mutual friends. She painted me as a financial abuser, someone who had left her with nothing after years of sacrifices. In her publications, she said things like, "Be careful with who you marry. Some men are experts in hiding everything to leave you with nothing." At first I worried, I am not going to lie, but then I remembered what my lawyer told me: the people who scream the loudest are usually the ones who lie the most. Anyway, the truth always comes to light. Close friends began to distance themselves from her when they discovered about her affair with the trainer. Apparently her shark of a lawyer was not so understanding either. Once he knew that there was no money to be won, a mutual friend told me that they had seen her in the gym fighting with her trainer. Apparently her great love was also falling apart. She was yelling at him that he had left her alone and that all this was his fault. My friend told me, laughing inside, I could not help feeling a mixture of pity and satisfaction. She had destroyed everything for a whim, and now she was paying the consequences. But this was still not over, because in her desperation, she decided to take the case to trial, convinced that she could prove that I had committed fraud. She had no evidence. She had no arguments, but she had an ego too big to accept defeat. The day of the trial arrived. To be honest, I had never been so nervous in my life, but I tried to keep calm. My lawyer, with that serenity that made me trust him, gave me a last pat on the shoulder before entering the room. Remember, emotions do not win trials. Facts do. Meanwhile, my ex-wife was on the other side of the room with her lawyer, looking at me as if I were the villain of her story. She entered with an air of security that made me raise an eyebrow. What did she believe she was going to achieve? My lawyer had prepared me for anything from false accusations to desperate attempts to unearth something non-existent. They entered, everyone stood up, and then the show began. Her lawyer began strong, painting a melodramatic picture. She, a poor wife who had sacrificed her career to support me, only to be betrayed financially by a calculating husband. They said it with such seriousness that they almost convinced me. But then it was my ex-wife's turn to speak. She took the stand and began her testimony with fake tears and a trembling voice. She claimed that I had manipulated her for years, making her believe that we were a team, while secretly diverting all our assets to hidden accounts and putting them in my father's name. She spoke as if she were a finance expert, mentioning legal terms that she clearly did not understand, and for a moment, even the judge seemed confused. But this was where everything began to crumble. First, the inconsistencies. My lawyer stood up with a folder full of documents and began to dismantle her arguments piece by piece. The house, for example, was legally registered in my father's name from the beginning of the purchase, years before she and I were married. Did you know that this property never belonged to my client? Well, not exactly, but second, the savings. My ex-wife claimed that I had hidden money in secret accounts, but my lawyer presented all the bank records, making it clear that the main money was in a joint account with my father, and the rest barely enough to cover basic expenses. Can you explain then why these accounts were opened before your marriage? The silence in the room was delicious. My ex-wife tried to compose herself, but it was clear that her narrative did not add up. When my moment came, I made sure to drop the real bomb, the evidence of her affair. My lawyer presented the text messages and photos that she herself had uploaded on her social media with her trainer. It was not necessary to emphasize much. The evidence spoke for itself. My ex-wife's lawyer tried to object, saying that her personal relationship was not relevant, but the judge did not see it that way. Apparently, infidelity did matter in this context, because she had painted a picture where I was the villain and she the suffering victim. When the photos and messages appeared on the screen, my ex-wife turned as red as a tomato. She could not even look me in the eyes. For an instant, I even felt some pity for her. My father was called to testify, and as always, he did it with an impressive calm. He explained why he had decided to register the house and the accounts in his name from the beginning. I gave this advice to my son because I wanted to protect him. One never knows what life can bring. It is not about distrusting people, but about being cautious. The judge nodded several times during his testimony. It was difficult to argue against the fact that everything had been done years before the marriage and completely legally. My ex-wife's lawyer tried a last desperate tactic. He insinuated that my father and I had conspired to hide assets, but my father, without losing his composure, simply replied, "Everything that we have done is documented. There are no conspiracies here." After days of testimonies and legal arguments, the judge finally gave his decision. The house remained my father's. She had no right to claim it. The savings accounts were untouchable. She could not access funds that never belonged to her. The only thing she obtained was a minimum amount of alimony for 6 months, barely enough to cover some of her legal expenses. The judge also noted that her infidelity and her lack of contribution to the home had been important factors in her decision. When the judge finished reading the verdict, I felt as if an enormous weight had disappeared from my shoulders. I looked at my ex-wife, waiting for some reaction, but I only saw a mixture of rage and humiliation. She stood up from her seat, murmuring things that no one could understand, and left the room without looking back. Outside the courthouse, my lawyer shook my hand and told me, "You did well. The truth always wins, even if it takes time." My friends and my family sent me messages of support when they learned of the result. Meanwhile, she disappeared from our lives completely. I heard rumors that she had tried to appeal, but without money or evidence, her attempt did not go anywhere. Her trainer from the gym also ended up distancing himself from her. Story 4. I inherited everything from my former father-in-law after helping with his business. Now my ex and his new wife are furious. My name is Clara. I am going to use fictitious names to protect privacy. I am 32 years old, and I am a mother of 2 children, a 10-year-old boy and a 6-year-old girl. After 2 years of divorcing Diego, my ex-husband, I thought that my life was finally taking some stability, but what occurred after changed everything completely. To give you some context, Diego and I were married for almost a decade. He was charming, fun, and always had big dreams, but that was part of the problem. Diego never knew how to be constant or responsible while I took care of the house, the children, and the bills. He jumped from project to project, investing time and money in ideas that always ended up failing. Over time, I got tired of carrying everything, and our marriage fell apart. When we divorced, I thought that the worst had been left behind, but it was not so. What I did not expect was the call from Alberto, my former father-in-law. Alberto was always a respected man, owner of a chain of small agricultural supply stores in the Midwest of the United States. Although we were not extremely close, he was always very kind to me and an incredible grandfather for my children. One morning, while I was preparing breakfast and organizing the children's backpacks for school, my phone rang. It was Alberto. Something unusual because he had never called directly before. His voice sounded subdued, as if he was carrying a huge weight. After exchanging some greetings, he told me directly, "Clara, I need your help. I have no one else to turn to." Immediately, I thought that maybe something had happened to Diego, or even to my children, but it was not that. Alberto explained to me that his health was failing and that his business was in serious financial problems. He said that he had been trying to solve it for months, but that he no longer had the strength or the mental clarity to face it. Only then I asked him, somewhat confused, why he did not turn to Diego. His answer left me speechless. "Diego wants nothing to do with this. He was never interested in the business, and honestly, he has caused more problems than he has helped. I need someone who is reliable, and you are the only person I trust." I did not know what to answer. I was flattered, but also overwhelmed. I had my own responsibilities, my job, and my children. How could I take care of a business that I did not even understand completely? I told him that I needed time to think about it, but his next sentence broke my heart. "Clara, if you do not help me, I will have to close the stores. There are many families that depend on this work, and I do not want my legacy to end that way." I spent that night awake thinking about everything that it would mean to accept his request. I knew that it was not my responsibility, but I also knew that Alberto had always been good to me and to my children even after the divorce. Finally, I decided to give him an answer the next day. I went to his house to talk in person. I told him that I would help him, but with certain conditions. I needed to have total access to the finances to understand the magnitude of the problem, and he would have to trust my decisions even if they involved drastic changes. To my surprise, he accepted without hesitation. My first visits to the stores were chaotic. There was disorder in the inventories, demotivated employees, and management systems that seemed taken from the 90s. I felt overwhelmed, but also determined to make things work. I began to work closely with the managers, establishing priorities and looking for immediate solutions to the most urgent problems. However, not everything was technical work. In the process, I discovered incredible stories of the employees. Some had been working for Alberto for decades, and their loyalty was touching. They wanted the business to survive not only because it was their source of income, but because they really felt that they were part of something bigger. But not everything was positive. It was not long before Diego discovered that I was involved in the business. As expected, he did not like it. One afternoon, he appeared unexpectedly in one of the stores while I was checking inventories. Without greeting, he began to accuse me of stealing the family legacy. It was so absurd that I could barely believe what I was hearing. I tried to keep calm and explained to him that I was only helping his father, but that only infuriated him more. That business should be mine, he shouted in front of all the employees who knew very well that Diego had never shown interest in the stores. They looked at him in silence, some even with contempt. In the end, he left slamming the door, but not before promising that this was not going to stay like this. Meanwhile, Alberto seemed calmer, although his health continued to deteriorate. He constantly thanked me for what I was doing. In one of our last conversations, he told me something that I will never forget. Clara, this business was never just about money. It is about the people who work here, the families that benefit from it. There is no one else who can understand that better than you. A few weeks after having assumed a more active role in the business, Alberto called me to his house again. This time his tone was more serious than ever. When I arrived, I found him sitting in his favorite chair with various documents on the table. After a brief greeting, he went straight to the point. Clara, I want you to know something before I hear it from anyone else. I have made changes to my will. I looked at him with surprise. I did not expect this conversation to take such a personal turn. He continued explaining calmly but firmly that he had decided to leave me the total control of the business, as well as the majority of his assets, including his house. His decision, according to him, had not been easy, but he was sure that it was the right thing to do. Diego has not earned this, he said with a sigh. I love him because he is my son, but I cannot trust him to take care of what I have built. You, on the other hand, have proven to be capable and above all committed. What I want is that this serve for the future of my grandchildren. I was speechless. On one hand, I felt deeply grateful for the trust that Alberto was placing in me. On the other hand, I knew that this decision would bring problems, especially with Diego and Leticia. I tried to persuade him to reconsider, so that at least he would include Diego in part of the will, but he refused categorically. There is nothing to reconsider, he said. This is my decision, and I have taken it with full awareness. Shortly after that conversation, Alberto's health deteriorated rapidly. He ended up being hospitalized after a heart attack. My children and I visited him daily, but it was evident that he did not have much time left. Despite everything, he continued to show himself grateful, always saying that he trusted me to handle what he could no longer. A few weeks later, Alberto passed away. It was devastating for everyone, especially for my children who adored him. I took care of organizing the funeral together with the employees of the stores who also wanted to say goodbye to their boss and mentor. Diego and Leticia attended, but their presence was more formal than emotional. Diego seemed more worried about what would come next than about the loss of his father. After the funeral came the moment of the reading of the will. I already knew what was coming, but Diego and Leticia did not. The tension in the room was palpable. The lawyer began to read the dispositions. The stores and the house were for me with the intention that they be administered for the benefit of my children. Diego would receive a small sum in cash, enough to cover some debts, but nothing more. Leticia, of course, would not receive anything. Diego's face went from surprise to fury in a matter of seconds. He stood up from his chair, hitting the table with both hands. This is a joke. My father would never have done this. There must be manipulation here, he shouted, pointing at me with his finger. The lawyer interrupted him calmly, explaining that Alberto had made these changes months before his death, when he was still in full control of his faculties. In addition, the will was supported by witnesses and legal documentation that made it practically unappealable. Leticia did not take long to join the attack. This is an injustice. You are nothing more than a usurper. You have no right to anything. That business and that house are Diego's. They should be his family's. For a moment I considered answering, but I knew that anything I said would only make the situation worse. I chose to remain calm and reiterate that Alberto had made this decision consciously and that I was only complying with his wishes, but Diego was not going to give up so easily. A few days after the reading of the will, the problems began. First, I received a series of furious messages and calls from him. He accused me of having brainwashed his father and of being an opportunist. I tried to ignore him, but his persistence was exhausting. Letitia, for her part, did not stay behind. She sent me messages full of sarcasm, insinuating that I had no idea how to run a business, and that sooner or later everything would fall apart. However, the worst came when Diego decided to get directly involved with the stores. One morning he appeared in one of them without prior notice. He introduced himself to the employees as the legitimate heir and began to give orders. The employees, confused, called me immediately to ask me what they should do. I had to make it clear in a blunt way that Diego had no right over the business and that they should ignore anything he told them. This, of course, only infuriated him more. In the following days, Diego began to visit other stores, trying to sow distrust among the employees. He said that I was squandering the money of the business and that everyone was going to lose their jobs if they continued working with me. Fortunately, the majority of the employees did not believe him. They knew that I had been working tirelessly to save the stores while Diego had never shown interest in them when his father was alive, but Diego did not stop there. Shortly after, I received a legal notification. He was suing me to challenge the will. According to him, Alberto had been manipulated to make an unfair decision, and he demanded that the dispositions in my favor be annulled. The notification of the lawsuit was the first step of a series of events that would transform my life into a chaos. Diego was not only trying to challenge the will, but he was also using his presence in the stores and his relationship with some old friends of Alberto to discredit me. Apparently, his plan was to paint me as a manipulator who had taken advantage of an old man on his deathbed to keep everything. The most ironic thing was that those who really knew Alberto knew that he was a man who would never have let himself be influenced in that way. The legal process was exhausting. Diego presented as evidence a series of emails and messages that, according to him, showed that I had convinced Alberto to disinherit him. Of course, all this was a twisted interpretation of the genuine conversations that we had had about how to improve the stores and the well-being of the employees. Fortunately, Alberto's lawyer was an experienced professional and quickly dismissed each of those attempts, arguing that the will was in order and that Alberto's decisions were completely valid. But Diego did not stop there. Together with Letitia, they began to spread rumors about me in the local community. They said that I had deceived Alberto so that he would leave me everything and that I was planning to sell the stores to get rich, leaving the employees without work. They even tried to involve some distant relatives of Alberto who, although they had not shown interest in him for years, were suddenly outraged because the family had not received what it deserved. In parallel, anonymous messages began to appear in local social media accusing me of being an opportunist and a bad administrator. I knew perfectly well where those messages came from, but I decided to remain firm. I was not going to allow their desperation to affect my life or that of my children. While all this was happening, I continued working to stabilize the stores. It was during this process that I discovered something that completely changed my perspective on Diego. Reviewing some of the old financial records, I found evidence that Diego had been diverting money from the business long before I arrived. It was not a small sum. It was thousands of dollars that he had used to finance one of his failed ventures. Alberto had mentioned vaguely that Diego had caused financial problems, but I never imagined that it was something so serious. With this information in hand, I decided to include it as part of my legal defense. If Diego wanted to challenge the will, he would have to explain why he had used his father's resources in such an irresponsible way. My lawyer prepared the case and presented the evidence to the court. When Diego found out that I had evidence of his mismanagement, he tried to back down. Suddenly, his accusations of manipulation became pleas to reach an agreement. Letitia even called me directly, saying that they were willing to withdraw the lawsuit if I gave them a part of the stores or allowed them to manage one of them. Her tone was almost pathetic, but I remained firm. I was not going to negotiate with them. The day of the hearing arrived, and the tension was palpable. Diego appeared with his lawyer, while Letitia stayed in the back of the room, giving me looks full of contempt. My lawyer presented our case, clearly and forcefully presenting all the evidence that the will was valid and that Diego had not only been a bad administrator, but had also caused financial damage to the stores. When the time came for Diego to speak, his main argument was that it was his right as a son to inherit his father's business. The judge, however, was not impressed. After listening to all the evidence and testimonies, he ruled that the will was absolutely valid and that there was no evidence of manipulation. The lawsuit was dismissed, and Diego was forced to cover the legal costs. Diego's defeat in the court was not enough to stop him. Shortly after the hearing, he began to give interviews in small local media, painting himself as a victim of my supposed excessive ambition. Despite his efforts, the majority of the people in the community knew the truth. The employees of the stores who had seen firsthand how much effort I was putting into saving the business defended me publicly, saying that I had done more for the stores in a few months than Diego in his entire life. The final blow came when one of Diego's former employees leaked details of how he had tried to convince Alberto to sell the stores years ago in order to keep the money. This ended up ruining any credibility he might have had, and his reputation was completely destroyed. With the legal conflict finally resolved, I could concentrate completely on the stores and on my children. I implemented improvements in the operations, and the results were positive. The most important thing for me was that my children could see that despite the challenges, it was possible to move forward with effort and determination. Diego and Leticia, for their part, disappeared slowly from the panorama. Although I occasionally heard rumors that they continued talking badly about me, they no longer had any impact on my life. Finally, I felt that Alberto's legacy was in good hands, and that my children would have a secure future. With the lawsuit dismissed and Diego out of the scene, I could finally breathe with some tranquility, but although the storm had passed, there was still much to do. The stores needed a complete renovation both in their operation and in their image. In addition, there was an important emotional aspect. This business was not only a livelihood for me and for the employees, but also Alberto's legacy. It was my duty to honor him. I decided to take a practical and methodical approach. My priority was to modernize the operations without losing the essence of what made the stores special for the community. I worked together with the managers to implement a digital system that simplified the inventory and accounting processes. I also renovated the facilities, making them more welcoming for the customers. Each change that I made, however small, was one more step towards the goal of making the business prosper. During this time, something wonderful happened. The employees began to trust me even more. At first, many of them were cautious. After all, I was a newcomer to the world of family business. But as they saw my dedication and how the stores began to generate more income, they began to support me in a genuine way. Even some of the oldest employees who had worked directly with Alberto told me that he would be proud of what I was achieving. Developing a new relationship with the community. One of the most surprising aspects of this experience was how the local community reacted. After all the negativity that Diego and Leticia tried to spread, many people came forward to offer their support. Regular customers congratulated me on the changes in the stores, and some even shared personal stories about how Alberto had impacted their lives. These interactions helped me to see the business from another perspective. It was not only a place to sell agricultural supplies. It was a pillar for many families that depended on it. Inspired by this, I decided to launch a community program to strengthen the ties between the stores and the local people. We organized monthly fairs where farmers could exhibit their products, and we also offered free workshops on topics such as sustainable farming and efficient management of small farms. These events not only attracted new customers, but also reinforced the connection between the stores and the community. Despite the progress in the business, the transition was not easy for my children. My oldest son, Mateo, was at an age where he understood more than he said. He knew that his father was upset with me, although he did not understand all the details. There were nights in which I wondered why Diego did not want to visit them anymore. My younger daughter, Sofia, also noticed the absence of her grandfather, Alberto, and asked for him often. It was a challenge to balance my role as mother and businesswoman. At times, I felt guilty for spending so much time focused on the business, but I knew that I was building something that would guarantee a better future for them. To compensate, I began to take them with me to the stores during the weekends. I explained to them what I was doing and why it was important. Mateo even began to show interest in how the operations worked and helped me to reorganize the shelves. These experiences not only strengthened our relationship, but also taught them valuable lessons about hard work and perseverance. Although Diego and Leticia had been silent for several months, they were not long in reappearing. One day, while I was reviewing inventories in one of the stores, an employee warned me that Diego was outside waiting to talk to me. I decided to face him, although I did not expect anything good. When I approached, Diego seemed different. His usual arrogance had been replaced by something that seemed at least superficially remorse. He told me that he wanted to apologize for how he had acted and that he regretted the way in which he had handled the situation after his father's death. However, he did not take long in showing his true intentions. "I only want what corresponds to me," he said, trying to sound reasonable. "I know that you have the stores, but maybe you could give me a part of the profits or allow Letitia and me to manage one of them. It is only fair." My patience ran out at that moment. I made it clear that I was not going to give in anything. "What is fair is that I assumed the responsibility that you never wanted," I told him. "Your father trusted me because he knew that you were not capable of handling it. I am not going to betray that trust." Diego tried to argue, but in the end he realized that he was not going to achieve anything with me. He left frustrated, and that was the last time I saw him personally. As the months passed, the stores began to prosper in a way that I never imagined. The revenues increased, the employees were more committed than ever, and the community continued showing its support. I also was able to dedicate more time to my children, making sure that they saw that all this effort was for them. Although there were days in which I missed Alberto's guidance, I always felt that his spirit was with me. His legacy not only survived, but it flourished, and I felt deeply grateful for having had the opportunity to be part of something so significant. With the passage of time, the business began to stabilize in a definitive way. The tensions, the legal struggles, and Diego's dramatic appearances became something of the past. The stores were not only functioning well, but they had become a model of how a small business can adapt and prosper in a competitive world. However, my story did not end with the financial success. There was something more profound at stake: the construction of a legacy that could last generations. After the initial success, I began to explore ways to expand the business. Although the stores had always focused on agricultural supplies, I noticed that there was a growing demand for local and sustainable products. Inspired by the farmers of the community and their stories, I decided to incorporate a section dedicated to organic and artisan products. This not only attracted new customers, but also strengthened the ties with the local producers. In addition, I introduced educational programs in the stores. We organized workshops on sustainable agriculture, modern cultivation techniques, and efficient management of small farms. These events became incredibly popular, attracting both experienced farmers and young people interested in learning about the trade. It was exciting to see how the stores evolved from simple points of sale to true centers of knowledge and community. My children also began to form part of this new chapter. Mateo, my oldest son, showed a genuine interest in the business. Although he was still young, I was surprised by his ability to ask intelligent questions about how things worked. One afternoon, while I was reviewing the accounts at home, he looked at me and said, "Mom, do you think that one day I can help with the stores?" His question filled me with pride and hope. I replied that if that was what he wanted, I would be more than happy to teach him everything I knew. Sophia, my youngest daughter, also found her place in this process. Although she was still small, she loved coming to the stores on the weekends and helping to organize the shelves. The employees adored her, and there was always someone willing to teach her something new. Seeing my children get involved reminded me why all this effort was worth it. This was not only Alberto's business. It was our family legacy. While my life in the business prospered, Diego and Letitia faded almost completely into the background. After their last attempt to recover something from the business, they did not contact me again. I heard rumors that they were struggling financially and that some of Diego's schemes had failed once more. Although part of me felt some satisfaction in knowing that their irresponsible behavior was finally taking its toll, another part simply wanted to leave everything behind. I decided not to spend more energy thinking about them. My focus was on the future, mine, that of my children, and that of the people who depended on the stores. A year after Alberto's death, I decided to organize an event in his honor. It was a celebration to recognize not only his contribution to the business, but also his impact on the community. We invited employees, customers, and local farmers, and it was an afternoon full of laughter, memories, and gratitude. At the event, one of the oldest employees, Don Luis, came to speak. He took the microphone and said, "Alberto always said that his business was not only his but of all of us. Today, seeing what Clara has done, I know that he would be proud. This is not only a business, it is a family." His words moved me deeply. That day, I understood that Alberto's true legacy was not only the business, but the relationships and the community that he had built around him. Now, while I write this, I am reflecting on everything that has happened. The struggles, the victories, and the lessons that I learned along the way. What began as an unexpected request became an opportunity to change my life and that of many other people. Although there were moments in which I wanted to give up, I remembered Alberto's words: this is not only about us, but about what we leave for those who come after. Story 5. My parents demanded that I give the $25,000 that I saved for my college to my younger brother because the family should always support each other. I am Emma. I am 20 years old, and I am a sophomore at a state university in Ohio. I have always been a very independent person. Since I can remember, I have learned that if I wanted something, I had to work hard to get it. It is not that it bothers me, in fact, I am proud of it. But what does bother me is how my family seems to take advantage of that, especially when it comes to my younger brother Liam, who honestly is treated like a prince since we were children. Liam was always the special one. If he got bad grades, my parents justified it, saying that he was more artistic. If he broke something, it was because he was only exploring his creativity. If I did something wrong, even a minimal thing, it was an avalanche of scoldings. Emma, you should know better, they always said. Over time, I stopped expecting my parents to defend me or even support me. I simply decided that the best way to get out of that dynamic was to focus on my own future. Over the years, I managed to save $25,000 for my education. I worked in cafeterias, I did tutoring, and during one summer, I even delivered packages for a courier service. It was exhausting, but it was worth it because those $25,000 represented my freedom. I did not want to depend on anyone, much less on my parents. My dream has always been to finish college, get a good job, and have a stable life. Everything was going well until a few weeks ago. I was at home for the summer holidays, trying to enjoy some time with my dog and rest a bit from the stress of the final exams. One afternoon, while I was in my room watching videos on YouTube, I heard my mother call me from the kitchen. Emma, come down a moment. We need to talk. Her tone was serious, so I went down quickly, thinking that maybe something bad had happened. When I arrived at the kitchen, I saw my parents sitting at the table. My dad had his typical, I am going to give a sermon face, and my mother was holding a cup of tea looking at me with a mixture of expectation and guilt. My brother Liam, 18 years old, was sitting on the other side of the table with a nervous smile, as if he knew that something was not going to please me. Emma, we have been talking, and we believe that the moment has come for you to show how much you love your family, said my mother with that soft voice that she uses when she wants to manipulate me. My dad nodded and added, Liam has found a great opportunity. He wants to move to Chicago and start his own graphic design company. The problem is that he does not have the money to make it a reality. My brother does not have a job. In fact, he just graduated from high school after repeating the last year. He also has no experience in graphic design beyond having made a couple of drawings on his iPad that my parents classify as modern art. So my first reaction was to laugh a little. Are you serious? I asked, but none of them laughed. Liam needs help to move and cover his initial expenses while his business takes off, continued my mother, and we believe that you are in a perfect position to help him. He would not have to worry about finding a job immediately, and he could concentrate on his projects. That was when I realized where all this was going. My mom looked me directly in the eyes and said, we know that you have saved $25,000 for college. We want you to use that money to help your brother move and start his life. It is only temporary. When Liam is successful, he will surely return it to you. My heart stopped for a second. How could they ask me that I worked years to save that money? It was not only my future, it was the only plan that I had to get out of that house and secure a future away from all that madness. I tried to reason with them. I told them that I needed that money for my studies, that I could not simply give it away, but my dad shook his head, clearly annoyed. Emma, you have always been more responsible than Liam. You are strong, and we know that you will get ahead with or without that money, but your brother needs support. What kind of sister would you be if you turned your back on him? That made my blood boil. What kind of sister, what kind of parents were they that did not even consider how this would affect me? Liam was sitting in silence without saying anything. He did not even look at me. He just shrugged his shoulders and murmured something like, come on, Emma, it is no big deal. It is just money, and there it was all clear for them. My efforts, my sacrifice, and my dreams were worth nothing compared to Liam's needs. That night, I went up to my room and closed the door, trembling with anger. I knew that I could not stay silent, but I also knew that anything I said would be ignored. After years of being relegated to the background, I had to decide if I was going to stand firm or if I was going to let my family step all over me again. That night, I barely slept. My mind did not stop going around reviewing every word that my parents had told me. I felt betrayed, as if everything I had done to earn my own place in the world meant nothing to them. The worst thing was that I did not know how to deal with this without making the situation worse. My parents were masters of emotional manipulation, and Liam, although immature and selfish, knew perfectly how to exploit his role as a victim to get away with it. The next morning, my mom entered my room without knocking on the door as always. I was too tired to argue with her. She sat on the edge of my bed and looked at me with that expression of suffering mother that she always used when she wanted to make me feel guilty. "Emma, we need to talk about this," she said with a soft voice. "I do not want you to think that we do not value what you do, quite the opposite, but Liam really needs this support right now. Really, can you not see it? He does not have your determination. If we do not help him, I do not know what he will do. I do not want him to end up failing in life, and you can make the difference." "And what about me, Mom?" I answered. "What about my life with my goals? Does everything I have done to get here not matter? What if I fail because I ran out of money to study?" She sighed, clearly frustrated that I was not giving in. "You always find a way, Emma. You always do. I cannot say the same for Liam. If we do not help him now, we could lose him forever." Those words stayed stuck in my mind. Lose him forever. My mom always used exaggerated phrases to justify her decisions, but this time it felt different, as if she was hinting at something deeper, something more worrying. Was she trying to tell me that Liam was in danger of doing something drastic if he did not get what he wanted? "What does that mean, to lose him forever?" I asked her, feeling a little scared. She lowered her gaze and shook her head as if she did not want to answer, but her silence told me everything I needed to know. This was not only an attempt to manipulate me, they were using fear to pressure me. "I do not know, Emma," she said finally. "I only know that he is going through a difficult time. Maybe he does not tell you because he does not want to worry us, but as a family we must take care of each other." Take care of each other? What irony. I bit my tongue to avoid saying everything I was thinking. How could they talk about taking care of each other when they had given me the cold shoulder all my life every time I needed something? The rest of the day was a silent battle. My parents kept acting as if I was being selfish, and Liam was parading around the house as if he had already won. In the afternoon, while I was sitting on the sofa checking my email, my dad entered the living room with a stack of papers in his hand. "Emma," he said with an authoritative tone, "we need you to sign this. It is a transfer so that we can use the money from your account." I could not believe it. They had gone so far as to prepare legal documents to take my savings from me. I took them from his hands and began to read it. They were simple forms that authorized the transfer of my savings account to a joint account with my dad. A part of me wanted to scream, but another knew that if I did, it would give them more ammunition to accuse me of being irrational or difficult. "Do you really think that I am going to sign this?" I asked them, holding the papers up. My dad crossed his arms and said, "Emma, this is not a request. It is what the family needs, and if you are not willing to do it, I do not see why we should continue supporting you." That left me frozen. Supporting what? Support? I pay my own things. I work to pay for my studies. I never ask you for anything. You do not even pay my tuition, and now you want me to give you everything that I have saved because Liam does not want to work. "Watch your tone, young lady," said my dad, raising his voice. "This is our house, and while you live here, you will respect our decisions." That was the last straw. I went up to my room and locked the door, ignoring my dad's shouts calling me ungrateful. I took my computer and began to look for options. I could not stay there. If they wanted me to leave, I was willing to do it, but not without protecting what was mine. I spent the following hours reviewing my bank accounts and making sure that everything was safe. I changed my password, set up alerts for any suspicious movement, and transferred all the money from my savings account to a new account that I opened in secret last semester, just for precaution. That night, while everyone was sleeping, I began to pack my things in silence. I knew that my best option was to leave before things got even uglier. I did not have a clear plan, but I knew that I could not stay in a house where my own family saw me as an ATM. The next day, when I faced them in the kitchen, everything exploded. The next morning began like a bomb waiting to explode. I went down to the kitchen with the suitcases ready and my documents secured in my backpack. I had spent the night awake thinking about what I was going to say, but all the discourse that I had prepared seemed to crumble in my head with each step I took. When I arrived at the kitchen, my parents were already sitting drinking coffee, as if nothing had happened, but the atmosphere was tense, loaded with everything that had not been said. Liam, of course, was sitting with them, still in pajamas and looking at his phone. He seemed completely oblivious to the drama that had broken out in the house. For him, all this was simply a phase, something that would be resolved as soon as I gave in and handed him what he wanted. It was obvious that he did not expect what was about to happen. I left my suitcase next to the door and stood in front of them. My heart was beating strongly, but I knew that I could not waver. If I did, they would use it to tear me down. I am leaving, I said directly without beating around the bush. My mom was the first to react. She put her coffee cup on the table with a dry thud and looked at me as if I had said something incomprehensible. What are you saying, Emma? You cannot leave. This is your home. I did not answer, trying to keep calm. This stopped being my home a long time ago. You have never treated me as part of this family. Everything revolves around Liam and what he needs. It has always been like that, and last night when you tried to make me sign those papers, I realized that it is never going to change, so yes, I am leaving. I am not going to continue being part of this. My dad stood up, clearly furious. His voice resonated in the kitchen like thunder. Emma, this is not a game. You cannot simply get up and leave because things are not going as you want. Where are you going to go? How are you thinking to survive without us? I looked him directly in the eyes and said, I have survived without you all my life. This is no different. That infuriated him even more. You are an ungrateful. We have done so much for you, and now you turn your back on us. What is wrong with you? What have you done for me? I blurted out before I could stop myself. Ignore me, use me to fix Liam's messes, manipulate me to do everything that you do not want to do. Everything I have achieved alone, and I am not going to let you take it from me. My mom started to cry, as was to be expected. Whenever things did not go as she wanted, she resorted to tears to divert attention. How can you say that, Emma? We are your parents. The only thing we want is the best for everyone. This is not about taking anything from you, but about helping your brother. He needs this more than you. And why is it my responsibility? I answered, my voice starting to rise. Why do I always have to be the one to make sacrifices? You never demand that Liam do anything for himself. He is not doing anything. He has not even tried to get a job, but of course that does not matter because I am always there to save the day. Liam, who until that moment had remained in silence, finally spoke. Come on, Emma, it is not that bad. I am only asking for a little help. It is money, nothing more. How difficult is it for you to be a good sister? That was enough to make me lose my calm. I turned towards him with my face reddened with frustration. A good sister? How dare you tell me that you have never done anything for me, Liam? All you do is take and take without worrying about the consequences. I am not your babysitter, and I am definitely not your bank. Emma, that is enough, shouted my dad, hitting the table with his fist. We are not going to tolerate this type of attitude in our house. If you are not willing to help the family, then maybe you should not be part of it. Perfect, I said, taking my suitcases because I no longer want to be. The following minutes were a chaos. My dad followed me to the door, shouting about how I was destroying the family. My mom was crying, begging me to reconsider, and Liam was simply looking at me with a mixture of incredulity and anger. I did not know what they expected me to do. I had reached my limit. When I crossed the door, I felt a mixture of relief and fear. I had spent so much time under their control that the idea of being alone terrified me, but at the same time it was exciting. I was free from the expectations, from the manipulation, from the constant sacrifices. That night, I stayed on Mila's sofa, my best friend. I had told her everything the day before, and when I arrived with my suitcases, she asked no questions. She just hugged me and told me, you have a place here for as long as you need. But even while I was in a safe place, I knew that this was not over. My parents were not going to give up so easily. It was not even 2 hours before my phone began to fill with messages. My mom sent me long texts full of guilt and virtual tears, while my dad alternated between threats and pleas to come back. Even Liam took the time to send a brief and arrogant message. I hope you are happy with what you have done. The last straw was when I received an email from my bank the next day. They had tried to access my old account using my social security number. Luckily, the account was empty and closed, but the simple fact that they tried made my blood boil. I knew that I had to act fast. The next day, I went to campus and spoke with the student housing department. I explained my situation, and although they did not have rooms available at that time, they connected me with local resources for students in crisis. I also called a lawyer that Mila recommended to make sure that my parents could not try anything else with my finances. In the following days, the situation escalated even further. My parents began to spread their own version of the events among the family, painting me as a selfish daughter who had abandoned her brother in his moment of need. The messages began to arrive from uncles, cousins, and other relatives that I did not even know were aware of the situation. Despite everything, I knew that I had made the right decision. I was not going to allow them to snatch away what had cost me so much to earn. The following days became a test of resistance. I felt as if I was fighting on multiple fronts. On one hand, dealing with the constant avalanche of messages from my parents full of veiled threats and manipulative pleas. On the other hand, enduring the judgments of the relatives who had become their allies in this absurd crusade. My mom, who was an expert in the art of drama, dedicated herself to filling the family chats with messages about how Emma abandoned her brother and the family should always be united. Of course, she did not mention anything about the $25,000 that they tried to take from me. My older cousins began to send me messages that ranged from passive-aggressive to insulting. One of them, Lucas, even called me directly to tell me that Liam only needs an opportunity and that I was being an egoist for not helping him. It hurt, but I did not let it affect me. I knew that they did not know the whole story, and although I could have defended myself explaining the truth, I did not see the point. My experience with my family had taught me that no matter how much you try to explain your side, the narrative that best suits them will always win. Meanwhile, I settled in at Mila's house, who was my lifesaver in those days. She helped me look for apartments near the university and also accompanied me to the bank to reinforce the security of my accounts. As advised by the lawyer that I contacted, I also put a fraud alert on my credit since my parents knew my social security number and I did not trust that they would not try something else. It was frustrating to have to take such extreme measures, but I could not risk them destroying my financial stability. One afternoon, while we were in the living room reviewing apartment listings, I received a call from an unknown number. I hesitated to answer, but something told me that I should. "Hello, Emma, it's Juliet," said the voice on the other end of the line. Juliet is my cousin. Although I had not spoken to her in years, we had always been close when we were children, but over time our families drifted apart. However, I always remembered that she was one of the few people in my family who saw things objectively. "I saw what your mom posted in the family group," continued. "I wanted to know your side of the story because honestly none of this makes sense." That was the first time I felt something similar to relief in weeks. I explained everything: how I worked for years to save that money, how my parents tried to force me to give it to Liam, and how they had reacted when I refused. Juliet listened without interrupting, and when I finished she let out a long sigh. I knew that there was something weird said. "Liam has always been useless, and your parents have always been behind him, as if he was incapable of doing anything for himself. I cannot believe that they have tried to take your money. It is disgusting." I stayed silent for a moment, processing what she had just said. It was the first time that someone in my family openly recognized what I had been living all my life. Juliet continued talking. "If you need help with anything, tell me. I do not want you to feel alone in this. I am sick of how your mom and your dad handle things. In fact, I can talk to some other cousins so they know what is really going on." I had no words to thank her. In a sea of hatred and manipulation, Juliet was the first ray of genuine support. After that call, she began to share my version of the events with other members of the family, which helped to soften the pressure a bit. Not everyone changed their mind, but some, like my Aunt Claire, began to question things. However, my parents did not give up. One night, Mila woke me up because someone was knocking on the door insistently. When we looked through the window, we saw my mom and Liam at the entrance. My mom was crying while Liam had an expression that oscillated between frustration and disdain. "Do not open the door," Mila told me, clearly upset by the situation. I nodded, but I could not help feeling tense while I listened to them shout from outside. "Emma, open the door, please. We only want to talk," pleaded my mom. Then, as was to be expected, she changed her tone. "Is this what you want to isolate yourself from your family, to destroy us?" Liam joined the show. "You are a coward, Emma. You cannot face us face to face." How pathetic. The mixture of rage and pain that I felt was almost unbearable, but I remained firm. I was not going to fall into their game. Mila called the police, and when they arrived, my parents tried to present themselves as the victims, saying that they only wanted to reconcile. Luckily, Mila had recorded part of what they said before the officers arrived, and that helped them to leave quickly. However, the incident left me trembling. After that night, I made a decision. I could not continue letting them harass me in that way. My lawyer helped me to initiate the process to obtain a restraining order against my parents and Liam. It was a difficult but necessary step. I could not continue living in fear that they would appear at any moment. The day of the hearing, my parents hired Liam and hired a lawyer who tried to paint a picture of me as an ungrateful daughter who was breaking the family. But I was prepared. I presented the text messages, the attempts to access my bank account, and the video of the night they appeared at Mila's house. The judge did not take long in granting me the restraining order. After the hearing, my mom tried to approach me one last time while I was leaving the court. Her face was full of tears, and she seemed genuinely devastated. "Emma, please, we are your family. You cannot do this." I looked at her feeling a mixture of sadness and liberation. You chose this when you decided not to respect me. I am no longer part of this. No more. After that hearing, I felt a strange mixture of emotions. On one hand, I was relieved. I had put a firm limit, something that I had never done before with my parents. On the other hand, I felt lost. Despite all the pain and manipulation, cutting ties with them was like tearing off a part of myself. They were my family, or at least they had been, and now I was completely alone in that aspect. But I did not have time to sink into those thoughts. There were practical things that I needed to resolve. With the help of Mila and the lawyer, I managed to find a small apartment on the outskirts of the campus. It was modest, barely enough for a bed and a desk, but it was mine, and that feeling of independence was incomparable. The first days in my new home were quiet, almost too quiet. Without the constant drama of my family, I was learning to live in peace with myself, although at times the silence was overwhelming. Meanwhile, the drama in my family did not stop. Through Juliet, I learned that my parents were telling increasingly crazy stories about me to the relatives. According to them, I was a professional manipulator who had used my money to destroy Liam. They also began to paint Liam as a victim of my supposed jealousy, saying that I had always had resentment towards him because he was more talented. The final blow came when Juliet called me one afternoon to tell me that my parents had resorted to a campaign in social media. They published a long post on Facebook telling their version of the story. The worst thing was not what they said, but that they tagged several of my friends and acquaintances in the post, trying to destroy my reputation. Beyond the family, Mila showed me the post that same night. It was a torrent of lies. They said that they had given me everything that I needed for my studies, that they had always supported me, and that I had betrayed them because I wanted to sink my brother out of jealousy. They even included old family photos to reinforce the narrative that we were a happy family and that I was the problem. "What are you thinking to do with this?" Mila asked me, visibly outraged. For a moment, I considered answering, defending myself publicly, but after thinking about it better, I decided that it was not worth it. I had already learned that you cannot win against people who are willing to lie and manipulate at that level. Instead of that, I contacted my lawyer again and asked for advice. He suggested sending a legal letter demanding that they withdraw the post and refrain from making more defamatory publications. If they did not, we could proceed with a lawsuit for defamation. While all this was happening, I realized something important. I was not alone. Juliet and Claire continued to be a constant support. To my surprise, some other cousins began to approach me after learning the truth. They sent me messages apologizing for having believed my parents' lies and offering their support. One of them, Noah, even told me that he had had similar problems with my parents in the past. "They have always been like that, Emma," he said in a message. "They manipulate everyone to get away with it, but you did the right thing. Never let them make you feel guilty for protecting yourself." Those words meant more than Noah could imagine. For the first time in weeks, I felt validated. Over time, I began to focus again on my life. I resumed my studies with more energy than ever, determined not to let everything that had happened divert me from my goals. I also found a part-time job in a bookstore near the campus. The job was relaxing and the coworkers were friendly. For the first time in a long time, I felt that I was building a life of my own away from the shadow of my family. The healing process was not easy. There were nights in which I felt alone, in which I missed the idea of having a family, even if they had never been what I needed. But every time those thoughts appeared, I reminded myself why I had made that decision. It was a matter of survival, of choosing my peace over the chaos. A few months later, I received news that left me speechless. Juliet called me to tell me that my parents were losing the house. According to her, they had refinanced the mortgage to cover some of Liam's debts, and now they could not pay the new terms. The idea of them facing the consequences of their decisions left me with mixed feelings. On one hand, I did not wish that they ended up on the street, but on the other, I knew that this was the result of years of prioritizing Liam and his whims above everything else. Liam, according to Juliet, was more lost than ever. His attempt to move to Chicago had failed almost immediately, and now he was living again with my parents without a job and without any concrete plan. "It is sad, but it is their fault," said Juliet. "They made Liam who he is, and now they have to deal with it." In my own world, things began to improve little by little. I managed to get an additional scholarship that covered part of my tuition expenses, which alleviated some of the financial pressure. I also began to build a small network of close friends, people who supported me for real and who had become my chosen family. I have not spoken with my parents or with Liam since the hearing. Sometimes I wonder if they will ever change. if they will ever understand the damage that they caused. But even if they do not, I have come to accept that I do not need their validation to have a full and happy life. Story 6. My parents kicked me out for being useless and not being able to help the family, but years later, I became the owner of the mansion that they always dreamed of having, and now they implore for my help. It all started when I was 14 years old in a forgotten town of Nebraska. Our home was on the outskirts of a small agricultural community where each dawn was accompanied by the buzzing of tractors and the crowing of roosters. My father, James, always repeated that life was hard and that there was no space for dreamers in our family. Here there is no place for weaklings, he said constantly. That phrase became his motto every time he saw me resting or reading a book. My mother, Olivia, was as strict as he, although in a different way. While my father struck with his words, my mother did it with her indifference. Since I was little, I felt that in our house affection and support were goods more scarce than money, and speaking of money, there was never much. My father worked as a mechanic in a workshop on the outskirts of town, and my mother took care of the house, although more out of obligation than out of vocation. I had two younger siblings, Lily and Caleb, who absorbed all the attention that my parents were capable of offering. Since I was little, I dreamed of getting out of that place. I did not want to follow in my father's footsteps or spend my life in a workshop or in the cornfields. School was my refuge and books were my escape, but my parents did not see things the same way. For them, studying beyond the basics was a waste. School is not going to feed you, Liam, my father told me every time he saw me engrossed in my homework. Everything changed the day after my 14th birthday. I had barely finished blowing out the candles of a cake that my younger sister had prepared when my father called me to the garage. He was sitting on a wooden bench with a can of beer in his hand, and that severe expression that was so familiar to him. Liam, it is time for you to start contributing something to this family, he said bluntly. I thought he was referring to helping more with the household chores, but what came next left me frozen. I already spoke with Mr. Thompson, the owner of the farm north of town. From tomorrow you will work for him. No more school, he sentenced. I felt as if the floor disappeared under my feet. I tried to protest, but my father raised a hand to silence me. I do not want excuses. School is not for you. It is time for you to learn what real life is like. That night, I barely slept. My mind was full of questions and fears. How was I going to endure working in the fields? What would happen with my dreams of going to college? But what hurt me the most was the feeling that my own parents did not believe in me. The next day, I went to Mr. Thompson's farm. He was a robust and blunt man with a voice as rough as his hands. He put me to work carrying sacks of fertilizer, something that for a skinny guy like me was almost impossible. I endured as much as I could, but after a few hours my body could not take it anymore. I collapsed in the middle of the field, unable to move. When I woke up, I was in a small makeshift infirmary inside the farm. Mr. Thompson was there next to a doctor who was checking my pressure. This kid cannot work here, said the doctor. Thompson, visibly upset, looked at me and added, you are a danger to yourself. I will talk to your father. That night upon returning home, I expected some understanding from my parents, but what I found was the opposite. My father was furious. You cannot even do a simple job, he shouted while throwing a tool against the wall. My mother, instead of defending me, added with disdain, you are a burden, Liam. We no longer know what to do with you. During the following weeks, my father tried to find me another job, but the news of my fainting on the farm had spread throughout the town. Nobody wanted to hire a weak boy who could not carry even a sack of fertilizer. The tension at home grew every day. My parents seemed annoyed with everything I did. If I broke a dish, it was a disaster. If I ate more than they considered necessary, I was a glutton. Even breathing too loud seemed to irritate them. Finally, the day came when my father made the decision that would change my life forever. Liam, we cannot continue carrying you, he said, while standing up from the dining room table. You have a week to find where to stay. Here there is no longer room for you. I could not believe what I was hearing. How could my own parents abandon me in that way? I tried to reason with them, but my mother simply stood up and left the room, leaving my father with the last word. It is for your own good, he said, although his tone did not have a shred of compassion. That night, I packed a few things in an old backpack. My sister Lily approached silently and hugged me. I will miss you, she whispered through tears. Caleb, on the other hand, hid behind the door, too scared to say something. With a broken heart, I left the house at dawn without knowing where to go. The only thing I knew was that I could not give up. When I left home, that morning the cold air of dawn hit me like a slap, reminding me that I did not have a plan, nor a destination, nor an idea of how to start again. The town was small, and every corner of its dirt streets seemed to look with the same indifference that my parents. I had heard stories of guys who went to seek their fortune in the city, but I did not have the courage to venture so far without resources or support. After walking aimlessly for hours, I remembered my grandfather Sebastian. He lived in a town about 2 hours by bus. I had visited him a couple of times when I was younger, but I had not had contact with him for years. My mother did not talk much about him except to complain that he was a stubborn old man who did not want to sell his property to move to a more comfortable place. I did not know if he would receive me, but he was my only option. With the little money that I had in my pocket, I bought a bus ticket and I began the trip. During the journey, my mind did not stop imagining the worst scenarios. What if he rejected me? What if he did not even remember who I was? But I also clung to a faint thread of hope. My grandfather had always been kind to me in the few times that we spoke. When I arrived at his house, an old wooden house surrounded by a fallow field, my heart beat strongly. I knocked on the door, and the sound of the steps that were approaching made me hold my breath. When the door opened, there he was with his disheveled white hair and his expression of surprise. "Matteo, what are you doing here?" he asked, scanning my face with his tired but kind eyes. I told him everything: how I had been kicked out of home, how my parents had treated me as a burden, and how I had no other place to go. While I spoke, my words broke into sobs, but he did not interrupt me. When I finished, he sighed deeply and put a hand on my shoulder. "Come on in. This is your house now," he said with a warmth that I had not felt in years. That night we had dinner together, something simple but comforting. For the first time in a long time, I did not feel judged or useless. My grandfather was not a man of many words, but each gesture of his spoke of care and understanding. He assigned me a small room at the end of the hallway with an old but comfortable bed and a window that overlooked the field. It was not much, but for me it was a palace compared to what I had left behind. The first days were difficult. My body was exhausted by the stress and the uncertainty, but my grandfather allowed me to take the necessary time to recover. He taught me to help in the small tasks of the house and the field, simple things like cleaning the chicken coop or fixing fences. Although the work was physical, he did it with patience and without criticism. Little by little, I gained confidence. One afternoon, while we were collecting firewood, my grandfather looked at me steadily and said, "Matteo, you are stronger than you think. What your parents did to you does not define who you are or what you can achieve, but it depends on you to decide what you will do with this opportunity." Those words were engraved in my mind. I decided that I was not going to let my parents' contempt dictate my future. I spoke with my grandfather about my desire to go back to school, and although at first he seemed worried about the expenses, he supported me completely. "We will see how we do it, but I assure you that you will study again," he promised. I managed to enroll in a high school in the neighboring town thanks to the fact that my grandfather knew the principal. Every day, I walked almost an hour to get to class, but I did not care. Each step was a reminder that I was fighting for something better. In the afternoons, I worked in a small cafeteria of the town, saving every penny I could. As the months passed, my relationship with my grandfather grew stronger. I discovered that he too had had a difficult childhood, and that he had built everything he had with effort and perseverance. His stories inspired me and gave me strength to continue. However, not everything was easy. There were days in which I felt overwhelmed by the tiredness or by the memories of my family. Sometimes I wondered if I had done something wrong to deserve their rejection, but every time those thoughts haunted me, I remembered my grandfather's words, and I focused on my goals. One day, while I was helping my grandfather organize some documents in the attic, I found something that would change everything: an envelope full of deeds and property titles. "What is this?" I asked, showing the papers. "They are the deeds of this house and of the family lands," he explained. "Your parents never wanted them because they did not see the value in them. But for me, this house is more than wood and brick. It is our history." I looked at the papers in amazement. I could not believe that this property that my parents had despised could be the key to a better future. "I want all this to be for you one day," said my grandfather with a smile, "but first you have to build your own path." That moment marked a before and after in my life. I knew that I was not only fighting for myself, but also for honoring my grandfather's legacy and proving that I could overcome any obstacle. With each passing day, my life in the house of grandfather Sebastian became more stable. Although the challenges were still there, I felt that I was beginning to find a purpose. My routine was exhausting. In the mornings, I went to school. In the afternoons, I worked in the cafeteria, and at night, I helped my grandfather with the small arrangements in the house, or we simply shared stories on the porch. There was something in those moments with him that gave me a sense of belonging that I had never felt with my parents. One of those days while I was working in the cafeteria, I met a woman who would change the course of my life. Her name was Aurora, a local writer who spent her afternoons writing in a corner of the place. One day, upon seeing me studying mathematics in my break, she approached and asked me about my goals. I felt a bit embarrassed at first, but I ended up telling her everything: how I had arrived there, what had happened with my parents, and my dream of going to college to become an engineer. "Engineer, huh? It sounds that you have big plans," she said with an encouraging smile. After that conversation, Aurora began to come more often, always asking about my progress. I did not know it at that moment, but she would be one of the key pieces for my success. Aurora was the one who told me about a scholarship program for low-income students interested in engineering. It was a competitive process, but she offered to help me prepare my application. For weeks after my shifts in the cafeteria, I sat with her to write essays, practice interviews, and review every detail of the requirements. Sometimes I felt overwhelmed by the work, but her constant support helped me to move forward. Meanwhile, my relationship with grandfather Sebastian continued to grow. I discovered that he too had had to fight against the prejudices of his own family when he decided to stay with the house and the lands instead of selling them. They did not understand that this is not just land, he told me one night while we were looking at the stars from the porch. This is a legacy, something that is built with effort and is passed on to the next generation. That idea stayed engraved in my mind. My grandfather was not only giving me a home, but also an example of resilience and perseverance. I promised myself that no matter what happens, I would not let his sacrifice be in vain. Finally, after months of preparation, the day came to send my application for the scholarship. I was so nervous that I barely could sleep the night before. My grandfather, always wise, reassured me, "Mateo, you already did everything you could. Now only remains to wait, and remember, the result does not define your value." Weeks passed before the answer arrived. One day, upon returning from school, I found an envelope on the dining room table. I recognized the logo of the scholarship program, and my heart began to beat like a drum. My grandfather was there, looking at me with a mixture of expectation and pride. I opened the envelope with trembling hands. Upon reading the first words, I could not contain the tears. "Congratulations, you have been selected." I ran to hug my grandfather, who squeezed me tightly and said, "I knew you would make it, son. I knew that you had everything necessary to get ahead." The scholarship covered almost all the college expenses, but I still needed to save for the transportation costs and materials. I decided to work extra hours in the cafeteria and sell some things that I no longer needed. Each small sacrifice brought me one step closer to my goal. However, while I was preparing to begin my new university life, destiny had a surprise reserved for me. One day, my grandfather called me to the attic to show me something. There, among boxes of memories and old tools, he took out a document that left me speechless. "A will, Mateo. I have decided to leave you everything I have," he said with a seriousness that left me without words. "I know that you will take care of this house and of this legacy better than anyone. Your parents never understood its value, but you do." I tried to protest, to tell him that it was not necessary, but he raised a hand to silence me. "This is not a gift, son. It is a responsibility. I want you to use this place to build something meaningful, something that can make a difference in your life and in that of others." That will was much more than a simple legal document. It was a symbol of trust, a reminder that someone believed in me enough to give me an opportunity that my own parents had denied me. With the beginning of the university just around the corner, my life seemed finally to be taking shape, but just when everything seemed to be going well, I received an unexpected call. It was my mother. At first, I thought that she wanted to talk to me for a genuine reason, but I soon realized that something was wrong. "Liam, we need to talk," she said with a forced tone. "It is about the house of grandfather Sebastian." I felt a mixture of confusion and rage. After all that they had done, now they wanted to talk about the house that they had despised for years. I decided not to respond immediately. I knew that this conversation would be a turning point, but I was not sure how to handle it. That night, while I was looking at the stars from the porch, I reflected on how far I had come. I had gone from being a boy rejected by his family to someone with a promising future and a home of his own, but I also knew that my story with my parents was not completely closed. My mother's call kept resonating in my mind. As much as I tried to ignore it, I knew that I would have to face it sooner or later. Almost 2 years had passed since my parents kicked me out of home, and during that time, they had never tried to contact me. Now suddenly they seemed interested in talking just when my grandfather's inheritance was at stake. The irony was unbearable. I decided not to respond immediately. I had too much to focus on. The university was about to begin, and between the last purchases for the semester and the extra shifts in the cafeteria, I barely had time to think about it. But one day, when I returned from class, I found my grandfather waiting for me on the porch with a serious face. "I received a visit this morning," he said while leaning on his cane. "Your parents came all the way here." The surprise left me without words. My parents had never shown interest in my life since they kicked me out, and much less in coming to the house of my grandfather, who they had always despised. "What did they want?" I asked, although I already had a pretty clear idea. "They wanted to know if the house would remain in the family," he responded calmly. I told them that yes, but that it was none of their business. I felt a mixture of rage and sadness. I knew that my parents had not changed, that their sudden interest in the property had nothing to do with me or with the grandfather, but with the value of the land and what they could obtain from it. However, I also felt a pang of fear. I feared that they could somehow manipulate the situation to snatch from me the only thing that I had built since they left me. "What are you going to do?" asked my grandfather, as if he was reading my thoughts. "I am going to face them," I responded. Although the idea terrified me, I had spent so much time trying to forget the pain that they caused me, and now I had to relive it all in a confrontation that I knew would be inevitable. I decided to call them that same night. I wanted to make it clear that although I owed them nothing, I was willing to listen to what they had to say. My mother answered on the first ring, as if she had been waiting for my call. "Mateo," she said with a false tone that barely disguised her nervousness. "I knew that you would call us. We know that we did not end things well, but we want to talk to you in person." "About what?" I asked, trying to keep calm. "About the house of grandfather," she responded quickly. "It is complicated, but we think that we should sit down and discuss it as a family." The word family fell on me like a blow. Family, after kicking me out on the street. Without a second thought, however, I agreed to meet with them, not because I wanted to fix things, but because I needed to make it clear to them that they had no power over me or over the house. We met in a cafe in the town. When I saw them enter, I felt a knot in my stomach. My mother wore her usual expression of superiority, while my father seemed less sure of himself, as if guilt was eating him from the inside. We sat in silence for a moment before my mother broke the ice. "Mateo, what happened before was not easy for any of us," she began, as if she was reading a rehearsed script. "We did what we thought was best for you at that moment." I could not help letting out a bitter laugh. What was best for me, kicking me out of home, was the best for me. Humiliating me and treating me as if I was worth nothing was also part of that plan. My father looked away, but my mother did not flinch. "We know that we made mistakes," she said, her voice loaded with a false humility, "but now we are here to try to make amends. We want you to work together to preserve the house of grandfather. It is part of the family after all." "Preserve the house," I repeated, incredulous. "You despised it for years. You did not even want to talk about grandfather, and now you come with this tale of the family. What is it that you really want?" My mother seemed surprised by my direct tone, but my father finally spoke. "Mateo, we know that grandfather left you the house, but you have no idea of what it costs to maintain a place like that. The repairs, the taxes, it is too much for a boy of your age. We think that it would be better to sell it and share the money among all. It would be only fair." There it was, the truth. They did not want the house. They wanted the money. For years they had treated me as a burden, and now that they saw an opportunity, they wanted to take advantage of me. "Just," I said with a calm that surprised myself. "Just after all that you did. This house is not yours. It is grandfather's, and he decided that I should take care of it. I am not planning to sell it, and much less to share the money with you." My mother pursed her lips, clearly frustrated by my response. "Mateo, do not be selfish," she said, trying to sound reasonable. "We are your family. We have always been family," I responded, standing up from the table. "Family does not abandon you when things get difficult. It does not kick you out on the street and then pretends that everything is okay when it suits them. You are not my family. Grandfather is my family, and he believed in me when you did not." I left before they could say anything else. My heart was racing, but I also felt a strange sensation of relief. For the first time, I had faced my parents, and I had shown them that they could no longer control me. That night, I told everything to grandfather. He listened in silence. When I finished, he simply nodded. "You did the right thing, son," he said with a smile. "That house is yours because you earned it, but remember, what matters is not what you have, but what you do with it." After that confrontation with my parents, I felt as if a huge burden had been lifted from my shoulders. I was no longer the boy who sought their approval or feared their rejection. Finally, I was in control of my life, but that did not mean that the road was easy. I still had much to prove both to myself and to grandfather Sebastian, who had placed his trust in me. The university began shortly after that conversation, and with it came the challenges of balancing my studies, my work in the cafeteria, and the responsibilities that implied maintaining my grandfather's house. Every time I returned to town on the weekends, I found new repairs to do. A broken window, the roof that needed to be reinforced, or the garden that had grown out of control, but I did not care. For me, that house was more than a building. It was a symbol of everything I had achieved and everything that I could still achieve. One day while I was studying in the university library, I received an unexpected call. It was Aurora, the writer who had helped me with the scholarship application. "Mateo, how is everything going?" she asked with her usual enthusiasm. After catching up, she mentioned something that sparked my interest. "I have been thinking about your plans for grandfather's house. Have you ever considered using it for something bigger, something that can benefit others, not just you?" This idea was lingering in my mind for days. The house was big enough to house something more than me and grandfather. What if I could turn it into a space to help other young people who, like me, had been rejected or did not have a safe home? Little by little, the plan began to take shape. In the following months, I dedicated myself to researching and planning. There were state support programs and organizations that offered subsidies for community projects. With the help of Aurora and some professors from the university, I wrote a proposal to turn the house of my grandfather into a support center for young people at risk. The project would include tutoring workshops on practical skills and a space where they could feel safe and supported. Grandfather Sebastian, although initially surprised by the idea, did not take long to support it with enthusiasm. "If this house can help more people, then I am more than proud of you doing it," he said one afternoon while we were sharing a cup of tea on the porch. Little by little, everything began to align. We got the approval of a subsidy that covered the necessary renovations, and with the help of community volunteers and university classmates, we began to transform the house. The days were long and exhausting, but each painted wall, each restored furniture was a reminder that I was building something meaningful. A year after having begun the renovations, the center finally opened its doors. We called it Sebastian House in honor of the man who had saved me when I needed it the most. The inauguration was an exciting event. People from all over the town attended to see how that old house that had been despised by my parents now shone like a beacon of hope for many. Among the crowd, I recognized a familiar face. My sister Lily was there, standing next to the fence with a mixture of shyness and admiration in her eyes. I had not seen her since I had been kicked out of home, but I knew that she had been facing her own hell in silence. I approached her, and before she could say anything, she hugged me tightly. "You did it," she said with tears in her eyes. "I always knew that you could do it." After that meeting, Lily and I began to rebuild our relationship. She told me that Caleb was also struggling to find his place in the world, but that our parents were still as cold and inflexible. Although I did not have an immediate solution for Caleb, I promised her that I would be there for him when the time came. The years passed, and Sebastian House grew more than I had imagined. It not only became a refuge for young people in need, but also a space where the community could gather and support each other. Every time I saw someone enter through the doors of the house, I remembered my own journey and how far I had come. My parents, on the other hand, never changed. Although they tried several times to contact me after the inauguration, their attempts were always wrapped in demands or expectations of benefit. Finally, I decided to cut all contact with them. I did not need their validation, and I knew that they would not contribute anything positive to my life. Today, while I write these words, I am sitting on the same porch where my grandfather and I used to talk about dreams and sacrifices. He is no longer with me, but his legacy lives in every corner of this house and in the lives that we have touched through Sebastian House. Caleb, now a young adult, finally managed to escape the influence of our parents and moved in with me 2 years ago. He is studying graphic design at the university, and every time I see him working on his projects, I feel a mixture of pride and gratitude. Lily also found her way and works as a teacher in a nearby school. What began as an act of rejection and desperation became a story of redemption and purpose. My grandfather always said that the strongest roots grow in the most difficult soils, and now I understand what he meant. My parents kicked me out for being useless, but that decision pushed me to discover my true value. Today I am surrounded by people who believe in me and in my capacity to make a difference, And although they will never admit it, I know that I am the living proof of their greatest mistake. Story 7. Coming home from work, I found my husband and 10-year-old daughter collapsed in the living room. At the hospital, the doctor said, "They are." The next day, a police officer appeared and said something terrifying. It was, "My name is Sarah Thompson, and I'm 38 years old. I live in a small town on the outskirts of Boston with my husband, Michael, and our 10-year-old daughter, Emily. During the week, I teach 4th grade at the local elementary school, and on weekends I cherish time with my family." I still vividly remember 15 years ago, when I was in college. A young man sat next to me in the library while I was studying. His name was Michael. We talked about literature and hit it off right away. After that, we went on many dates and got married after graduation. Michael got a job at a local construction company, and I fulfilled my dream of becoming a teacher. When Emily was born, it felt like our happiness had reached its peak. Lately, Michael's been coming home late more often, and I'm starting to worry, but he just says, "I'm busy with work." Emily seems lonely not seeing her father as much. Still, we're a happy family. On weekends, we have picnics in the park or watch movies together. But recently, I've started to feel that something's not quite right. Who could have imagined that an unexpected shadow was creeping into these peaceful days? On Friday afternoon, I was able to leave school earlier than usual. As I walked home, my steps felt lighter at the thought of having dinner together as a family, something we hadn't done in a while. When I arrived at the front door and unlocked it, an unnatural silence enveloped me. Usually, I'd hear the TV or Emily's laughter. "Michael? Emily?" I called out as I headed to the living room. What I saw there took my breath away. Michael and Emily were lying on the floor. "Michael! Emily!" I screamed as I rushed to them. Michael was breathing with difficulty, and Emily seemed to be having a seizure. I was on the verge of panic, but took a deep breath and told myself to stay calm. I immediately called 911 and requested an ambulance. Following the operator's instructions, I checked on them. Neither was conscious, but they were barely breathing. "It's okay, Emily. Daddy's okay too. Mommy's here." I held my daughter's hand and whispered with a shaky voice. A few minutes later, I heard sirens. The paramedics arrived and quickly loaded them onto stretchers. I was allowed to ride in the ambulance. When we arrived at the hospital, Michael and Emily were immediately taken into the treatment room. I waited in the waiting room, feeling overwhelmed by anxiety and fear. Why did this happen to them? If only I had come home earlier. Such thoughts raced through my mind. After about an hour, a doctor finally appeared. "Mrs. Thompson?" "Yes, that's me." "How are they?" I stood up desperately, trying to read the doctor's expression. "They're both out of immediate danger." However, the doctor paused for a moment and looked straight into my eyes. "They're showing symptoms of acute poisoning." "Did they eat or drink anything unusual?" "Poisoning? No, that's impossible." I was confused and at a loss for words. When I said goodbye to them this morning, everything seemed fine. "Mrs. Thompson, we've also contacted the police." Sometimes symptoms like these. As the doctor's words trailed off, a terrible thought crossed my mind. Could someone have intentionally? No, that's impossible. I couldn't help but cry out. The doctor looked at me sympathetically and said quietly, "Please talk to the police when they arrive. We'll do our best to treat them." With that, the doctor left. I collapsed into a chair and covered my face with my hands. I couldn't understand what was happening. I desperately tried to recall the events of the morning. Michael left for work early. I saw Emily off to school, and then I went to work. It should have been a normal morning, but why were they showing symptoms of poisoning? And the police? My heart felt like it was being crushed by anxiety and fear, but I had to be strong for Michael and Emily. I took a deep breath and tried to regain my composure bit by bit. Tomorrow will surely be tough, but for the sake of my family, I'll overcome anything. After spending the night at the hospital, I was finally able to return home as the sun was rising. Michael and Emily's conditions were stable, but they still hadn't regained consciousness. As I opened the front door with my exhausted body, 2 police officers were standing there. "Are you Mrs. Sarah Thompson?" the tall male officer asked. "Yes, I am," I answered, confused. "We'd like to ask you a few questions about yesterday's incident," the female officer said. I invited them into the house. As we sat in the living room, the male officer began to speak. "Could you tell us in detail about yesterday's events?" I explained as accurately as possible everything from yesterday morning until I returned home. The officers listened intently, occasionally taking notes. Mrs. Thompson, have you had any disputes with your husband or daughter? The female officer suddenly asked. Huh? No, nothing like that, I answered, surprised. You see, the symptoms of your husband and daughter suggest the possibility of intentional poisoning, the male officer said quietly. At those words, my heart began to race. Are you suspecting me? The officers looked at each other, and the male officer carefully chose his words. At this point, we can't rule out any possibilities. We ask for your cooperation. After that, they began to search the house. I watched their movements in a daze. Suddenly, the female officer in the kitchen called out, "There's a suspicious container here." What she held in her hand was a small bottle I didn't recognize. The label read pesticide. I don't know about this. It's not mine. I desperately pleaded. The officers seized the bottle as evidence and took my fingerprints. We'll need you to wait at the station until we get the results of the comparison. Feeling dejected, I was taken to the police station. As I spent a long time in the interrogation room, various thoughts crossed my mind. Why is this happening? There's no way I would hurt my family. But that bottle, and Michael's recent behavior. The interrogator came in and sat down with a stern expression. Mrs. Thompson, your fingerprints were found on the bottle. At those words, I felt my world crumbling. That's impossible. I didn't touch it. Then why were your fingerprints on it? The interrogator's eyes pierced through me. I don't know. I really don't know, I answered, fighting back tears. The questioning continued, but all I could do was plead my innocence. Just as fatigue and confusion were making my head fuzzy, the interrogator left the room for a moment. Alone in the room, I thought deeply. The only way out of this situation is to uncover the truth myself. But how? At that moment, a possibility crossed my mind. Could it be? Just as I had that thought, the interrogator came back into the room. Mrs. Thompson, your bail has been granted. However, as the investigation is ongoing, please don't leave town for the time being. I left the station with mixed feelings. I must take action to uncover the truth and protect my family. As I left the police station, I was organizing my next steps in my head. To reveal the truth, I had to find evidence with my own hands. Just as I made that decision, my cell phone rang. Looking at the screen, I saw it was from my sister, Lisa. Sarah, I heard what happened. I'm on my way there now. Lisa's voice was filled with worry. Our relationship as sisters was complicated, and we hadn't been in touch much for the past few years. Memories of past conflicts resurfaced. 10 years ago, when our parents' company was on the brink of bankruptcy, Lisa embezzled company funds for her own future. I tried to stop her, but Lisa wouldn't listen. In the end, the company went bankrupt, and our parents lost everything. Since then, our relationship had remained strained. Lisa, you don't need to come. I can handle this on my own. No, Sarah, you can't do this alone. There must be something I can do. Lisa's strong tone made me lose the will to argue. All right, but I'm going to the hospital first. At the hospital, the doctor informed me that there was no significant change in Michael and Emily's conditions. As I looked at their faces in the hospital room, I couldn't stop my tears. I vowed in my heart to prove my innocence and get my family back. As I left the hospital, Lisa was waiting. Sarah, is what the police are saying true? I took a deep breath and answered, no, I would never hurt my family. Lisa nodded silently. I understand. Let's think about what we can do together. We went into a nearby cafe and started to sort out the situation. First, we needed to find out where the pesticide bottle came from. Sarah, try to remember all your actions. Is there anything you might have overlooked? Lisa asked with a serious look. I desperately traced my memories. Then I suddenly realized. Come to think of it, I went to the home improvement store last Saturday, but I didn't buy any pesticide. Lisa's eyes lit up. That's it. Maybe someone impersonated you to make the purchase. I found hope in that possibility. We immediately headed to the home improvement store. We explained the situation to the store manager and negotiated to see the surveillance camera footage. The store manager, who was initially reluctant, agreed to cooperate after seeing our desperate situation. As we checked the security camera footage, a surprising scene caught our eyes. The screen showed a woman who indeed looked very similar to me. But looking closely, the details were different. The person stopped in front of the pesticide shelf and picked up a bottle. This is it. I couldn't help but exclaim. But this person isn't me. Lisa was also staring intently at the screen. Wait, this person. We looked at each other. The person looked exactly like our cousin Jenny. Could it be Jenny? I looked at Lisa in disbelief. But why would Jenny? Lisa also looked confused. We rushed to the police station and presented this new evidence. The police started a reinvestigation and began to confirm Jenny's identity and whereabouts. A few days later, we received a call from the police. They said Jenny had been arrested. The interrogation revealed shocking facts. Jenny had apparently been jealous of my life for years. A happy family, a stable job, and above all, the trust of our parents. Jenny had plotted to take all of that away. Why would Jenny go that far? I listened to the police officer's explanation while crying. However, mysteries still remain. How did Jenny enter the house and mix in the pesticide? And why were only Michael and Emily affected? The path to the truth is not over yet, but with this glimmer of hope, strength welled up in my heart. I must continue to fight to protect my family and reveal the truth. Lisa put her hand on my shoulder. Sarah, let's get through this together. I won't leave you alone again. My sister's words filled me with warmth. It's time to overcome our past conflicts and join forces as sisters. The journey to uncover the truth continues, but I'm not alone anymore. With the bond of family and a new bond with my sister, I continue to move forward. As the police investigation progressed, Lisa and I continued to pursue the truth on our own. Even after Jenny's arrest, there were still many points that didn't make sense. One day, I noticed something odd about Lisa's behavior. Her voice trembled when we talked on the phone, and she avoided eye contact. It was clear she was hiding something. Lisa, you know something, don't you? I looked at my sister with a serious gaze. After a long silence, Lisa finally spoke. Sarah, I'm so sorry. And then a shocking truth was revealed. Jenny's plan was actually devised by Lisa. But why? I asked in disbelief. Lisa began to explain through tears. She had been jealous of my life for years. The trust from our parents, a stable job, a happy family. Lisa had plotted to take it all away. But in the very end, I lost my courage, so I asked Jenny to do it. I was at a loss for words. My heart, which had believed in the bond between sisters, was shattered into pieces. But an even more shocking fact awaited. Michael's affair and his conspiracy in this plan were revealed. Lisa continued. Michael was just an affair partner at first, but he also wanted to hurt you. In my mind, all the recent events started to connect rapidly. Michael's late returns, his cold attitude, everything started to make sense. Emily? I asked with a trembling voice. We didn't intend to involve Emily, but Michael. Lisa's voice trailed off. My body shook with anger and sadness, but now is not the time to be swept away by emotions. I must act calmly for Emily's sake and for my own. Lisa, you're going to tell the police everything, right? I said quietly but firmly. Lisa nodded. Yes, I'll tell them everything, and I'll accept my punishment. We headed to the police station. Lisa's testimony revealed the full extent of the incident. Michael and Jenny were rearrested and subjected to questioning. However, this wasn't the end of everything. I still had something I needed to do. I returned to the hospital and sat beside Emily, who had regained consciousness. Emily, Mommy's here. Everything's going to be all right now. While holding my daughter's small hand, I made a firm decision. We would overcome this experience and start a new life. A few weeks later, the trial began. I stood on the witness stand and told the whole truth. Lisa, Michael, Jenny, their actions were unforgivable, but I didn't harbor any feelings of revenge. Instead, I said to the judge, please give them appropriate punishment. However, Emily and I will begin a new life. We want to live looking forward without being trapped by the past. After the trial, Emily and I decided to start a new life in a different town. Lisa is serving her time in prison. Sometimes I receive letters from her. Sarah, I'm truly sorry. I finally understand your strength and kindness. I smiled as I read that letter. I believe people can change. Emily is regaining her strength day by day. Every time I see her smile, I make a vow. No matter what difficulties may await us, we can overcome them. As we ate dinner together in our new home, just Emily and me, I thought to myself, this is our new beginning, and this beginning is full of hope. A year has passed since the trial, and Emily and I have gotten used to our new life. We're living in a quiet suburban house, helping each other through each day. One day, I received a request from Lisa for a visit. I was hesitant, but with Emily's encouragement, I decided to go to the prison. Sarah, thank you for coming to see me, Lisa said with tears in her eyes. Emily said she wanted to see her aunt. I answered quietly. Lisa took a deep breath and began to speak. For the past year, I've been reflecting every day. When I think about the pain I caused you and Emily, my heart feels like it's going to break. I listened silently. Lisa continued, I'm not asking for forgiveness, but after I'm released, I want to make amends to you both. Those words spread warmth in my heart. Lisa, we're sisters. It might take time, but I believe we can walk together again. A look of relief appeared on Lisa's face. Sarah, thank you. After the visit, on my way home, I thought to myself, family bonds can sometimes be hurt and almost broken, but the power to repair them also lies within the family. A few months later, I received a letter from Michael. Sarah, Emily, I'm truly sorry. I deeply realize my own foolishness and weakness. Emily, Daddy can't come back, but I'll always love you. Emily cried as she read the letter. I hugged my daughter and said, Emily, Daddy made mistakes, but his love for you is real. Let's keep moving forward together. Emily nodded through her tears. At that moment, I felt the bond between us, mother and daughter, grow even stronger. Over the next few years, our lives gradually but steadily moved in a positive direction. Emily made new friends at school, and I started getting involved in the local community. After her release, Lisa moved close to us. At first, we were both hesitant, but gradually we began to rebuild our relationship as sisters. One weekend, the three of us went on a picnic. Under the blue sky, on the green grass, Emily was running around happily. Sarah, I never thought a day like this would come, Lisa said softly. Yes, but this is our new beginning, I answered with a smile. At that moment, Emily came running with a bouquet of flowers in her hand. Mom, Aunt, these are for you. Lisa and I accepted the flowers from Emily. At that instant, I strongly felt the love flowing between the three of us. Hey Lisa, I said to my sister, let's keep walking this path together. Lisa nodded with tears in her eyes. Yes, together, as a family. That evening when we got home, Emily picked up her father's photo for the first time in a long while. Mom, have you forgiven Dad? I thought deeply. It might be difficult to forgive completely, but we shouldn't forget the good things about Dad either. Everyone makes mistakes. What's important is how we live afterwards. Emily nodded quietly. I want to be strong like you, Mom. Those words brought tears to my eyes. Emily, you're already strong enough. Let's keep getting stronger together. We hugged, enveloped in warm feelings. A new morning came. The sunlight streaming through the window seemed to herald the beginning of our new life. Overcoming the pain of the past, reaffirming family bonds, and starting to walk towards a new future. I took a deep breath and whispered to myself, well, it's the start of a new day. May today be another happy day. Then I headed upstairs to wake Emily. Our new story has just begun. I'm truly looking forward to seeing what wonderful chapters await us. Story 8. My ex-wife left me for her perfect new husband, but now she is homeless and begging me for help after I bought the mansion where she lived. Okay, here is everything. It all started 2 years ago when my ex-wife of 34 years old decided that our marriage no longer served her. I, a man of 36, was completely in love with her and never saw what happened coming. We had been married for 4 years or so, I thought. Happy sure we had our differences like any couple, but I never thought that she was capable of what she did. One day she arrived home after work with a smile that made me feel that something was wrong. She looked me directly in the eyes and told me that she had been seeing someone else, that our marriage no longer made her happy, and that she needed something more. That something more turned out to be her boss, a guy with a lot of money. Let's say that he has his own technology company and earns in 1 month what I earned in 2 years. At that moment, my world collapsed. I work as a freelance graphic designer, and although I do not earn a fortune, I always thought that what we had was enough. We lived in a modest house on the outskirts of Austin, Texas, and although we were not rich, we did not lack anything, but apparently that was not enough for her. Her boss had been spoiling her with expensive gifts, luxury trips, and promises of a better future. That night she told me that she wanted a divorce, and that she had already talked to a lawyer. She had everything planned, she had already packed her things, and by dawn she had left the house. She did not even give me time to assimilate it. What hurt me the most was not that she left me, but how she did it without caring about the damage that she would cause. During the divorce process, she did not fight for anything. She left me the house, the car, and even the custody of our dog, something that left me confused because she adored him. Later, I found out that her new boyfriend, the boss, had already bought her a condominium in the center of Dallas. She did not need anything of what we had together because, in her words, my life with him is much better than it could be with you. Those words still haunt me. At first, I was consumed by sadness. My self-esteem was on the floor, and I spent my days wondering what I had done wrong, but little by little, I began to rebuild myself. I dedicated myself more to my work. I resumed contact with friends that I had neglected during the marriage, and I began to focus on my physical and mental health. Therapy also helped me a lot. Months passed, and although the pain was still there, I learned to live with it. Meanwhile, my ex was living her perfect life with her new boyfriend. I saw her on social media posing in front of luxury cars, enjoying dinners in expensive restaurants, and traveling to places that I did not even know existed. I could not avoid feeling envy and rage, but I tried to ignore it until something unexpected happened. My great-uncle, a man that I barely knew, passed away suddenly and left me as his only heir. The reason: he had no children or wife, and according to his lawyer, I was the only family member with whom he had ever maintained contact. He left me an inheritance that literally changed my life overnight: a considerable fortune and several properties, including a mansion in Dallas. At first, I could not believe it. I thought it was a joke or some mistake, but it was not. With that inheritance, I decided to make some important changes in my life. I sold the house where I lived, and I began to invest part of the money in real estate. My lawyer suggested that I buy properties that had potential for appreciation, and so I did. By pure chance, one of the properties that came on the market was the same condominium where my ex and her boyfriend lived. It was a luxury complex, and although at first I was not sure of buying it, my lawyer insisted that it was a good investment, and so I did without thinking about the personal implications. What I did not know at that moment was that my purchase would completely change the dynamics between my ex and her boyfriend. It turns out that he was going through serious financial problems. Although he kept earning a lot of money, he was full of debts and loans that he had assumed, thinking that his investments would pay for themselves, and while things were not going as he expected. When I became the owner of the condominium where they lived, I had no idea that I was about to unleash a chaos in her perfect life. My plan was simple: to sell the property as soon as possible, because although it was an incredible place, it was too far from what I really needed. One day, while I was reviewing papers with my real estate agent, I came across an email from the current tenants, that is my ex-wife and her boyfriend. The email basically asked for an extension of the lease because they were in the middle of a transition and could not move at that moment. Obviously, I did not respond immediately because I wanted to think well about my decision. It was then when I realized that although my ex had run to the arms of her perfect rich man, now they were facing a situation that seemed to crumble quickly. I decided not to renew the contract. It was not for revenge, at least not entirely. I was simply following my plan to sell the property. Of course, I cannot deny that there was a small satisfaction in knowing that this decision would complicate things for them. The following weeks were interesting, to say the least. My ex started contacting me. First, they were brief messages like, "I hope that we can talk soon," or "I need to discuss something important with you." I ignored them. I had no interest in talking with her. Then the messages became more insistent. "Please, I need your help. It is an emergency." At this point, I had no idea what kind of emergency she could be facing, but my curiosity won, and I finally agreed to listen to what she had to say. When the day of the meeting arrived, she appeared at my door, but she was not the woman that I remembered. Her haughty attitude, the confident smile, all that had disappeared. In her place was someone nervous with swollen eyes, as if she had cried for hours. She dressed simply, very different from the expensive clothes that she used to wear when she was with him. "What do you need?" I asked her, keeping my tone as neutral as possible. "I need you," she told me suddenly, as if those words were going to fix everything. I admit that I was stunned. How could she even think that those words would work after all that she had done? But before I could respond, she began to cry and told me the whole story. It turns out that her boyfriend had left her. Apparently, when he knew that they could not continue living in the luxury condominium, because I had decided to sell it, things between them became very tense. He could no longer maintain the lifestyle that he had promised her, and that unleashed a series of fights. Eventually, he decided that it was better to leave her because, in his words, she was no longer profitable. Can you believe it? The same guy for whom she left me had now discarded her, as if she were just another object. As if that were not enough, my ex had nowhere to live. After he left her, she tried to seek support from friends and family, but as almost everyone knew how she had treated me during the divorce, nobody was willing to help her. She was completely alone, without savings, without a job, and without a place to stay. That is why she had come to look for me. You have no idea how much I regret it, she said through tears. It was the worst mistake of my life. I listened to her in silence. I did not want to interrupt her because in a certain way I wanted to see how far she would go to try to convince me. After a few minutes, she calmed down enough to make me her proposal. She wanted me to allow her to stay with me temporarily until she could get back on her feet again. To be honest, I did not know what to tell her. On one hand, I could not forget how she had treated me, how she had left without looking back. On the other hand, I could not deny that seeing her in that state affected me a little. In the end, I simply told her that it was not possible. She tried to insist, but I remained firm. I knew that if I gave in, I would end up getting into a much bigger problem. After I told her no, her attitude changed. She went from being sad and regretful to being angry and resentful. She accused me of being petty, of not having compassion, of enjoying her suffering. I limited myself to telling her that she should seek help elsewhere because I was not responsible for what was happening to her. When she finally left, I felt relieved, but also a little disturbed. There was something in all this that did not quite fit. Something told me that it would not be the last time that I would see her. I knew that the drama had not ended, and I was right. My ex was not going to give up so easily. During the following weeks, I received an avalanche of text messages and missed calls. Some were apologies and pleas for me to help her, while others were accusations and attacks. Apparently, she was completely desperate, and when someone is in that state, they can do anything. One morning while I was checking my email, I found a message from a lawyer. At first, I thought it was something related to the sale of the properties, but it turned out to be something completely different. My ex had filed a request in the court to obtain compensation for emotional abandonment. I did not know that something like that existed, but apparently her argument was that I had left her in a vulnerable situation by not allowing her to stay in the condominium. In short, she was trying to blame me for her current situation. Honestly, I laughed when I read the email. How could she even think that this would work? There was no legal basis for what she was claiming, and any decent lawyer would have told her that. But I suppose that she was so desperate that she found someone willing to try it. Still, I called my lawyer to make sure that this did not become a bigger problem than it seemed. It is a case without feet or head, my lawyer told me. It has no legal basis. It is more an attempt to intimidate you than something real. With that, I was reassured, but at the same time it annoyed me that she was willing to go to that level to try to get away with it. Although I knew that she did not have a case, I decided not to ignore it. My lawyer presented a forceful response, basically closing any possibility that her claim would advance. The court dismissed the case in a matter of days. What came next was even more surprising. A mutual friend contacted me to warn me that my ex was talking about me behind my back, trying to recruit people to convince her millionaire ex-husband, that is me, to help her. According to this friend, her story was that I was punishing her for having moved on with her life, and that I was using my money to make her life impossible. Apparently, this was her last strategy to try to pressure me. The icing on the cake came a few weeks later when she appeared in my office without prior notice. Yes, she literally showed up at my workplace. She was more dressed up than the last time I saw her, but still I could notice that she was on the verge of collapse. The first thing she told me was I did not come here to argue, but from her tone, I already knew that a confrontation was coming. I want you to listen to me, she began, crossing her arms. All this does not have to be like this. We can work together for the good of both. I was so disconcerted that I did not know what to say. She continued explaining to me how now she had learned an important lesson of humility, and that if I gave her another opportunity, she would be willing to prove that she could change. At that moment, I did not know whether to laugh or feel sorry for her. The only thing I responded was, another opportunity for what? For us, I know that I hurt you, but we both know that we always had something special. Maybe this is a sign that we should try again. Yes, friends, she had the audacity to suggest that we get back together. I could not believe what I was listening to. Did she really think that after everything that had happened I would simply accept her back, that I would ignore how she destroyed me emotionally to pursue a dream of wealth and status that clearly did not turn out as she expected? I made it clear that it was not going to happen. The time in which you could have asked me for something has already passed, I told her, trying to keep calm. You left me because you thought that he was better than me, and now that you see that he is not, you want to come back. It does not work like that. For a moment I thought that she was going to explode, but instead she broke. The tears began to run down her face, and she told me her situation in more detail. After her boyfriend left her, she had tried to find work, but as she had resigned from her previous job to be with him, her resume was empty. Her luxurious lifestyle had also meant that she had no savings. Now she lived temporarily on a friend's sofa, who would soon ask her to leave. Basically, she was about to be on the street. "I have no one else," she said through sobs. "You are the only person I have left." I stayed looking at her, feeling a mixture of compassion and rage. Yes, it was sad to see her like that, but it was also the direct result of her decisions. It was not my responsibility to fix the problems that she herself had created. "I cannot help you," I said finally. "I wish you the best, but this is not my responsibility." She tried to protest, but I remained firm. Finally, she realized that I was not going to give in, and she left, closing the door with a slam. Although I felt a little guilty, I knew that I had made the right decision. Helping her was not going to solve anything, and would probably only bring me more problems. That night, I reflected on everything that had happened since our divorce. It had been a journey full of ups and downs, but for the first time in a long time, I felt that I was in control of my life. I did not know what she would do after, but one thing was sure: my past no longer had power over me. A few days passed after her dramatic visit to my office, and I thought that that would be the last thing that I would know about her. I was wrong. What happened after showed me that my ex was willing to do anything to try to get back into my life. One night, I was having dinner quietly at home when my phone started ringing nonstop. It was a mutual friend. Upon answering, his voice was loaded with worry. "Have you seen what your ex posted on social media?" he asked me. "No." Why? I responded, somewhat disconcerted. "It is complicated. I think that you should see it yourself." I opened my phone and went directly to her profiles. There it was, a long message full of digital tears in which she detailed how her cruel ex-husband had become a millionaire and had left her in misery, refusing to help her in her moment of need. She also included a photo of our dog, as if that were going to add sympathy. The text was full of blatant lies, like that I had refused to give her shared custody of our dog, and that I had used my money to humiliate her publicly. To top it off, she insinuated that I was the real culprit of her current situation because I had not invested in her potential during our marriage. I was dumbfounded. It was as if I was seeing someone completely different from the one I knew years ago. How could she invent something so absurd and publish it for everyone to see? It did not take me long to realize what was happening. It was a desperate move to gain sympathy, maybe even to pressure me publicly and get something from me. But this time I was not going to sit idly by. I called my lawyer and showed him the publications. After a brief conversation, we decided to send her a formal letter demanding that she delete the publications and stop defaming me. The letter also indicated that if she did not comply, we could proceed legally for defamation. I do not like to involve lawyers in personal matters, but I felt that it was necessary to set a limit. If I had learned something in those months, it was that allowing her to invade my life again only gave her more power. In the following hours, I saw how the publications slowly disappeared from her social media. There was no apology nor explanation, just a silence that felt like a small victory. However, I knew that this was not the end. With someone as unpredictable as her, there is always a next move. A week later, the unexpected happened. My lawyer called me again, this time with news that I could not believe. My ex had decided to stop fighting. She had signed a document renouncing any type of claim against me. Not only that, she was also closing all the legal doors that could allow her to interfere in my life. According to my lawyer, this type of action was rare, especially considering her recent behavior. "I do not understand," I said, still incredulous. "What made her change her mind? Maybe she finally understood that she was not going to get anything from you," responded my lawyer, "or maybe she simply found another target." Upon hanging up, I stayed thinking about those words. Had this saga really ended? It was difficult to believe, but it seemed that at least for now I was free from her constant manipulation and drama. A few weeks later, I found out something that finished putting everything into perspective. One of our mutual friends told me that my ex was pregnant. Yes, pregnant, and not of her rich boyfriend. Apparently, she had been dating a third man, someone who, according to our friend, had neither a stable job nor significant income. I was stunned. It was as if she was trapped in a self-destructive cycle from which she could not escape. Deep down, I felt some pity for her, but at the same time I reaffirmed in my decision to keep her out of my life. The curious thing is that in the midst of all this drama, my life had never been better. The inheritance allowed me not only to secure my future, but also to invest in projects that I was really passionate about. I began to support local charities, and I got involved in causes that had always mattered to me, but that I could never prioritize due to lack of resource. My professional life also took off. My work as a freelance graphic designer gave me the freedom to work from wherever I wanted, So I moved to a new house away from the chaos that had surrounded me for so long. Despite everything that my ex had tried, I could not help feeling that I had won. I had recovered my peace, my stability, and most importantly, my self-esteem. Seeing how she continued falling into the same patterns only reinforced my conviction that letting her go had been the best thing I could have done. I thought that I had finally reached the end of the road, but as I would soon learn with someone like my ex, you can never take the drama for granted. Just when I thought that the chapter of my ex had been closed forever, the last twist came in this story. If I believed that I had reached absolute peace, I was about to receive a lesson on how the past can resurface when you least expect it. It all started the Saturday morning. I was preparing coffee while my dog enjoyed the sun in the backyard when someone knocked on the door. I looked through the window, and I saw a woman standing there with a figure that I recognized instantly. It was my ex. My heart skipped a beat, but this time it was not of nervousness or mito, but of pure incredulity. What the hell was she doing at my house again? I opened the door just enough to show my face. "What do you want?" I asked, trying to keep my tone neutral. "Please, I need to talk to you," she responded. Her voice was different this time, more serious, less desperate. I observed her for a moment. She was not wearing makeup. She was dressed in simple clothes. Although she seemed tired, she did not show the dramatics of her previous visits. A small part of me wanted to listen to her, if not for another reason than to know what she was plotting now against me. Against my better judgment, I let her in. We sat on the sofa, and she began to talk. There were no detours this time. She explained to me that she was pregnant, and that although she knew that the baby was not mine, she was completely alone. Her third boyfriend, yes, was already aware of her new adventure, had abandoned her upon learning of the pregnancy. Her economic situation was worse than ever, and she did not know what to do. "What do you expect me to do?" I asked her, genuinely curious. She had rejected helping her before, and I had no intention of changing my posture. "I want you to help me start again," she said with a tone so serious that it almost seemed sincere. "I know that I do not deserve anything from you, but I have no one else." I sighed deeply. I could feel her desperation, but I also knew that any attempt to help her would probably end badly. "Why do not you seek support in some program or institution? There are resources for people in your situation." "I already tried, but it is not enough," she responded. "I am not asking for money, just guidance. I need to know how to start again. You managed to rebuild your life after all that happened. I do not know how to do it." That confession took me by surprise. I did not expect her to admit her failures so openly, and even less that she would recognize what I had done. But at the same time, I knew that my role in her life was over. Helping her, even if it was only with advice, ran the risk of getting entangled again in her chaos. "Listen," I told her, choosing my words carefully. "I cannot be that person for you. Not out of resentment, but because I do not think it is what you need. You have to learn to depend on yourself. No one else can fix this for you." There was a long silence. For a moment, I thought that she was going to explode, to scream at me as she had done before, but instead she nodded slowly, as if she was finally accepting reality. "I understand," she murmured. "Thank you for listening," and with that she stood up and left. There were no screams, nor tears, nor more pleas. She simply went out the door, and for the first time since all this began, I felt that maybe, just maybe, it had really ended. In the following months, I learned through mutual friends that she had found a help program for single mothers and was beginning to rebuild her life, although in a very modest way. She stayed away from me and did not contact me again, which gave me a peace that I had not felt in years. Meanwhile, I concentrated on my own life. I finished selling some of the properties that I had inherited, reinvested part of the money, and I began a small business that I had always dreamed of opening. For the first time, I felt really free. What I learned from this whole experience is that sometimes people get into problems that only they themselves can solve. Helping them is not always the solution, especially when their pattern is to repeat the same mistakes over and over again. In the end, the best you can do is to set clear limits and protect your own peace. As for my ex, I sincerely hope that she finds her way. I do not wish her bad, but I also do not want to see her again. I have closed that chapter of my life, and this time there is no turning back. Now I am focused on my future, a future that I can finally say is mine and nobody else's. Story 9. My cousin wanted to steal my car 5 years ago and never return the money. Now at my birthday party, my aunt brought her and wanted to force me to forgive her. Hello Reddit. I am Olivia, 28 female, and I think that I need to vent with this story because it has been swirling around in my mind for days. It has to do with my cousin Chloe, 26 female, and the disaster that she caused in my life years ago. I have never been a person who holds grudges, but after what happened I decided that Chloe would not be in my life. However, recently during my birthday party my aunt, her mom, decided to completely ignore my feelings and bring her to me as a surprise. Obviously, it did not go well. Let me give you some context before getting into the details of that night. I grew up in a suburb near Seattle. My cousin Chloe and I used to be quite close when we were children, but everything changed when we started to grow up. She always had an attitude of I deserve everything, something that her mom constantly fueled. I, on the other hand, worked hard for everything I had, and although I did not mind sharing with her when we were younger, there came a point at which I started to notice how she was taking advantage of me. The incident that broke our relationship occurred 5 years ago. I had just bought my first car, a 2015 Toyota Corolla. I had worked for years as a waitress while studying at the university to save the necessary money. When I finally had the keys in my hand, I felt that I was achieving something important. Chloe, for her part, had not done much with her life. She had jumped from one job to another, and according to my aunt, she was not finding her passion. One night, Chloe called me desperately. She told me that her car had failed and that she needed to use mine for a couple of days while she fixed it. She told me that she would return it in perfect condition and even offered to pay me a little for the inconveniences. As I had always had a soft heart, I agreed, but not without warning her that it was very important to me that she needed to take care of it. Those a couple of days turned into weeks. Chloe did not respond to my messages, nor to my calls. When I finally managed to contact her, she came out with that she was too busy to return it, and that she did not understand why I was making so much drama for a car. I was already furious, but I decided not to argue, and I went directly to look for my car. When I found it, I almost had a heart attack. The car was dirty with a couple of dents on the side, and the worst, it had a parking ticket stuck on the windshield. Chloe simply shrugged her shoulders and told me that it was how things are. I tried to keep calm and asked her to pay the ticket and the damages. She promised to do it, but she never did. My aunt, upon finding out, called me to tell me that I was being too hard on Chloe, that I should understand that she was going through a difficult time. That was the breaking point for me. I decided to completely cut contact with Chloe and, by the way, limit my relationship with her mom. My parents tried to mediate, but I was firm. I did not want more dramas in my life, especially if they involved someone who clearly did not respect my things nor my effort. Let's move forward 5 years. Life has treated me well. I have a good job, an incredible group of friends, and although it took me time, I finally learned not to feel guilty for putting limits. My 20th birthday was just around the corner, and I decided to have a small party in my house in Portland. I only wanted to be surrounded by people who made me happy, so I invited my closest friends, my parents, and a couple of relatives with whom I do have a good relationship. Everything seemed perfect, or so I thought. My aunt called a few days before the party to ask if she could bring something. I thought that it would be a dessert or some drink, so I told her yes, that she should bring whatever she wanted. Never in a million years I imagined that what she planned to bring was Chloe. The night of the party arrived, and everything was going wonderfully. My house was decorated with lights and garlands, there was background music, and the guests seemed to be having a great time. I had prepared a simple but delicious buffet with tacos and margaritas, and the whole atmosphere had that relaxed vibe that I had imagined. For me, it was perfect until the doorbell rang. I opened the door with a big smile, expecting to see another friend or dear relative. In its place, there was my aunt with Chloe standing right behind her. It was as if time had stopped for a moment. Chloe looked nervous but tried to hide it with a forced smile. My aunt, on the other hand, had that look of I am doing you a favor that irritated me so much. Olivia, said my aunt, extending her arms to give me a hug, as if nothing. Then she added, I hope that you do not mind that I brought Chloe. I thought that it was time for you to see each other and resolve your differences. I froze, completely incredulous. How could she think that this was a good idea? I looked at Chloe expecting some explanation, but she only shrugged her shoulders as if she was there against her will. And seriously, I said, finally trying to keep calm. I knew that if I exploded at that moment, I would not only ruin the night, but I would give both of them the opportunity to paint me as the bad guy in the story. My aunt, of course, completely ignored my tone and went on to congratulate me on the decoration of the house. Your house is so cute, Chloe, and I were talking about how much you have grown, right, Chloe? She said, turning towards my cousin, who could barely murmur something in response. This is not okay, I said, finally looking at her directly. I asked you to bring something, not someone. You know perfectly well that Chloe and I have not talked in years. What makes you think that my birthday is the place to resolve something? She is your cousin, replied my aunt with that condescending tone that always got on my nerves. Family always comes first. Besides, a lot of time has passed. Both have grown, and I think that it would be good for Chloe to have the opportunity to apologize. I laughed, but not out of happiness. It was one of those bitter laughs that escape you when you do not know whether to scream or cry. Apologize, I repeated. Really, do you think that I need a fake apology here and now in front of my friends and other guests? This is not a show, Aunt. If Chloe wanted to apologize, she would have done it already, and she would not need you to drag her here against her will. My aunt opened her mouth to say something, but I interrupted her. Look, I am not going to ruin my night with this. If Chloe wants to stay and enjoy the party like any other guest, it is okay, but I am not going to talk about the past, not today. That was enough to make them uncomfortable. My aunt tried to put on a smile and started walking towards the living room, leaving Chloe standing at the door. My cousin looked at me, and for a second I thought that she was going to say something, but then she lowered her head and followed her. I closed the door, trying to shake off the discomfort, and I went back to the living room to continue with my guests. The party continued, but Chloe's presence was like an elephant in the room. She stayed close to my aunt, barely talking to anyone, which honestly seemed the best to me. I was doing my best to ignore her and enjoy the moment, but then something happened that changed the course of the night. Some friends and I were in the kitchen serving margaritas when I heard my name mentioned in the living room. I do not usually spy on conversations, but something in my aunt's tone alerted me. I approached discreetly, and I heard her say, "Well, Olivia was never good with second opportunities. She has always been a bit resentful." I felt that my blood was boiling. I decided to intervene. "Excuse me," I said, entering the living room with a sarcastic smile. "What were you saying, Aunt?" My aunt turned, obviously surprised, but tried to pretend that she had not said anything out of place. "Oh, nothing, dear. We were just talking about how families always, if they find a way to reconcile." "Reconcile," I repeated, crossing myself. "Is that what you call it, forcing someone to accept the presence of a person who clearly does not respect the limits?" My aunt turned red immediately, but before she could respond, Chloe finally spoke. "Leave it, Aunt," she said in a low voice, although loud enough for everyone to hear. "Olivia is right. This was not fair to her." That comment took everyone by surprise, included me. For the first time in years, Chloe seemed to be assuming some responsibility. I did not know if it was genuine or just a tactic to calm the tension, but at that moment I did not care. "Thank you, Chloe," I said without bothering to hide my skepticism, "but if you really believe it, you should have talked to me before, not come here expecting everything to be solved magically." She nodded, clearly embarrassed. Before she could respond, my aunt, unable to leave things as they were, stood up and said, "This is ridiculous. Chloe just wanted to make peace, and you, Olivia, you are being completely unreasonable." That was enough for me. "Unreasonable," I said, raising my voice. "You know what is unreasonable, and expecting me to ignore years of bad decisions and lack of respect because you decided it. This is my house and my birthday, and I am not going to let you or anyone else manipulate me to do something that I do not want to." The tension in the room was palpable. Some of my friends looked uncomfortable, while others clearly were on my side. Finally, Chloe stood up, and without saying anything left the house. My aunt, furious, followed her. When the door closed, I felt that a weight was lifted from my chest. After my aunt and Chloe left, the atmosphere in the house was in an uncomfortable silence for a few minutes. I could feel the gaze of some guests, but I also noticed that many, especially my close friends, tried to act as if nothing had happened. It was my best friend Amelia who broke the ice. "Well, that was intense," she said, raising her glass with a supportive smile, "but at least no one spilled a margarita that would be a real disaster." Her comment made some laugh, and with that the tension began to dissipate. I decided to follow her example. I raised my glass and said, "Sometimes birthdays come with surprises, but not all are welcome." For the friends who are always there for you, even in the middle of family drama, everyone applauded and toasted, which helped the rest of the night to feel lighter again. However, inside I was stirred up. I could not stop thinking about my aunt's audacity and Chloe's strange behavior. Had she really tried to apologize, or was she only there because her mom had forced her? Towards the end of the night, when the last guests began to leave, Amelia stayed behind to help me clean up. While we were picking up glasses and plates, I finally confessed how I felt. "I cannot believe that she did this, Amelia. My aunt knows perfectly well how I feel with Chloe. Why can she not respect my limits?" "Because she is a manipulative lizard," Amelia said, while picking up a couple of napkins from the floor. "She has always been like that, but honestly, I think that Chloe seemed different. Do not you think?" I stopped a moment to think about that. During the confrontation, Chloe had said some things that seemed genuine, but after so many years of feeling betrayed, it was difficult to trust her. I do not know, Amelia, I sighed. Maybe she was, but it does not change what happened, and honestly, I do not know if I am ready to deal with all that again. Amelia nodded, but did not insist. That night when I finally went to bed, my mind was still turning over what had happened. Why had Chloe really come, and why did it matter so much to me now after having spent years without thinking about her? The next day, while I was drinking my morning coffee, my phone vibrated with an unexpected message. It was from Chloe. I opened it with some reluctance, but curiosity was stronger. It said the following: "Hello, Olivia. I know that last night was uncomfortable for everyone, and I want to apologize for that. My mom insisted that I go, but now I see that it was not the best way to approach you. I do not want to make this more difficult, but if you are willing, I would like to talk to you without mom, without pressures, just you and I. I will understand if you do not want to. I am sorry for everything." I did not expect to feel a knot in my stomach upon reading it. There was something in the tone of the message that seemed honest, but at the same time part of me could not help thinking that it was another tactic to get away with it. I decided not to respond immediately. Instead of that, I called my parents to tell them what had happened. They had always been on the sidelines of the conflict, but I knew that I could trust their advice. My mom answered on the third ring. "Hello, honey, how was your party?" she asked, clearly without knowing what had happened. "It was interesting," I told her, and I began to relate the events of the night before, including Chloe's message. When I finished, there was a silence on the other side of the line. Before my mom spoke, "Well, Olivia, you have every right to feel as you feel. Chloe hurt you a lot, and nobody can force you to forgive her, but if you feel that there is something of sincerity in her words, maybe it is worth listening to what she has to say. It does not mean that you have to forgive her, but it could give you some peace." My dad, who clearly was listening from the background, intervened. "That is right. Do it under your own terms, Olivia. Do not let anyone push you to do something that you do not want." I appreciated there, and I hung up. I spent the rest of the day thinking about what to do. On one hand, I did not want to open a door that I had closed with so much effort, but on the other hand, if Chloe really was trying to apologize, maybe it was time to face the past, although only to close that chapter once and for all. Finally, I decided to respond to the message. "Chloe, thank you for writing me. If you really want to talk, we can do it, but I need you to understand that this will not be easy for me. Tell me when you are available, and we will see how to coordinate it." As soon as I sent the message, I felt relieved, as if I had released a weight that I had been carrying for years, but I also knew that this could open a Pandora's box. A few minutes later, Chloe responded, "Thank you, Olivia. I am free tomorrow. We can meet in a cafe, the one you choose." I took a deep breath. This was going to be interesting. The next day, I woke up with a mixture of anxiety and curiosity. I had agreed to meet with Shu in a small cafe in the center of Portland, a quiet place where I used to go to work or read. I thought that it would be neutral enough for what was going to be, in all probability, an uncomfortable conversation. I arrived a few minutes early to make sure to choose a table away from the bustle and from any curious ears. Chloe arrived on time, something that already surprised me. She was wearing a leather jacket and jeans with her hair pulled back in a ponytail. It was not the aspect that I remembered of my cousin, who had always tried to project an image of perfection. She seemed tired, even vulnerable, which disarmed me a little. She greeted me with a small smile and sat in front of me. "Thank you for agreeing to see me," she said, while settling down, avoiding my gaze. I do not know if it was the right thing to do, but here we are, I responded, trying not to sound too cold, although I did not want to make things easy for her. She nodded and took a sip of water before speaking. Her voice trembled slightly. "To begin, I know that I probably do not deserve that you are here. I know that I hurt you and that I broke your trust in an unforgivable way. I cannot change what I did, but I want you to know that I regret it. I regret it for real." I wanted to remain firm, but there was something in the way in which she said it that seemed honest. It was not the Chloe arrogant and egocentric that I remembered. Still, I was not going to let everything be resolved with a simple "I am sorry." "What exactly do you regret, Chloe?" I asked, crossing my arms. "Do you regret how you treated me, or do you regret that things did not turn out as you wanted?" She sighed and lowered her gaze. "I regret everything, Olivia. I regret having taken your car and treating it as if it was worth nothing. I regret not having paid the damages, but above all, I regret how I made you feel. I acted as if your effort and your achievements did not matter, when in reality, I was jealous. I always was." That confession took me by surprise. Chloe jealous of me? I had never considered it, but upon listening to her, something began to fit. Her constant criticisms, her competitive attitude, even her indifference towards the things that mattered to me, everything made sense. But that does not justify anything. "And why now?" I asked after a moment. 5 years have passed, Chloe. You had many opportunities to say something before. Why did you decide to come now, right after that disaster at my birthday? Shu took a deep breath and looked at me directly for the first time. Her eyes seemed sincere, but also full of sadness. Because I could no longer keep running away from what I did. The truth is that my life has not been easy these last years. I lost my job, my relationship fell apart, and I have had to go back to live with my mom, which it has been complicated, but when I saw you at your birthday, I saw how far you have come and how happy you seem. I realized how much I distanced myself from you and how I wasted our relationship. I do not want to continue like this. She paused before continuing, and to be honest, my mom pressured me to go to your party thinking that we could reconcile, but the truth is that I wanted to apologize, although I did not know how to do it. I probably ruined it, but I wanted to try anyway. I felt a pang in my chest upon listening to her. There was something deeply human in her confession, something that made me lower my guard a little. However, I still had doubts. I cannot simply forget what happened, Chloe. It was more than the car or the money. You made me feel like my achievements did not matter, as if I was insignificant, and for years you did not even try to fix it. She nodded, accepting my words. I know, Olivia, and I do not expect you to forgive me immediately. I only wanted you to know that I am willing to do whatever is necessary to recover your son if you give me the opportunity. We stayed in silence for a moment. I could see that she was being sincere, but I also knew that it would not be easy for him to leave behind all the pain and the anger that I had accumulated over the years. Finally, I spoke. I do not know if I can forgive you, Chloe, but I appreciate that you have taken this step. I do not know what this means for the future, but I am willing to consider the possibility of starting from scratch with many reservations. She smiled weakly, as if she did not expect more than that. That is more than I deserve. Thank you, Olivia. We stayed a while longer, talking this time about lighter things. It was strange, almost surreal, to sit there with her, as if things could return to normal someday. When finally we said goodbye, I felt that something had changed in me. I was not ready to forgive, but maybe, just maybe, I was ready to let go of some of the weight that I was carrying. That night when I returned home, I told Amelia what had happened. She, as always, was direct. Although it sounds like a good first step, but remember, forgive does not mean forget. Go slowly and take care of your heart. And that is what I plan to do. The days following my meeting with Chloe were strange. On one hand, I felt something of relief having had that conversation. There was something therapeutic in listening to her admit her mistakes, something that I did not believe would ever happen, but on the other hand, there was still a part of me that did not completely trust her intentions. Had she really changed, or was it simply another tactic to obtain something from me, as had been her custom in the past? I did not have much time to think about it, because my aunt, of course, decided to get involved again. Barely 2 days after my meeting with Chloe, I received a call from her. Although I hesitated to answer, curiosity won. Olivia, she said with her usual tone of everything is okay, although clearly it is not. I want to thank you for meeting with Chloe. It really means a lot to our family. I rolled my eyes, knowing exactly where this was going. It was not for the family, aunt. It was because I wanted to listen to what Chloe had to say. For myself, I did not do it for anyone else. She seemed to ignore my clarification. Of course, but since you are on a good path with her, do you not think that it would be a great gesture on your part to help her with her current situation? Recommend her with your contacts, or talk to your Aunt Sarah about the job that she canceled. I closed my eyes and took a deep breath. I knew that this was going to happen at some point, but I did not expect it to be so soon. And I do not think that you understand something, I said, keeping my tone as calm as possible. This conversation had nothing to do with her job or her current situation. Chloe has to resolve that on her own. I am not responsible for the problems that she has now, and I am not going to get involved in things that do not correspond to me. There was an uncomfortable silence on the other side of the line before she let out a heavy sigh. Olivia, you have always been so stubborn. I only want the best for both. Is it so difficult for you to leave the past behind and help your cousin? That was enough for me. Leave the past behind, I replicated, running out of patience. Do you really think that helping her now will solve what happened? She has to prove that she has changed, not you nor me. And if you keep trying to manipulate this situation so that I do something, all you are going to achieve is that I distance myself again, not only from Chloe, but from you too. My aunt began to babble something, but I hung up before she could finish. I was not willing to continue feeding that toxic dynamic, not this time. Despite my frustration, Shu did not contact me again to ask me for anything. In fact, a couple of weeks later, she sent me a message saying that she had found a job as an assistant in a small marketing company. Although it was not the dream position that she expected, she said that it was a start, and she was seeing it as an opportunity to start again. I was happy for her, but I did not respond immediately. I still needed time. The months passed, and although our interactions were limited, Chloe and I began to communicate more. Little by little, I realized that she was making a genuine effort to rebuild our relationship. She sent me occasional messages asking how I was or sharing small advances in her life. She was not intrusive nor forced the situation, which made me feel more comfortable. One day, I decided to invite her to have a coffee again, this time in a more relaxed context. During that meeting, we talked about our childhood, something that I had avoided until then. Chloe admitted that many of her insecurities came from the constant comparisons that our aunt and her mom made between us. She had always felt that she was not good enough, and instead of facing those feelings, she projected them towards me. "I am not saying this to justify what I did, Olivia," she said, looking at me seriously. "I only want you to understand where everything was coming from. But I know that my behavior was unacceptable, and I am working on changing that." Her honesty moved me. For the first time, I felt that I was talking with someone who really wanted to make amends, not only bury her under the rug. "Thank you for telling me, Chloe," I responded. "I am willing to continue building this, but we are going to take it slowly. Trust is not rebuilt from one day to another." She nodded, and for the first time in years, I felt a genuine connection with my cousin. Today, while I write this, I can say that things are much better. Shu and I are not the best friends, but we are working on our relationship. She has even begun to attend family gatherings without that meaning and automatic drama. My aunt, on the other hand, is still complicated, but I have learned to set clear limits with her. I am not going to allow anyone, not even the family, to try to manipulate me or disrespect me. Story 10. My brother demanded that I give him my car as a gift. I pretended to agree and then exposed his audacity and manipulation live on social media. This is about my brother, my mom's favorite son. Spoiler: I am an only child, but he is still the favorite, who decided that it would be a great idea to ask me for my car as a birthday gift. My brother is 32 years old. He is single, and according to my mom, he is only waiting for the right opportunity in life. Translation: he has never held a job for more than 6 months and lives in my parents' basement playing video games and complaining about how nobody understands him. I, on the other hand, am 29. I work in an office in a design company, and I have a car. Not a super luxurious one, but a 2018 Toyota Corolla that has saved my life more times than I can count. It all started 2 weeks ago on a random Tuesday. My mom called me in the afternoon and told me that they were inviting me to dinner on Saturday because they wanted to talk about something important. Honestly, I thought that it was another of those family meetings where we end up talking about how I should support my brother more so that he gets ahead, but I did not expect what was coming. On Saturday, I arrive at the house with a cake because I am that person who always brings something so as not to arrive empty-handed, and from the moment I entered, I noticed something weird. My brother was happy. This was suspicious because his natural state is that of a gray cloud with eyes. We sat down to dinner, and after the typical passive-aggressive comments of my mom about how I work too much and should think about starting a family, soon my brother leaves his fork, smiles danger alert, and says, "So, do we make it official? Are you going to give me the car?" I almost choked on my bite of chicken. What I responded, thinking that it was a joke. My mom intervened immediately as if this was completely normal. "Well, honey, you know that your brother needs a little help. It is difficult for him now to get a job, and having a car would really open opportunities for him." Yeah, open opportunities like the time that I offered him a job in the company where I work, and he did not even show up to the interview, or like the 5 times that he promised to save to buy something, but ended up spending the money on new video game consoles. "But Mom, it is my car. I needed to go to work." My mom sighed as if I was being selfish and said, "Well, but you could take the bus. Besides, you have always said that you wanted to walk more." Excuse me, now it turns out that my car is an obstacle to my health. My brother, for his part, leaned back in the chair, crossed his arms, and said with the confidence of someone who has never paid a bill in his life, "If you give it to me now, I promise you that as soon as I get a good job, I will pay you for it. It is an advanced birthday gift, but you will see it as an investment in me." At that moment, I had to breathe deeply so as not to explode. Honestly, I wanted to laugh in his face, but I knew that that would only make my mom accuse me of not understanding him, so I smiled as falsely as I could, and I said, "Sure, let me think about it." My brother smiled as if he had already won. My mom was radiant, and I wanted to tear my hair out. I knew that if I did not do something, this would not end there. They were going to pressure me until they got it. After that surreal dinner, I returned home completely exhausted. How dared my brother ask me for something so ridiculous? And worse, how could my mom back him up? The worst of all is that it was not the first time that they tried something like that. A few years ago, they tried to convince me to lend him my savings so that he would invest in his future, that is, buy more video games. I knew that this situation would not be resolved with only saying no, so I decided to take the long way. Let them think that they could get away with it while I planned my revenge. That same week, my mom started calling me more often with her already known sweet passive-aggressive tone. "Hello, honey, how are you doing?" she said one afternoon. "Well, Mom, and you all well here, trying to calm your brother. He is very excited about the car. Have you thought about what we talked about?" I felt like screaming at her, but instead of that I smiled, although she could not see me, and I said, "Yes, Mom, I have thought about it. I think that we should talk more about it." She was so excited that I could almost hear her smile. "Perfect, this Sunday. We will have a family meal. Your brother will be there. It will be the perfect moment to resolve everything." Sure, a family meal translation in ambush where they would corner me and pressure me until I gave in, but this time I was not going to play their game. I decided to prepare my own show. Sunday arrived, and I went to my parents' house with a master plan. I had invited my cousin, who is a lawyer, and my best friend, who besides being brutally honest, has a special ability to make people look ridiculous with impeccable arguments. We arrived together, which surprised my mom, who did not expect more guests. "Oh, hello, girls. I did not know that you were coming. I wanted to bring company, Mom, since it seems that we are going to have a big discussion." We sat down at the table, and we had barely finished serving ourselves when my brother, impatient as always, blurted out, "So, when are you giving me the keys?" He said it as if everything was already decided. My mom looked at him with approval, as if it was the achievement of the year. I, for my part, feigned surprise. "What keys? What are you talking about?" My brother gave me an incredulous look as if I was the crazy one. "The car keys, obviously." Sure that well before deciding, I thought that it would be good to clarify some things. I took out a list that I had prepared and placed it on the table. My cousin and my friend looked with curiosity, but my mom and my brother seemed increasingly nervous. "First of all," I began, "I want to understand, why exactly do you need my car?" "I already told you," he responded, visibly annoyed to get a job. "Ah, okay, and how many resumes have you sent in the last 3 months?" My cousin smiled, knowing that this was going to get interesting. My brother stammered, trying to think of an answer. "Well, I have been investigating options." "Interesting," I said, noting something on my list. Then I turned towards my mom. "And you, Mom, why do you think that I, someone who uses her car to work every day, should give it away?" She tried to maintain her composure, but it was noticeable that she was uncomfortable. "Well, because we are a family and families support each other." That was just what I expected. "Perfect, Mom. Then why do not you sell your SUV and give that money to him?" The room fell into complete silence. My cousin let out a discreet giggle, and my friend crossed her arms, enjoying the show. My mom was speechless, and my brother began to turn red. "That is not the same," he shouted, hitting the table. "I need your car." Why? I asked him, maintaining calm. "Because it is already paid, and I cannot afford to maintain a new one." There it was, the truth. He did not want to get a job or open opportunities. He simply did not want the expense. I decided that it was time to go straight to the point. "Look, brother, I understand that you have difficulties, but my car is not the solution. Do you know what it means to maintain it? Insurance, gasoline, maintenance. How do you plan to cover those expenses if you do not even have a stable income?" That is what Mom and Dad are there to help with. I almost choked on my drink. My friend could not contain herself anymore. "Excuse me, are you 32 or 12 years old?" The reaction was glorious. My brother stood up furious while my mom tried to calm the situation, but it was already too late. I had made my point clear, and by the time we finished the meal, it was evident that my car was not going anywhere. After that explosive family meal, I thought naively that the car issue had been settled. My brother left furious. My mom gave me her typical "you have disappointed me" look, and I returned home feeling triumphant for not having given in. But what I did not know was that for them this was not the end, but the beginning of something even more ridiculous. The following Tuesday, my phone began to explode with message notifications. At first, I thought that it was something related to work, but when I opened my social media, I saw a sea of strange messages in my inbox. Some were from people I knew, others from complete strangers, and all had something in common. They were calling me selfish. My brother, the genius that he is, had decided to take the matter into his own hands and began a campaign of defamation on Facebook and Instagram. He uploaded a publication that said something like, "It is incredible how some people forget the meaning of family. My sister, despite having everything in life, does not want to help me get ahead. I only asked to borrow her car to be able to work, but her greed has no limit. It is sad how the people that should support you the most are the first to stab you in the back. Stab you in the back, it is my car. Apparently, this publication resonated with his small group of friends who are as irresponsible as he is and began to accumulate comments supporting him. What a bad plan of your sister. That is not family. I that you cut relations with her. And there was my mom leaving a comment full of sad emojis. It is very difficult to see my children fighting. I have always taught my children to be generous. What a pity that some did not learn when I saw that my blood boiled. My mom has always had a special talent for playing the role of martyr, but this was too much. They were trying to paint me as the villain of the story, and the worst is that some acquaintances and relatives were buying that narrative. Instead of acting impulsively, I decided to take a deep breath and wait. I was not going to respond directly in the comments, nor make my anger evident. If they wanted to play dirty, then I was going to play better. That night I sat down with my best friend, the same one who accompanied me to the meal, and we began to devise a plan. What if we expose him, she told me with a mischievous smile, and that was exactly what we did. On Thursday night, I invited some friends to my house to organize a special meeting. I also included my cousin lawyer in the plan. We prepared a small live broadcast from my Instagram account, something that I rarely use, but that this time was going to be the key to clean my name. The objective was simple: tell my version of the events, but do it in a way that left my brother in evidence without the need for insults or unnecessary dramas. We turned on the camera, and I sat in front of it with a relaxed smile. Hello, everyone. I know that this is not something that I usually do, but I think that it is important to clarify certain things that have been said about me recently. I want you to listen to the whole story and decide for yourself. I began explaining the situation from the beginning: how my brother had demanded my car as a birthday gift, how my mom supported him, and how after refusing he decided to defame me on social media. But the master stroke came when we reproduced a small clip that I had secretly recorded during the family meal. In the video, my brother said with all clarity, "If you give me the car, you do not have to worry about anything else. Mom and Dad will help me with the maintenance. You can take the bus or something. It is not like it is a great sacrifice." The cynicism in his voice was so evident that even I was surprised to hear it again. I also added screenshots of messages where my mom tried to manipulate me emotionally to give in, saying things like, "You are the oldest. You have to set an example, and do not forget that someday you will need your brother." The reactions began to pour down in the comments. Friends, acquaintances, and even some people who followed my brother began to change their minds quickly. This is serious. How shameless. I could not even look at my sister after saying something like that. This is called emotional manipulation, and it is familiar abuse I do not support. In the end of the transmission, I made sure to clarify that I did not have anything against my brother, but that I was not going to allow anyone to take advantage of me. I think that we all should remember that limits are important even with the people we love. When the live show finished, I felt as if a huge weight had been lifted from me, and of course that was not all. We saved the video to make sure that nobody could misrepresent what I said. The next day was a chaos. My brother blocked me on all the platforms, and my mom sent me a series of furious messages. "How could you humiliate your brother like that? You are cruel and vindictive." I responded calmly, "Mom, if you had not tried to manipulate me and defame me, none of this would have happened. Think it over before accusing me of something." Since then, neither my mom nor my brother have tried to talk to me directly, but they do not know that this was just the beginning. After the live show and of the negative comments that my brother received, I thought that he would take a moment to reflect, or at least to stay quiet for a while, but of course I underestimated his ability to victimize himself and put on a show. Barely a couple of days had passed when my mom called me early in the morning. "What the hell do you think you are doing?" she said, almost screaming on the phone. "Good morning to you too, Mom," I responded with sarcasm. "What exactly are you referring to? Your brother is devastated. He says that he cannot leave home because they are attacking him on social media. This is not fair. How could you be so cruel with him? You know what this is doing to him emotionally." I had to contain myself so as not to laugh. Devastated, emotionally affected. This was the same man who had called me selfish publicly and who had been living off the generosity of my parents for years without giving anything in return. But my mom kept defending the indefensible. "Mom, he was the one who started all this. If he had not published lies about me, none of this would have happened. I cannot control how people react to the truth." My mom paused, probably looking for her next move, and then said, "It does not matter what he has done. He is your brother. It is your obligation to support him, not destroy him." That is where I realized it. It did not matter what he did, he would always be Mom's baby, and I would be the villain. It was exhausting, but at the same time it gave me an overwhelming clarity. I was not going to win never with her, and that was okay. This time I was not fighting for her approval. I was fighting to maintain my peace and my limits. I hung up the phone after a simple "This is not my problem, Mom." Let him learn to assume the consequences of his actions. But I knew that this would not end there. That same day my best friend sent me a message. "Hey, have you seen the post that your brother uploaded?" I opened Instagram, and there it was, a video of my brother crying, literally crying. Well, at least trying to cry. The drama was so exaggerated that it almost seemed like a parody. In the video, he said things like, "All I wanted was a little support from my family. Is it too much to ask? My sister has always been luckier than me. She has everything, a good job, a car, friends who support her, and what do I have? Nothing, but instead of helping me, she decided to destroy me publicly." The last straw was when he added, "This is not only about me, it is a problem of how we treat men who struggle in life. Women like my sister use their power and privilege to belittle us. It is unfair." Seriously, now it turns out that I am an oppressor of the patriarchy. I did not know whether to laugh or throw my phone against the wall. The worst thing was that incredibly some of his followers began to support him. There were comments like, "What an injustice, stay strong, brother, you are brave for talking about this. Families should be a place of support, not of judgment. This happens because society does not respect men who have difficulties." My best friend called me while I was still processing the ridiculousness of the video. "Did you see it?" she asked, almost crying with laughter. "Your brother could be a soap opera actor, but only of the bad ones." I saw it. How can he have the nerve to do this? Do not worry. We have a response prepared. Remember what we planned. Sure, the plan B. That night, with the help of my cousin lawyer and my friend, I decided to give the next blow. I uploaded my own publication, but this time it was not a video, nor a live show. It was a structured document with evidence. I included screenshots of messages like the one that my brother had sent me weeks before saying, "If you do not give me the car, do not expect me to talk to you again." I also put fragments of the audio recorded during the family meal and some extracts from the video that he himself had uploaded where he admitted that he expected my parents to cover the costs of the car. My text went straight to the point. "Hello, everyone. I know that lately there has been a lot of confusion about my relationship with my brother. I want to clarify some important points and share the truth behind this situation, since false things have been said and there has been an attempt to damage my reputation. My brother, to whom I love, has been going through difficulties. However, that does not justify the manipulation and the lies that he has been spreading. Here are the facts. He asked me for my car as a gift, knowing that I use it to work. When I refused, he began a public campaign to discredit me. This is not about a fight for justice. It is about avoiding responsibilities and taking advantage of others. I do not want this to be an eternal conflict, but I am not going to stay quiet while my name is dragged through the mud. Here is the evidence. Draw your own conclusions." In less than an hour, the publication began to explode. The people who had supported my brother began to delete their comments. Others instead confronted him directly on his social media. "So you expected your sister to give you her car so that your parents would maintain it? That is fighting in life, bro. This is embarrassing. I am ashamed to have defended you. Now I understand why your sister does not want to help you." Meanwhile, in the family chat, my mom sent me a furious message. "This is enough. You are humiliating your brother. Delete that publication right now," to which I simply responded, "Sure, Mom," as soon as the deletes all his lies. If not, this stays up. After my publication, the chaos on social media intensified. My brother, instead of accepting the defeat with dignity, decided to double the bet. He published another video, this time trying to justify his actions, but the damage was already done. His small group of followers turned their backs on him, and the majority of the comments were taunts or criticisms for his childish attitude. Meanwhile, my mom tried several times to mediate in the situation. She sent me messages saying things like, "This is getting out of control, honey. Both are suffering. Why do not you delete everything and start again?" But I had already learned my lesson. Deleting the evidence would only give them free rein to continue manipulating me. So I maintained my posture, and I made it clear that I was not going to give in. If they wanted to continue with their show, they would have to deal with the consequences. A few days later, I received a text message, unexpected. It was from my dad. My dad, who almost always remained on the sidelines of family dramas, wanted to talk to me in person. I hesitated at first because I did not want another confrontation, but I accepted. We met in a nearby cafeteria, and to my surprise, it was a completely different conversation to what I expected. "I want to apologize," he said bluntly while sitting in front of me. That left me speechless. My dad was never the type to apologize, especially when it came to my brother. Why, I asked, still doubting. Because I have allowed your mom and your brother to load you with all the responsibility for years. I always thought that it was better to stay quiet to avoid conflicts, but I realized that that only empowered them to treat you in this way. I did not know what to say. On one hand, I was grateful to hear those words, but on the other, I felt that it was too late. Still, he continued. I already spoke with your brother. I told him that I am not going to support his behavior anymore. If he wants to continue living in the house, he will have to look for a job and start to be independent. I also made it clear that the car thing was a complete stupidity. That last part made me smile a little. And Mom, I asked. My dad sighed, visibly tired. Your mom has always been more protective with him because she feels that he needs it more than you, but I told her that that does not justify what they did. I do not know if she will change, but at least now she knows that I am not going to back her up in EST. It was a conversation that I never expected to have, but it gave me some hope. Not because I thought that my brother or my mom would change overnight, but because finally someone else in the family was willing to recognize what was happening. The following week was quite quiet. My brother stopped publishing on social media, probably because he no longer had support nor arguments to continue. My mom, although she still sent me messages from time to time, seemed to have accepted that I was not going to give in, but the best came a few days later when my cousin lawyer called me. Remember how you asked me to investigate a little? She said, clearly excited. Yes. Why, what did you find out? It turns out that my brother had accumulated several traffic tickets from when he used my parents' car. Some of them he had not even mentioned, and now they were at risk of having legal problems for his negligence. My cousin, being the expert in laws that she has had, managed to find a way for my parents to avoid paying as long as he assumed the responsibility. This was the final blow. My parents demanded that he pay the tickets, which was a huge shock for him, because obviously he did not have money. To make matters worse, or better, depending on how you look at it, my dad kept his word and gave him an ultimatum. Either he got a job, or he would have to move out. For the first time in his life, my brother had to face the real consequences of his actions. He finally got a job as a delivery man, a job that he detested, but that was his only option, and although my mom kept trying to excuse and justify it, she no longer had the same power over me or over my dad. Right now, a few months later, things are calmer. My brother keeps working, although we have not had a real conversation. At least he has stopped asking me for ridiculous things. My mom still tries to play the mediator, but I have learned to set clear limits. My dad, on the other hand, has been surprisingly firm, something that I never believed possible. As for me, I continue with my life. My car is still parked outside my house where it belongs, and every time I see it, it reminds me of an important lesson. No matter who it is, nobody has the right to cross your limits. And my brother, well, maybe someday he will learn. For now, I am happy that he is finally experiencing what it means to be an adult. It was complicated, yes. Was it worth it? Absolutely. And for those who wonder, yes, I still laugh when I remember his "I am a victim of the system" video. What a gem of the cry. Story 11. My brother accused me of selling our mother's car just before his wedding, but $25,000 disappeared, and the workshop's cameras revealed who really sold it. I grew up in a small town in Wisconsin in a family quite close, or at least I thought so. My brother Liam, 35 male, had always been my mother's favorite. Do not misunderstand me. My mother is a wonderful woman, but Liam had that charming way of being that made him the center of attention. I, Claire, 28 female, was always quieter, focused on my studies, and then on my work as a graphic designer in Chicago. The dynamic between my brother and me was never completely conflicting, but there was always some tension. Liam was the typical charismatic guy who always found a way to get away with it, while I felt relegated to the role of the responsible daughter. When I was little, it did not bother me so much, but as I grew, the differences became more evident, and over time that dynamic began to turn into accumulated resentment. Everything began a few months ago when my mother decided that it was time to sell her old 1976 Chevy Impala. That car had been in our family for generations. Although it was in questionable conditions, it had an enormous sentimental value. My mother Evely had come to the conclusion that she no longer needed it, and that the money she obtained could be used for some reforms in her house. However, she was a little indecisive, and Liam, as always, intervened to help. The Chevy was a relic of my grandfather, and on more than one occasion I had heard my mother say that she would never sell it. However, over the years it had deteriorated considerably, and the repair would have cost more than what it was worth sentimentally for her. I understood the decision, although I felt some sadness that something so full of memories was leaving. On the other hand, I did not think too much about it, because honestly I had my life in Chicago, and I did not see my family much. One day, while visiting my mother to help her reorganize her garage, I noticed that the Chevy was no longer there. It seemed weird to me because Evely had not mentioned anything to me about having sold it. At first I thought that maybe they had taken it to repair or they had moved it for some reason. However, when I asked her, my mother responded that Liam had already handled the whole matter. According to her, he had told her that he had found a buyer willing to pay $25,000 in cash for the car. When I heard that something did not fit. To begin with, that Chevy, although classic, was not worth so much in the conditions it was in. Besides, who pays in cash for something like that? It was too good to be true. And where is the money? I asked casually. My mother responded naturally that Liam had saved it because he wanted to make sure that it was used wisely for the reforms. Upon hearing that, my stomach twisted. Let's see, it is not that I did not trust Liam. Well, being honest, maybe I did not trust him completely. My brother had had problems with money in the past. He had lost jobs. He had made questionable investments, and of course, he always found a way to convince my mother to help him financially. This was not new, but $25,000 was not just anything. I tried to let it pass, but something kept bothering me. So with some subtlety, I began to ask questions. Who was the buyer? Why was the money not being used immediately? Was there a concrete plan for the reforms? Every time I asked something, Liam's response was vague. Do not worry, Claire, everything is under control, he said with that smile that he always used to get out of trouble, but this time it did not convince me. Meanwhile, the weeks passed, and Liam's wedding with his fiancée Emma, 33 female, was approaching. It was evident that Liam was focused on making his wedding the most grandiose event that the town had seen in years. Emma seemed just as excited, although she had always been a little distant with me. She was not a bad person, we were simply very different, and our relationship was never especially close. When I finally decided to confront Liam about the money, he looked at me as if I was crazy. Why are you so occupied by this, Claire? The money is safe, he said with a curt tone, but his words did not reassure me at all. I knew that something was wrong. On the other hand, I did not want to generate a conflict just before his wedding, so I tried to let it pass until things got completely out of control. One day, while helping my mother prepare the house for some guests who would arrive for the wedding, I mentioned the Chevy's money again. This time, Evely seemed somewhat uncomfortable. Liam says that everything is in order, she said quickly as if she did not want to delve into the topic, but something in her expression gave me the impression that she also had doubts. I decided to investigate on my own. I contacted the workshop where the Chevy had been kept before the sale, but what I discovered was even stranger. The owner of the workshop, an old friend of the family, told me that Liam had picked up the car weeks ago, but that nobody had seen it since then. There was no documentation of the sale, and the supposed buyer was a mystery. It was then when the real storm began, just when I was trying to decipher what had really happened with the $25,000. Liam decided to accuse me publicly of having stolen the money. Yes, you read correctly. My own brother, after Len decided to accuse me, everything took a turn that I never imagined. To give you some context, this happened during a family meeting prior to the wedding, something like a small informal dinner at my mother's house. There were a few uncles, cousins, and of course Emma's family. Everything seemed to be going normal until out of nowhere Liam dropped the bomb. I think that we should talk about something important before we continue celebrating, he said with an unusual seriousness in him. Everyone turned to look at him, curious and a little confused. I also looked at him without having an idea of what was to come. It was then when he said it, Claire, I think that you owe us an explanation about the Chevy's money. I am not going to lie to you. I felt that the floor was falling under me. What was he saying? What explanation could I give if I had not even been involved in the sale? I tried to keep calm and asked him what he was talking about. It was then when, in an accusing tone, he began to say that he had discovered inconsistencies in the dates and that something did not add up. According to him, I had been prowling the workshop and surely I had intervened to keep the money. Are you saying that I stole $25,000? I asked him directly, since there was no other way to interpret his words. Liam made a theatrical gesture, as if he was deeply hurt. I do not want to accuse you of anything, Claire, but the circumstances are suspicious. Do not you think you were asking a lot about the money? Why so much interest? He responded with that arrogant tone that always made my blood boil. The worst was that some relatives began to look at me with curiosity, as if there was a possibility that what he was saying was true. Emma, for her part, seemed uncomfortable, but she did not say anything. My mother, Evely, tried to intervene. Liam, this is not fair. Claire was not even involved in the sale, but Liam interrupted her saying that someone had to take charge of the lost money and that I was the only one who had shown too much interest in the matter. I tried to defend myself, explaining that I was only worried because something did not add up, but Liam kept insisting. His tone became more aggressive, saying that if I had nothing to hide, I should prove it. It was a humiliating moment. At that point, I realized that I was not going to win this discussion in public, so I decided to maintain my composure and look for evidence on my own. After the dinner, I went directly to the workshop where the Chevy had been kept before the supposed sale. I wanted to see exactly what had happened and if there was something that could prove my innocence. The owner of the workshop, Sir Harvey, received me with the same warmth as always. When I explained what was happening, he was surprised and assured me that he neither knew what had happened with the money. He told me that Liam had passed by the workshop weeks before, saying that he already had a buyer and that he would take charge of everything. Harvey showed me the security cameras from the day that Liam picked up the car. Although the Chevy had been loaded on a crane as part of an agreement, something caught my attention. In the images, Liam was clearly seen talking with a man that I did not recognize and then counting him a wad of bills. Although the amount was not clearly seen, it was evident that there was a cash transaction. Harvey assured me that that was the last time he saw the car. Then everything began to fit. Liam had sold the car, taken the money, and now was trying to blame me to cover his tracks. But why go so far just before his wedding? I knew that Liam had financial problems, but this was too much. I needed more evidence. So I asked Harvey for a copy of the video. Although at first he hesitated, he finally accepted, understanding that all this was affecting my family. When I arrived home, I decided not to confront Liam immediately. I wanted to be completely prepared before accusing him of something so serious. So with the video in hand, I called my mother and I told her what I had discovered. Evelyn was devastated. She felt betrayed by Liam, but she also asked me that family would not break even more with the wedding so close. "And what do you suggest that I do, Mom?" I asked her, frustrated. She asked me to wait until she could talk with Liam in private. Although I did not agree, I accepted out of respect for her. However, things did not remain calm for much longer. A couple of days later, during the rehearsal of the wedding, Liam decided to take a step further. In front of Emma and her family, he insinuated again that I was behind the lost money. It was then when I realized that waiting was no longer an option. I took out my phone and reproduced the video in front of everyone. The silence that followed was almost deafening. "Do you want to explain this, Liam?" I asked him with a calm that not even I knew that I had. Emma seemed horrified. My uncles and cousins were stunned. Liam tried to deny it at first, saying that the video was taken out of context, but it was too late. The evidence was clear. He had sold the car and had kept the money. When I reproduced the video in front of everyone at the rehearsal, the atmosphere became tense immediately. For an instant, nobody spoke. You could feel how the air became heavy while everyone processed what they had just seen. Liam, who had always had the gift of manipulating the situations in his favor, for the first time, seemed disconcerted. His eyes went from the screen of my phone to the faces of those present, desperately looking for some way to control the damage. Emma, his fiancée, was the first to break the silence. Liam said, his voice trembling, "What is this? You sold the car and kept the money." His words resonated in the room like an echo. Nobody knew what to say. My mother, Evelyn, seemed about to cry, while some of my uncles and cousins exchanged incredulous glances. Liam tried to compose himself. "This is not what it seems," he exclaimed, raising his hands as if he was in court. "Claire is taking everything out of context. That sale was legitimate, and all the money is safe. I do not understand why she is doing this just before my wedding." "Safe because $25,000 are not exactly in sight," I responded, trying to keep calm, although inside I was furious. "Liam, you yourself said that the money was saved for Mom's reforms, but so far nobody has seen it. Where is it?" At that moment, Liam began to stammer. It was evident that he did not expect that I would present evidence, and much less in front of everyone. It was then when my mother intervened. "Liam," she said in a tone that mixed sadness and disappointment, "is it true what Claire says? You sold the Chevy and you did not tell us. Where is the money?" Liam paused, trying to find the correct words. Finally, with a defensive tone, he responded, "Of course I have it. I saved it because I wanted to surprise you with the reforms, Mom, but now Claire is ruining all this. She always tries to make me look bad. That was too much for me." "Make you look bad?" I responded, unable to contain myself. "Liam, you are projecting. You are the one who accused me publicly of stealing the money, and now that we have discovered you, you want to blame me for ruining something. You are an adult. Take responsibility for once in your life." Emma, who until that moment had been observing in silence, stood up from her chair. "What else are you hiding, Liam?" she asked, her voice loaded with a mixture of incredulity and fury. "First you told me that everything about the wedding was covered, and now I find out that you took money from your mother too. You used that money for the wedding." Liam's face turned red. He was trapped. "No, of course not," he responded quickly, although the doubt had already been sown. Emma did not seem convinced, and neither did the rest of those present. My mother began to cry softly. It was heartbreaking to see her so hurt. It broke my heart. My mother had always trusted blindly in Liam, and now that trust had been shattered in front of everyone. While I was trying to console her, Liam kept trying to justify his actions, but nobody seemed willing to listen to his excuses. Things reached a critical point when Emma announced that she needed time to think. "I do not know if I can marry you," she said, her voice trembling. "Not only because of the money, but because this shows that I cannot trust you." "What else are you hiding? What else have you not told me?" Liam tried to approach her, but Emma backed away, clearly devastated. It was then when some of my uncles began to intervene, asking Liam to apologize and to clarify once and for all where the money was. "Okay," he shouted finally. "I spent it. Okay, I had some debts that I needed to pay. It was not my intention that this came out like this, but I had no other option. I thought that I could return it before anyone noticed." The impact of his confession was like a bomb in the room. Everyone began to talk at the same time, trying to process what they had just heard. My mother stood up from her chair, trembling with rage and sadness. "Liam, how could you?" she said through sobs. "That car was your grandfather's. You sold something so valuable, and you did not even have the decency to tell us the truth." That night the family was completely divided. Some tried to justify Liam's actions, saying that he was probably stressed by the wedding and the debts, but the majority was on my side, indignant by how he had handled everything, and worse, by how he had accused me falsely to cover up his own actions. Emma, for her part, decided to go to her parents' house that same night, leaving in doubt if the wedding would continue. Meanwhile, my mother insisted that Liam return the money, although it was not clear how he would do it, considering that apparently he had spent it all. For my part, although I felt vindicated, I could not help feeling a mixture of sadness and rage. This was my brother. We had grown up together, shared memories and laughs, and now we were here in the middle of a chaos that he himself had created. The next morning, to the disaster at the rehearsal, things were far from calming down. My mother had not slept. I neither had spent the night going over and over everything that had happened, wondering how we had reached that point. Liam had confessed in front of everyone that he had spent the $25,000 to pay his debts, and now all the weight of his actions fell on him. Or at least that is what I thought. Emma, for her part, had canceled all the family meetings and was not answering Liam's calls. According to what I heard, she had taken refuge at her parents' house, probably reconsidering the whole marriage. My mother, Evely, was trapped between sadness and anger. Although she had always protected Liam, this time she could not ignore what he had done. Not only had he lied and stolen, but he had brought shame to the family just before such an important event. That morning I decided to talk with my mother. She was sitting in the living room with a cup of coffee that she had barely touched. "Mom," I began with caution, "what do you want to do regarding the money? Because Liam clearly does not have it, and I do not think that he will recover it soon." She sighed, looking towards the floor. "I do not know, Claire," she responded with a subdued voice. "He is my son, but what he did, I never imagined that he would reach this. How did he get into so much debt? How did he not tell me? And the worst, how could he blame you to protect himself? I will never understand it." I put a hand on her shoulder. "Mom, you have to talk to him. This cannot stay like this. If we let him get away with it again, he will never learn." She nodded slowly, but it was clear that she did not have the strength to confront him yet. Meanwhile, the news of the confrontation during the rehearsal had spread throughout the family. Some cousins and uncles called me to express their support, while others, incredibly, tried to justify Liam's actions. "Everyone makes mistakes," said one of my older cousins, trying to minimize the situation. "Maybe he was desperate." "Desperate," I responded, furious. "Desperate is no excuse to steal $25,000, to lie to the whole family, and then try to blame his own sister." The conversation did not last long after that. It was clear that there were people who would always defend Liam no matter what he did. Later that day, I received a message from Emma. I was surprised because until then we had not spoken directly since the incident. Her message was brief but forceful. "Claire, thank you for showing the video. If you had not done it, I probably never would have known this facet of Liam. I would like to talk to you if you have time." I accepted, and we met in a cafeteria in the town. Emma seemed exhausted, as if she had cried all night. Without detours, she told me, "Did you know anything about Liam's debts before all this?" I shook my head. I knew that he was not the best with money, but I had no idea that he was so bad. If I had known, I would have tried to warn you before. I am sorry, Emma sighed. It is not your fault. This is a disaster. I have been going over everything in my head, and I think that I need to cancel the wedding. I cannot marry someone who can lie so blatantly and manipulate his family to cover up his problems. If he did this with you, what could he do to me later? Although I was not surprised by her decision, I felt a pang of sadness for her. You plan your wedding, you dream of your future, and then everything falls apart because the person you trusted turns out to be someone completely different. That afternoon, Emma made her official decision. She canceled the wedding. It was not easy. Many things were already paid, from the event hall to the catering, but she did not care. I prefer to lose money now than risk losing my peace forever, she told me. The news arrived quickly to the whole family, and Liam was furious. That night he appeared in of my mother, demanding to talk with her and with me. When I saw him enter, I was already prepared for his defensive attitude. "This is your fault, Claire," he began, pointing at me with his finger. "If you had not shown that video, Emma would not have canceled the wedding. Are you happy now? You ruined my life." Como wanted. I could not avoid laughing, although there was nothing funny in the situation. "My fault," I responded, incredulous. "Liam, you sold the Chevy without telling Mom, you kept the money, and then you tried to blame me for everything. Do you really think that I am responsible for what is happening to you?" My mother intervened, finally raising her voice. "Enough, Lean. Stop blaming Claire for your own mistakes. She did nothing wrong. You are the one who betrayed our trust. You not only stole from us, but you tried to humiliate your sister in front of the whole family. This is your fault and nobody else's." For a moment, I thought that Liam was going to apologize, but instead of that, he simply murmured something incomprehensible and left the house, slamming the door upon leaving. In the days following, the family was even more divided. Some supported Emma's decision and understood why she had canceled the wedding. Others continued trying to minimize Liam's actions, saying that everyone deserves a second chance. My mother was devastated. Although she knew that Liam had done wrong, he was still her son, and it pained her to see him in this situation, but she also made it clear that she was not going to rescue him this time. "If he wants to recover our trust, he will have to prove that he has changed," she told me. I, for my part, decided to keep to the sidelines for a while. I had done what I had to do to defend myself, but I knew that my relationship with Liam would never be the same. How do you trust someone who is capable of doing something like that? In the days following the cancellation of the wedding, the chaos continued to reign in the family. My mother was trying to find a way to deal with the scandal while Liam had become a ghost. Nobody knew exactly where he was or what he was doing. For my part, one tried to focus on my work and move away from all the drama, but it was not so easy. The messages from relatives and even from Emma's friends kept arriving. Everyone wanted to know more details about what had happened, as if this was some kind of show that entertained them. Emma and I stayed in contact. She told me that she had spoken with the place where the wedding was going to be celebrated, and that she had been able to recover part of the money from the deposit, but not enough to cover all the losses. I felt bad for her. She did not have to bear the consequences of the financial and emotional disaster that Liam had created, but Emma, with an admirable strength, seemed determined to move forward with her life. Meanwhile, my mother finally mustered the courage and spoke with Liam. He had been staying at a friend's house, according to what we learned later, but when Evely confronted him, his attitude was more defiant than repentant. "I do not understand why everyone is acting as if I had killed someone," he said, according to what my mother told me later. "Yes, I spent the money, but I did it to get out of a bad moment." "What did you expect me to do?" My mother made it clear to him that this time she was not going to rescue him. "If you want to redeem yourself, you will have to return that money, Liam," she told him, "and you will have to apologize with Claire. She does not deserve what you did to her. Nobody in this family deserves it." I did not expect that Lean would change overnight, but even that conversation seemed to have left him thinking. A few days later, I received a message from him. It was brief and not entirely satisfactory, but at least it was an attempt. "Claire, I am sorry for having accused you. I was in a bad moment, and I did not know how to get out of it. I hope that we can fix things someday." I did not respond immediately. On one hand, I appreciated the gesture, but on the other, I knew that words were not enough. There was much damage to repair, and I was not sure if Liam was willing to make the effort necessary to rebuild our relationship. Meanwhile, Emma decided to cut definitely ties with Liam. She told me that she had picked up her things from the apartment that they shared, and that she planned to move to another city to start again. "I cannot stay here," she told me one afternoon while we were having coffee. Too many memories. Besides, I know that he will try to convince me again, and I do not want to give him that opportunity. I admired her for her strength. It was not easy to take such a drastic decision, but she knew that it was the best for her. Before moving, Emma organized a small meeting with some close friends and relatives to say goodbye. It was an emotional event, but also full of hope. Everyone wished her the best in her new life. On the other hand, Liam began to work extra hours in his job to try to return some of the money that he had taken. It was not much, but at least it was a beginning. My mother told me that he had begun to attend therapy, which, if it was true, was an important step, but I still maintained my reservations. I knew that the real change would take time, and I was not ready to trust him completely. A few months later, things finally began to calm down. My mother managed to do the reforms in her house, with a little help from other relatives and some savings. Liam, although he was still distant, had begun to show signs of wanting to make amends. He sent me another message, this time more extensive, explaining how he had arrived at that point in his life and asking for an opportunity to talk face to face. I agreed to see him more for my mother than for him. When we met, he seemed more humble than I remembered him. He apologized again, this time with more sincerity, and promised me that he was working to change. Although I did not forgive him completely at that moment, I felt that at least it was a step in the right direction. Emma, for her part, was prospering in her new city. We had maintained sporadic contact, and I was happy to hear that she was happy. She had gotten a good job and was beginning to rebuild her life. I will always thank her for having been brave enough to face the Liam and having had the clarity to make difficult decisions when she needed it the most. So far, the family is still split after all that happened. There's so many things that I never wanted to hear from. That was the end that the message wrote, and there are happy things that had happened now. Story 12. I opened a small bakery despite my parents' disapproval. Now it is booming, and they want me to buy a vacation home because they deserve it. I am 29 years old, and I own a small business that has become bigger than I ever imagined. It all started when I was 18 years old, and I made the most difficult and liberating decision of my life to follow my passion for baking instead of going to college. The problem: my parents were totally against it. Since I can remember, I always liked to bake. At 10 years old, I made cakes for my friends' birthdays. At 15, I sold CCS at school to raise money. At 18, I knew that I wanted to make this my life. My parents, however, had very different plans. Both emigrated to the United States with great sacrifices and believed that a university degree was the only path to success. They wanted me to study something serious like medicine or engineering. When I told them that I wanted to open a baking business, they laughed. They thought that I was joking, but it was not a joke. That summer, I rejected all my acceptance letters to universities and used my savings obtained from years of selling cakes and sweets to rent a small space in a local shopping center. It was a decision that unleashed a storm in my house. My parents told me that I was throwing my life away, that I would never achieve anything, and that I would end up asking them for help to pay the bills. So I did what any stubborn young woman would do. I left home, rented a small studio near my store, and started working on my business. It was hell at first. My place was almost empty most days, and there were months in which I could barely pay the rent. My parents refused to talk to me. Only my best friend and an aunt who always supported me encouraged me to continue. Even my aunt lent me money when I could not cover the costs. During the first 2 years, I worked 12 hours a day, every day. Sometimes I cried while decorating cakes because I was so exhausted that I did not know how to continue, but slowly things started to change. I began to receive more orders, especially from weddings and events. Then one of my cakes went viral on Instagram, and suddenly I had clients calling me from all over. My parents, however, continued without being interested. According to them, they were still gambling with my life. Even in family meetings, they made sure to tell everyone that my younger brother was studying law in a prestigious university while I continued with my hobby. It hurt me, but I learned to ignore it. At 24, things changed drastically. I opened a second location in another part of the city. At 26, I already had a team of 6 people working with me. I even appeared on a local television program that highlighted small business successes, but not even that was enough to impress my parents. When I mentioned it casually in a family meeting, my mom changed the topic to talk about my brother's grades. I decided that there was no point in seeking their approval. My business was my life, and I was doing well, more than well in reality. Years passed, and I managed to buy my own store on a main street, which reduced my rental costs significantly. I also bought my first car, a small luxury that I had always wanted. However, the real drama began last year when I attended my cousin's wedding. My parents were there, and although I tried to keep things cordial, I was not surprised that they barely spoke to me. What did surprise me was what happened after. At my cousin's wedding, everything seemed to be going as usual. My parents were busy showing off my brother's achievements, who now worked as in a prestigious law firm. I tried to stay out of it and enjoy the event without getting into uncomfortable conversations. My cousin, who had always been like a sister to me, knew how much my business had grown, so at some point during the reception, she decided to mention it in her speech. She said something like, "I want to thank my incredible cousin for the wedding cake. It is not only beautiful, but it comes from her business that is taking the city by storm." Suddenly, all eyes were on me. Applause, congratulations, and even some curious questions from relatives who had no idea of how much I had achieved. It was a beautiful moment until I saw the expression on my parents' faces. My mom was visibly uncomfortable, while my dad simply frowned and looked away. It was as if they could not bear listening that I had achieved something without their blessing. I tried not to give it importance, but the discomfort intensified when some relatives started to ask details. "How many locations do you have now? How many employees? And the one who never misses, how much do you earn per year?" I limited myself to give vague answers, but my cousin, who was a little excited by the champagne, dropped the bomb. "Do not be modest. She makes 6 figures a year. She is one of the most successful entrepreneurs I know." The entire room was silent for a second. My parents seemed petrified. My dad was the first to react with a forced smile and an uncomfortable, "Oh, that sounds interesting." My mom, on the other hand, could not avoid a passive-aggressive comment. "Well, me, I am glad that you have finally found something that works for you." Finally, as if the years of struggle, hard work, and sacrifices did not count until someone validated my success in a microphone. Despite that, I decided not to engage. I let the moment pass, and I walked away to enjoy the rest of the night. However, I did not expect what came next. 2 days after the wedding, my parents called me, which was already rare because they barely used to communicate with me. I answered, thinking that maybe they wanted to clarify something or even congratulate me in private, although it was grudgingly, but it was not. It was a completely different conversation. My mom began with a casual tone. "Your dad and I have been talking, and we think that it is time to leave behind the differences. We want to rebuild our relationship with you." For a moment, I thought that this was a breakthrough, but then my dad intervened. "We also believe that since you are doing so well economically, you could help us a little. Repair the damage of the last years." "What damage?" I asked, confused. "Well, when you made that impulse decision to leave the university, you broke our hearts," said my mom. "We strove so much to bring you to this country, and we felt that you had disappointed us, but now that you have made something of your life, we think that it would be fair for you to give back." At first, I did not understand exactly what they were referring to, but when my dad began to talk about sharing responsibilities and compensating the sacrifice, everything became clear. They wanted money. Not only a small help, but something big. My mom made it very clear when she said, "We have been dreaming of having a house in Florida to retire. It would be wonderful if you could help us fulfill that dream. Think of it as a way to thank for everything that we did for you." I wanted to scream. I wanted to ask them where they had been during the most difficult moments of my life, when I was struggling to keep my business afloat, when I cried from exhaustion because I had no support. I wanted to remind them how they had treated me as a family embarrassment for years, but instead of that, I took a breath and said it as diplomatic as I could. "I am sorry, but I cannot help you with that." My mom let out a theatrical sigh. "I knew that you would say something like that. You have always been selfish." My dad added, "It is a pity because your brother has already done so much for us. We thought that now it would be your turn." I hung up before saying something that I would regret. But that was not the end. In the following days, they started calling me constantly. When I did not respond, they sent me long and passive-aggressive messages. My mom even tried to pass for my aunt, saying that she was worried about me, but it was all an excuse to keep asking for the money. The messages and calls became incessant. My parents were obsessed with the idea of the house in Florida. Each message that they sent me seemed a new strategy to convince me, blame me, or even shame me. Some messages were full of manipulative nostalgia. "Remember how we worked day and night to give you a worthy home and food on the table? That is how you thank us." Others were more direct. "Your brother has already carried this responsibility for years. It is time for you to do your part." My patience was at the limit. For years, I strove not to resent Theos, even when they treated me as a disappointment, but now they were crossing all the limits. After blocking their numbers, they began to use unknown numbers. If I did not respond, they moved on to send me emails, each one more desperate than the previous. One even said, if you cannot help us with the house, at least transfer us something for our immediate needs. 50,000 would be a good start. Yes, you read correctly, 50,000 as a good start. In what world do these people live? I tried to stay calm, but that email was the last straw. I felt that I needed to talk to someone, so I called my aunt, the only person in my family who had always supported me. After telling her everything, she let out a long sigh. You know what is the worst, she told me? They do not see you as their daughter. They see you as a lottery ticket that finally came out prized. Those words hurt me because they were true. For years, my value for them seemed to have depended on what they could use to show off in front of others, or now of what they could extract economically. My aunt suggested that I set clear limits, and that if they continued pressing hate, the idea of cutting ties with my family, I could not continue allowing them to treat me in this way. I decided to respond to them, but this time in writing so that it was clear what I felt. My email said something like this: Mom, Dad, I am tired of this constant harassment. For years, I did everything possible to earn your respect and support, but I never received it. Instead, you discouraged me and made me feel that I would never be enough for you. Now that I have achieved something on my own, you have no right to claim a part of it. I do not owe you anything, and I am not going to give you money to buy a house or anything else. It is time for you to respect my decisions and my life. If you cannot do it, I see no reason to continue in contact. It was not easy to send that message. A part of me hoped that they would understand, that they would finally realize how much damage they had done me, but honestly, I no longer expected much from them. Shortly after, my cousin, the one from the wedding cake, called me. She told me that my parents were furious and that now they were going through the entire family tree trying to recruit allies. They had told a twisted version of the events, claiming that I had cut all contact for no reason and that I was being ungrateful after all the sacrifices they had made for me. The icing on the cake was when my brother also got involved. He sent me a long message saying that my parents were devastated and that I should reconsider my position. According to him, it was not only a money issue, but of maintaining family unity. He also mentioned that although he understood that our parents had not always been fair with me, at the end of the day, they are still our parents, and we have to honor them. That message was difficult to read. My brother and I had never been close, but neither did we have a bad relationship. However, this time I felt that he was completely on my parents' side. I tried to respond to him calmly. I know that you are trying to mediate, but this is not something that you can resolve. They never supported me, not even when I needed them the most. Now they expect me to comply with expectations that they never had for you. It is not fair nor healthy for me. I have made my life without them, and I am not going to allow their guilt and manipulation to control me now. I hope that you understand. His response was brief, almost cold. I understand, but I do not share it. After that, the worst part began. My parents took the drama to social media. They published messages full of passive aggressiveness, saying things like it is painful when a child forgets everything that their parents did for them. They also began to insinuate that my aunt and my cousin were alien to the family. This obviously unleashed a wave of gossip among the relatives. At first, I thought of ignoring it, but when they began to tag my business in publications and leave negative comments on my page, I knew that I had to act. I sent them a final message making it clear that if they continued damaging my reputation, I would take legal action. Although that calmed things down a bit, it was not the end. Their resentment kept bubbling and looking for new ways to surface. After the storm in social media, things seemed to calm down, at least for a time. My parents stopped tagging my business and published fewer indirects, although they kept complaining with any relative willing to listen. I decided to concentrate on my work and on the people who really supported me, but I could not ignore the constant tension that floated in the air. Then one day, my cousin called me with news that I did not know whether to take as a joke or as a warning sign. Your parents came to my house yesterday. They were crying. That did not fit with the image of my parents, who had always been proud and firm in their positions, even when they were wrong. What did they want? I asked, doubting that it was something good. They said that they were sorry, that they did not know how they had gotten so far, but that they wanted to make peace with you. Basically, they were trying to get me to intercede to convince you to forgive them. My cousin, being the direct person, that she has asked them what had changed. According to her, my mom admitted that they had reacted badly at the beginning of my career, but that they thought that I was exaggerating with my decision to cut contact. My dad, on the other hand, seemed more worried about cleaning the family's image than about a true reconciliation. It was not the first time that their motives seemed more selfish than sincere. The most surprising, however, was that they mentioned something new. Apparently now they wanted to include me in the family will. My cousin said that they seemed to use it as an incentive for me to reconsider my position. The will, I asked, almost laughing seriously. Yes, responded my cousin, I do not know what to tell you. It seemed like an attempt to buy you. That comment left me thinking. I had no interest in inheritances or in any other offer that came accompanied by manipulative conditions, but at the same time I wondered if they were beginning to realize how much they had ruined our relationship, and if now they were desperate to recover it. Despite my doubts, I did not respond immediately. My cousin advised me not to do anything until I was absolutely sure of what I wanted, so I took a few days to reflect. However, the tranquility did not last long. Barely a week later, I received a call from an unknown number. It was my mom. I decided to answer more out of curiosity than for another thing. Her tone was different, less aggressive, and more so. I did not know if I could trust that new attitude, but I let her speak. She began saying that she was sick of fighting and that all they wanted was that the family would be united again. She assured me that they would not ask for money again, nor involve other relatives in the conflict. We want to fix things, she said, almost begging. Your dad and I made mistakes. We know it. We only want us to be a family again. There was a part of me that wanted to believe her, that wanted to cling to the idea that maybe after all they could change, but so much time had passed, and so many things that it cost me to trust. So I asked her a direct question. Does this have something to do with the house in Florida? There was a long silence. Then she said, no, well, not entirely. It is that we thought that with the family united we could work together to help each other. It does not have to be the house, but it would be good to know that we can count on you. There it was, the money was still at the core of everything. No matter how they disguised it, it was still the same as always. My parents did not want to reconcile because they cared about our relationship. They wanted to reconcile because it suited them. I do not think that we can be a united family if there are always expectations and conditions, I responded calmly. If you really want to fix things, you have to prove it, not say it, and for now I need space. My mom tried to insist, but I did not give in. I hung up feeling more exhausted than ever. It was not long before my brother wrote me again, clearly annoyed. According to him, my parents were hurt, and I was too hard on them. He told me that I should give them an opportunity, that they were sorry, and that although they had not been perfect, they were still my parents. This time I did not respond. I did not see the point of arguing with someone who clearly did not understand the magnitude of the damage that they had done. I decided that it was time to focus on protecting my peace and stop worrying about the expectations of others, even if that meant cutting ties definitively. However, I did not expect what happened after. Just when I thought that things were about to calm down, I received an email from a lawyer. My parents had decided to formalize their inclusion in the will, leaving in writing that I would be responsible for taking care of them when they could no longer do it. When I opened the lawyer's email and read the attached document, I did not know whether to laugh or get angry. My parents had written what seemed more like a contract than a will. Basically, it stipulated that they would leave some properties and assets to my brother and to me, but with one condition. I should commit to cover their economic needs in the future, including the financing of their ideal retirement. They did not specify exact amounts, but included vague phrases like maintain a standard of living according to what we deserve and provide complete financial support when necessary. It was absurd. Not only did they expect me to sign a legal commitment, but they did not even try to consult me before sending it. It was evident that for them this document was a way to have additional control over my life, disguised as family reconciliation. My first reaction was to ignore it, but my curiosity led me to send it to a lawyer friend so that he would review it. His analysis was clear. The document had no legal weight. It was no more than an informal attempt at emotional manipulation, although disguised as something more serious. He advised me to ignore it and not to respond, but as I felt the need to make it clear to them what I thought. So I wrote an email and sent it to them directly. Mom, Dad, I am disappointed, but not surprised. This will is not an attempt at reconciliation. It is another attempt at control. After years of criticism, rejection, and manipulation, you think that now you can tie me to you legally. It is not going to happen. I do not owe you anything. Everything I have I achieved alone without your support, and you made it clear for years that my life and my decisions did not matter to you. Now you intend to use your will to force me to comply with your expectations. I am not going to sign anything nor commit to anything. If you really want a relationship with me, it will have to be one based on respect and sincerity, not on conditions and demands. This is the last time I will talk about this topic. If you insist, I will be forced to cut contact definitively. I hope that you reflect on your priorities because I do not plan to continue being part of this toxic dynamic. I did not expect an immediate response, but I also did not expect what happened next. The next day, my aunt called me crying. My parents had confronted her, accusing her of having poisoned me against them. They said that this whole conflict was her fault because she was the only one who supported me when I decided to pursue my dream of opening the bakery. My aunt, always strong and direct, made it clear to them that she had nothing to apologize for. She told me that she told them, if you had supported your daughter, as I did, you would not be in this situation. This has nothing to do with me. It has to do with you and your inability to accept your mistakes. After that, she hung up and called me worried because they kept insisting on looking for ways to manipulate the situation. The most frustrating was that in the following days, my parents began to use social media again. This time, they published more subtle messages talking about how difficult it is when a child forgets everything that his parents did for them, or how some sacrifices are not appreciated until it is too late. Friends of the family began to write to me. Some asking what was going on, others giving me speeches about valuing your parents while they are alive. All this led me to make a final decision: cut contact completely. I blocked their numbers and social media, and I made it clear to close relatives that I did not want to get involved in more drama. My aunt and my cousin supported me in this, and although some relatives still tried to stick their noses into the matter, I stopped giving explanations. Months passed, and little by little I began to feel some peace. My business kept growing. In fact, this year, I opened a third location. I was able to take a vacation for the first time in a long time, and while enjoying my time away, I realized something important. I had spent too many years trying to please people who would never value my effort. I'm not going to lie and say that everything was easy. There were moments in which I doubted my decision, especially when I thought about my brother, who still saw me as the culprit of the whole situation. But every time that those memories haunted me, I remembered everything I had endured. I knew that I had done the right thing. The chapter with my parents is closed for me. I do not know if they will ever change their minds, or if they will find a way to reconcile, but I am no longer going to wear myself out trying to fix something that they broke. Now my priority is me, and for the first time in a long time, I feel that I am in the right place, in the house in Florida. I have no idea if they ever got it, and honestly, I do not even care. Story 13. My family chose to support my ex instead of me and turn their backs on me. Years later, seeing that my life is progressing and that I am engaged, they desperately want to reconcile. It all started about 6 years ago when I was forced to face one of the most difficult decisions of my life. I was married to Mason, my then husband, a man who I thought I knew after more than a decade together. Mason and I had started our relationship in college. We were the dream couple for our families and friends, but as it usually happens, the facade did not last long. In those days, I worked in a graphic design firm in Chicago, a job that I adored, and that gave me some stability. Mason, on the other hand, was a freelance programmer with unstable hours and constant complaints of how difficult it was to get clients. Although I always tried to support him, over time I noticed that he was starting to act strange. The signs were their long nights working, deleted messages on his phone, and the growing feeling that there was an emotional distance between us. One day, upon returning early from work, I noticed something different. His laptop was open on the dining room table, and out of pure impulse, I decided to check the messages. There I found conversations between Mason and a woman named Chloe, who apparently worked in a nearby cafeteria. What I read made my stomach turn. Meetings planned, and words that were once mine now directed to another person. Instead of confronting him immediately, I went to the room and sat down to think. What are you supposed to do when you discover that the person you trusted completely betrays you? I cried until I fell asleep, and the next day Mason acted as if nothing had happened. It was then when I decided that I was not going to pretend that I was okay. I confronted him that night. At first he denied it, as was to be expected, but when I mentioned the messages, he was silent and then said something that I will never forget. It is not what it seems, but if you really feel that we cannot overcome this, maybe we should reconsider our relationship. That was the moment in which I knew that our relationship had ended. My parents, who lived in a small suburb of Milwaukee, had always been my point of support. I thought that upon telling them what had happened, they would receive me with open arms, but the response I obtained was devastating. When I arrived at their door that rainy night after packing my things and leaving Mason, my mother opened and said, "Daughter, what are you doing here so late?" With tears in my eyes, I told them what Mason had done, expecting consuelo. Instead, my father sighed and said, "Scarlett, marriage is not easy. Everyone has problems. Maybe you should talk with Mason and fix things." When I insisted that I could not go back with someone who had cheated on me, my mother added, And what do you expect us to do? He is your husband. If you really want this to work, maybe you should try to understand why it happened. I froze. My own family was justifying Mason's actions. Why was it because they had always liked him more than me? Their own daughter Mason, with his easy charm and ability to manipulate, had probably already told them his version of the events. At that moment, I understood that I could not count on them. After that night, my relationship with my parents was broken. I tried to reason with them to explain how much it had hurt me what Mason had done, but it seemed that they did not want to listen. Scarlett, maybe if you were not so focused on your career, Mason would not have felt that he was lacking attention, my mother told me in a call a few weeks later. It was as if they had stabbed me in the heart. Were they really blaming me for his infidelity? I moved in with my best friend Lily to her apartment in downtown Chicago. Lily was a lifesaver in those moments. She listened to every tear, every scream of frustration, and never judged me. It was she who accompanied me to look for lawyers to begin the divorce process. Mason, meanwhile, did everything possible to complicate my life. He started by sending me text messages almost daily asking me to come back. He said things like, "I cannot believe that you are willing to throw everything away," or "It was nothing serious with Chloe. Please give me another opportunity." When I refused to respond, he began to involve my parents. They called me to tell me that Mason was sorry and that, according to them, we should try couples therapy. I simply could not believe it. How could they be on his side after what he had done? "He loves you, Scarlett. Why can you not see that?" my mother told me again and again, but I was no longer the same person who had run to their door in search of help. I had learned something important. When someone shows you who they really are, you must believe them, and Mason had shown me exactly who he was. The divorce was a long and exhausting process. Mason tried to fight for everything, even for things that clearly did not matter to him, only to make my life more difficult. I remember the day in which the papers were finally signed as if it had been yesterday. It was a cold day in December, and when I left the lawyer's office, I felt the wind on my face, and I knew that I was free. Free from Mason, but also free from the expectations and judgments of my parents. From there, I dedicated myself to rebuilding my life. I got a small apartment for myself, a place that I could call mine. Although it was not luxurious, I spent nights working extra hours in my office, not because I wanted to avoid my emotions, but because I wanted to prove to myself that I could get ahead on my own, and I did. Lily introduced me to a group of new friends, people who became my chosen family. Among them was Jack, a man who at that moment meant nothing more than a casual friend, but who eventually would become Alg, very special in my six. He was the owner of a bar in the neighborhood and always seemed to know exactly what to say to cheer me up. He never pressured me, he never tried to be something more than a friend, and in those days that was just what I needed. However, while my life began to take shape, the relationship with my parents continued to be non-existent. They made no effort to approach, and I neither did. It was as if we had reached a tacit agreement to ignore each other, but the truth is that it hurt me. I did not admit it out loud, not even to Lily, but there were nights in which I wondered if someday they would be able to see what they had really done and ask me for forgiveness. It was not until 2 years later at a family meeting in Milwaukee that I saw them for the first time since that night. It was my cousin Grace's birthday, and although I did not want to go, Lily convinced me that I could not hide forever. "They will be there, but you do not have to talk to them if you do not want," she told me, and that is what I did. When I arrived, my mother saw me and approached immediately. "Scarlett, it is so good to see you," she said as if nothing had happened. I tried to keep calm, but I could not help feeling the weight of all the damage that they had caused. We barely exchanged words, and I spent the rest of the meeting avoiding my parents. It was uncomfortable, but also necessary. It was the confirmation that they were still not ready to accept their part of the guilt. Meanwhile, my relationship with Jack began to change. After months of going out with a group of friends, one night, while we were walking together towards my apartment, Jack took my hand. "Scarlett, I do not want to pressure you, but I think that I feel something more for you," he told me. He was honest, direct, and for the first time in a long time, I felt that I could trust someone. Our relationship advanced slowly, something that we both needed. He knew everything about Mason and my parents and never tried to rush me to heal. For the first time, I felt that I had someone in my life who was completely on my side. Jack and I began a quiet and stable relationship. He was the type of person who made things feel easy even when they were not. He gave me space to be myself, to process my pain, and never try to fix me, because he understood that I was not broken, only hurt. We spent the following years building something solid, although without rushing. Us both had had difficult relationships in the past, so we enjoyed the slow pace. Meanwhile, my relationship with my parents remained stagnant and nothing. They did not try to contact me, and I neither looked for them. Sometimes I found out things about them through other relatives, that my father continued working in his small auto parts store in Milwa, that my mother organized dinners for the wives of my father's friends. I never asked directly, but there was always someone willing to share a casual comment about them. However, one event changed everything. It was about to be 3 years with Jack when he proposed marriage. It was a simple but beautiful night. He took me to the bar that he had opened himself, where we met and closed early just for us. There were warm lights hung all over the place, and in the center of the bar there was a bottle of wine with 2 glasses. He took my hand and said, "Scarlett, I have waited for this moment for years, and I do not want to spend a single day more without you knowing how committed I am to you. Do you want to marry me?" I said yes without thinking. Jack was not only my partner, he was my refuge, my home. We spent the rest of the night laughing, crying, and planning a future together. But as was to be expected, the news of our engagement did not take long to reach my parents, and it was there where everything began to complicate again. Barely a week after of announcing our engagement on social media, I received an email from my mother. Seeing her name in my inbox made me stop completely. It was the first time that she had tried to contact me directly in more than 3 years. I opened the email with a mixture of curiosity and anxiety. The message said, "Scarlett, we have heard of your engagement, and we want to congratulate you. We are very glad that you have found the happiness that you deserve. We want to talk to you if you are willing. We know that we have made mistakes in the past, but we really want to be part of this important moment in your life. Please call us when you can. With love, Mom and Dad." I showed the message to Jack that night, waiting for his reaction. He read it in silence, and then said, "What do you want to do? It is your decision. I support you in what you choose." I stayed thinking all night. On one hand, I had desired this type of apology for years. I had dreamed of a message where they recognized their error and wanted to repair it, but on the other hand, I could not help feeling that their sudden interest was nothing more than a strategy. Maybe the fact that Jack had his own business and a respected man in our community had influenced their desire for reconciliation. I decided to ignore the message, at least for a time, but it was not long before they took one more step. 2 weeks later, while Jack and I were discussing details of the wedding, my parents appeared at the door of our apartment. It was a Saturday morning, and I was still in pajamas when I heard the doorbell. I opened the door without looking through the peephole, something that now I wish I had not done. There they were, standing in the hallway with a box of what seemed to be something handmade. "Scarlett," said my mother with a voice between excited and nervous, "we came to congratulate you in person." I stayed silent for a moment, surprised by their audacity. "I do not think that this is a good idea," I said, finally blocking the door frame so that they could not enter. "Please, we only want to talk," said my father. "We know that we have not been the best parents, but we want to fix things before it is too late." Jack appeared behind me, putting a hand on my shoulder, as if he wanted to remind me that I did not have to face this alone. "I am sorry," said Jack with firmness, "but Scarlett and I are not interested in this right now." My parents seemed to take those words as a challenge. My mother began to cry, saying that all they wanted was to be part of my life, and that they were only trying to make peace. My father, on the other hand, seemed more annoyed. "Are you really going to exclude noses from your wedding?" he asked, his tone full of reproach. It was then when I lost my calm. "Do you really have the nerve to come here after all? You abandoned me when I needed you the most. You chose Mason, a man who betrayed me, over me, your daughter, and now, because suddenly you are interested in how my life looks from the outside, you want to come back? No, it does not work like that." The discussion continued for a few minutes, but finally they left, leaving the box on the floor in front of our door. When I opened it later, I discovered that it contained photo albums of my childhood and a letter from my mother full of late apologies and pleas of reconciliation. I did not know what to feel at that moment. A part of me wanted to close that door forever, while another part, very small, still yearned for the love and acceptance of my parents. After the incident at my door, I felt completely overwhelmed. The box with the albums and the letter stayed in a corner of the living room for days, as an uncomfortable reminder of a past that I still did not know if I was ready to face. Jack did not press to talk about it, but I knew that he was worried. I could see it in the way he looked at me every time he passed by the corner where the box was. Finally, one night after work, I mustered the courage to open it. I sat on the sofa with Jack by my side, and I took out one of the albums. They were photos of my childhood. My first day of school, past Christmases, vacations on the beach with my family. Each image brought with it a mixture of emotions. There was joy in some memories, but also pain upon realizing how far apart we were now. Then I read my mother's letter. It was long with her impeccable handwriting and seemed honest. There were phrases like, "I know that I was not the mother that you deserved when you needed me the most. I have spent years regretting how we handled things with Mason. There is no excuse for what we did, but I hope that someday you can forgive us. We feel proud of the person that you have become, even from the distance." A part of me wanted to believe in her words, but another part could not ignore the accumulated resentment. I could not forget how they had left me out of their life, how they chose Mason in instead of supporting me. It was difficult to trust their intentions. I talked with Jackie that night. "I do not know what to do," I told him while looking at the letter. "Part of me wants to forgive them, but another part knows that they are probably here now because it suits them." Jack stayed in silence for a moment before responding. "Whatever you decide has to be for you, not for them. If forgiving them helps you to heal, do it, but if you feel that it will only open old wounds, you are not obliged to anything." That conversation lingered in my head the following days. Finally, I decided to meet with my parents in a neutral place. I sent them a short and direct email saying that I was willing to listen to what they had to say, but only in a public cafe, and that there would be no promises of reconciliation. When the day arrived, I was nervous. Jack accompanied me to the place, although he stayed in the car to give me my space. When I entered the cafe, I saw my parents sitting at a table near the window. My mother seemed anxious, twisting a handkerchief in her hands, while my father had that stoic expression that he had always had when he tried to seem more calm than he really was. I sat in front of them, crossing my arms as if I was preparing for a battle. "Well," I said after an awkward moment of silence, "here I am. What did you want to tell me?" My mother began to speak, almost tripping over her words. "Scarlett, we are so sorry, really. I know that we have ruined it in so many ways, and I do not expect you to forgive us immediately, but I want you to know that we have changed. I have changed. We have realized how wrong we were, and all we want now is to be part of your life again." My father nodded, but did not say anything at first. Finally, he added, "Your mother is right. We were unfair with you. There is no excuse for what we did, but we want to make amends, although we understand that you may not want to give us that opportunity." Their words sounded sincere, but something inside me kept doubting. It was difficult to forget years of pain and abandonment. "Why now?" I asked them. "Years have passed. What changed?" My mother lowered her gaze while my father hesitated before responding. "Because we realized that we had lost our daughter," he said with a low voice. "And after seeing how you have continued moving forward, how you have built a life for yourself, we realized that we made an unforgivable mistake by letting you go." Although their words seemed sincere, I could not help feeling that something was missing. "I cannot promise you anything," I told them. "I cannot pretend that everything is okay. You did me a lot of damage, and that does not disappear just because you want it to." My mother nodded with tears in her eyes. "We know it, Scarlett. We only want you to know that we are willing to do whatever it takes to prove to you that we have really changed." The meeting ended without any clear resolution. We said goodbye with an awkward handshake, and I returned to the car where Jack was waiting for me. He looked at me and asked, "How do you feel?" "Confused," I admitted. "They seem sincere, but I do not know if I am ready to believe them." During the following weeks, my parents tried to stay in contact, sending occasional messages to ask how I was or to congratulate me on my progress in the wedding plans. Although I responded in an educated way, I kept my distance. I knew that I could not trust them fully, at least not yet. A couple of weeks after my encounter with my parents, I thought that things were finally calming down. We had established a kind of basic communication, although I still maintained a large emotional barrier. Jack was in agreement with my decision to proceed with caution, and I was focusing on the plans for our wedding that was just a few months away, but as it usually happens when you think that everything is under control, life throws you an unexpected twist. One afternoon, I received a call from my cousin Grace. It was strange because we did not talk very often, but we had always maintained a cordial relationship. I answered with curiosity, and the first thing she said left me frozen. "Scarlett, I think that you should know something about your parents." The tone of her voice put me on immediate alert. "What is happening?" I asked, feeling that my heart was starting to accelerate. Grace hesitated for a moment before responding. "Well, it turns out that your parents have been talking a lot about Jack and his family lately. They mentioned it in a meeting a few days ago. I do not know how to tell you this, but they seemed more interested in his money than in fixing their relationship with you." I felt as if they had thrown a bucket of cold water on me. "What exactly did they say?" I insisted, trying to keep calm. "My mom mentioned your engagement, and your dad began to talk about how Jack is a successful businessman and how his family has a good economic position." It was weird because the son's sound sounded more like they were analyzing an opportunity than celebrating your happiness. They even said something like it is good that Scarlett has finally made an intelligent decision point. Grace continued, but I could barely process what I was listening to. Suddenly, all my doubts and suspicions about their true intentions made sense. My mind returned to each email, each message, each attempt to approach, and everything fit into a disturbing pattern. They had been acting all this time only because now my life was something that they could take advantage of. That night, I told Jack what Grace had told me. His reaction was immediate and protective. I knew that something was not right, he said with a mixture of anger and disappointment. You cannot let them manipulate you again. If they are here for selfish motives, they do not deserve a place in your life. His support gave me clarity, and I decided to face my parents. I could not stay quiet knowing what I now knew. I called them the next day and asked them to meet again. This time I chose a public park. I needed an open space where I could take air if things got tense, as I knew they would. When I arrived, they were already there sitting on a bench. They stood up upon seeing me and greeted me with smiles as if everything was okay, but I was not there to smile. I want to be direct, I began, crossing my arms. I have heard some worrying things. Why are you really trying to return to my life? Is it for me, or because you think you can get something from Jack and his family? My mother opened her eyes wide, clearly surprised by my pre-question. Claro, of course not, Scarlett. How can you think that? My father, however, was not so convincing. It is not that simple, he said cautiously. We only want to be close to you again, and yes, maybe we are excited that you are building such a solid life with someone like Jack, but that does not mean that we have ulterior motives. That is exactly what it means, I responded, my voice rising in tone. Why did not you try to fix things before? You have had years to ask me for forgiveness, but you did not do it until you knew that I was engaged to someone successful. That is not love nor repentance, it is interest. My mother began to cry, as she always did when she wanted to divert attention. Scarlett, it is not like that. We love you. We have always done. Yes, we made mistakes, but we only want another opportunity. The old me might have doubted, might have believed in her tears, but I was no longer that person. I knew what I was worth, and I knew that I could not let them manipulate me again. I am sorry, I said firmly, but without rage. I cannot allow you to come back into my life under these conditions. Maybe someday I can forgive you, but it will not be today, and it will not be while you continue acting as if this was a game. My father tried to replicate, but I interrupted him. I do not need your approval, nor your validation, and I definitely do not need your interest now that everything seems to be going well for me. You no longer have power over me. I turned around and left before they could say anything else. I felt a weight lift from my shoulders, but also a deep pain. As much as I wanted to stay strong, they were still my parents, and cutting those ties, even when it was the right thing, was not easy. That night, Jack hugged me while I told him what had happened. I am proud of you, he said softly. It is not easy to do what you did, but it was necessary. From that moment, I focused completely on our wedding and on our future. My parents tried to contact me a few more times, but I never responded. I had clear that they could not continue being an active part of my life if they were not capable of changing for real. The day of our wedding, surrounded by friends and by the family that I chose, I knew that I had made the right decision. Although my parents were not there, I did not feel their absence. I had Jack, Lily, and all the people who really supported me, and for the first time in a long time, I felt completely at peace. Story 14. My brother hit me with his car in the middle of a family fight because, according to him, I always want to be the center of attention, and now my parents are threatening to disinherit me if I do not withdraw the charges. Oliver and I grew up in a quiet suburb of Atlanta. Our neighborhood was full of white houses with well-kept gardens where everyone knew everyone. During our childhood, my brother, 26 male, and I, Charlotte, 28 female, were inseparable. We played hide and seek in the backyard. We shared horror stories under the sheets and dreamed of the day when we would both leave our small town to conquer the world. But as often happens, adulthood arrived, and our lives took very different paths. While I studied hard to become an occupational therapist, Oliver seemed to drift through life. After leaving university at the age of 20, he began to work in any job he could find: convenience stores, restaurants, warehouses. No job lasted more than 6 months. At first, I tried to support him, encouraging him to find something that he was really passionate about, but he rejected any attempt at help. His resentment began to grow when I began to stand out in my career. While I moved forward, he felt that he was being left behind. Things deteriorated a year ago at our cousin James' wedding. It was there that I realized how deep his grudge towards me was. I found him in the bathroom, crying and staggering with a bottle of whiskey. "You are the favorite, Charlotte," he told me between tears. You always have been. Nobody takes me seriously because you do everything perfect." His words left me frozen. I tried to console him, to explain to him that his perception was not fair, but something broke in our relationship that night. Since then, every family meeting became an emotional battlefield. 2 weeks ago, our parents organized a dinner to celebrate our mother's birthday. Our family home, located in a suburb surrounded by tall oak trees and quiet streets, was the perfect place for family gatherings. I arrived early that day to help with the preparations. My mother was busy decorating the dining room table, while my father checked the grill in the backyard. For a moment, I almost forgot my worries. However, everything changed when Oliver arrived late, as always, and with an expression that betrayed his bad mood. He barely crossed the door, he launched a sarcastic comment. "Look, who is here? The perfect daughter, ready to remind us all how wonderful she is." I tried to ignore him, but my mother gave him a warning look. During dinner, Oliver continued with his comments. "It must be great to have a job where all you do is talk." "Is that a real career, Charlotte?" he said with a bitter smile. My cousin Samuel, who was sitting next to me, tried to divert the conversation, but it was evident that Oliver was looking for a reaction. Finally, I lost patience. "Oliver, if you have something to say it directly instead of hiding behind passive-aggressive comments." I responded calmly, but that was enough to make him explode. He jumped up, knocking his chair to the floor. "You are a hypocrite, Charlotte. Your whole life is a farce. You think you are better than all of us, but you are nothing more than a fake." My mother tried to calm him, but he left the house, pushing the door with so much force that it resonated throughout the neighborhood. I do not know why I did it, but I followed him. Maybe it was the guilt or the desire to fix things. I found him in the garage, frantically looking for his car keys. "Oliver, please do not do this. Let us talk," I told him, keeping my distance. "Get out, Charlotte. You already ruined enough tonight," he growled without even looking at me. "I just want to understand what is happening. It does not have to be like this." I insisted, but he did not want to listen. He started his car engine and put it in reverse. I thought he was just trying to scare me, but when he sharply turned the steering wheel and accelerated towards me, I realized that he was serious. The next thing was a blur. I felt the impact on my side, and then the cold of the pavement. My entire body burned with pain, and my mind was in a state of disbelief. Really, my brother had hit me with his car. The lights of the house turned on, and I heard screams and footsteps running towards me. My mother was the first to arrive, her face a mixture of horror and despair. "Charlotte, my God, Charlotte, are you okay?" She tried to touch me, but it hurt too much. I think I cannot move my leg," I managed to say between gasps. My whole body was trembling, and the pain was unbearable. Oliver was standing next to the car with his hands on his head, mumbling something unintelligible. My father arrived shortly after, and upon seeing the scene, he burst with fury. "What the hell did you do, Oliver?" My cousin Samuel called 911 while some relatives tried to calm my parents. While we waited for the ambulance, Oliver finally spoke. "It was not my intention. I did not want to," but his words felt empty. How could he justify what he had just done? The ambulance trip to the hospital was a whirlwind of physical and emotional pain. While the medical team stabilized my leg and administered something for the pain, I could not avoid reliving the moment over and over again. The roar of the engine, the impact, the coldness of the pavement under my body, and Oliver's expression afterwards. Was it remorse that I saw in his eyes, or simply fear for what he had done? When we arrived at the hospital, they took me directly to emergency. A burst of white lights and urgent voices surrounded me while the doctors evaluated my injuries. The diagnosis arrived quickly: fracture in the pelvis, a severe contusion on the side, and several cuts and bruises that would require stitches. I was informed that I would need weeks of rest and probably months of physiotherapy to walk normally. It was devastating. While I was lying on the stretcher trying to process everything, my father arrived at the hospital. He looked 10 years older, with a tired face and red eyes. He sat next to my bed and took my hand delicately. "Charlotte, I am so sorry. This never should have happened," he said in a whisper. His voice trembled in a way that I had never heard before. I called the police. They already took a preliminary statement from Samuel and some others. Oliver has to face the consequences. The news left me frozen. On one hand, I knew that it was the right thing to do, but on the other, the idea of involving the police against my own brother filled me with conflict. Before I could respond, my mother entered the room with a completely different expression. While my father seemed devastated, she looked tense, almost defiant. "Charlotte, listen, this was an accident," she began to say, crossing her arms. "Oliver was upset, but he did not want to hurt you. It was a mistake. You cannot let this get out of control." I felt like my stomach was churning with indignation. A mistake, he hit me with his car, Mom. He could have killed me. My voice broke, and I could not prevent the tears from rolling down my face. I know, honey, I know, she said, trying to soften her tone, but he is your brother. Family is the most important thing. If you go ahead with this, you will destroy his life. Is that what you really want? You want to ruin your own brother? Her words left me breathless. There I was, prostrate in a hospital bed with my body bruised and broken, and the only thing that seemed to matter to my mother was protecting Oliver. And my life, Mom, does not that count for anything? I asked, trying to remain calm. Before she could respond, my father intervened. Enough, Margaret, we are not going to justify what Oliver did. This has consequences. But my mother did not stop. You do not understand what this means for him. Charlotte, if you talk to the police, this will be on his record. How is he going to find a job? How is he going to rebuild his life? You cannot do this to him. Tears filled my eyes again, but this time they were not of sadness, but of pure rage. I am not the one who is doing this to him, Mom, it is him. Oliver made that decision when he decided to accelerate towards me. Later that night, while I was trying to rest, I received a text message from Samuel. Charlotte, I know that this is difficult to hear, but you have to know it. After they took you in the ambulance, Oliver said that you deserved it, that you always push him to the limit. I cannot stay silent. If you need my support, I am here. I read the message over and over again, with my heart pounding strongly. How could Oliver justify what he had done? Did he really believe that this was my fault? My mind was a mess. I knew that I could not ignore what had happened, but the weight of the family pressure was crushing me. The next morning, the police arrived at the hospital to take my official statement. 2 officers, a man and a woman, entered my room with serious but kind expressions. Miss Charlotte, we understand that this is difficult, but we need you to tell us what happened last night, said one of them. I looked at my father, who nodded firmly, and then at my mother, who avoided my gaze. I knew that this moment was crucial. I had to decide whether to protect Oliver or myself. Finally, I took a deep breath, and I told them everything: how I had followed Oliver to the garage, how he was furious, how he had accelerated towards me without stopping. The officers took notes, asking me specific questions. Do you think he did it intentionally? They asked me. It took me a moment to respond. Yes, I said finally. I think he wanted to scare me, but he did not care if he hurt me in the process. When they left, my mother burst out, Charlotte, you cannot do this. You are ruining your brother. How can you be so cruel? I responded, raising my voice for the first time, Mom, I am in a hospital bed. Because of him, I cannot walk, and you think that I am the cruel one. That same afternoon, I was informed that Oliver had been arrested. My parents argued for hours in the waiting room. My father insisted that it was the right thing to do, while my mother cried, saying that I had betrayed the family. That night, while I was trying to fall asleep, I realized something. My family would never be the same, but I knew that I had done the right thing. Nobody deserved what Oliver had done to me, and protecting him would do nothing more than perpetuate his behavior. The day after Oliver's arrest was chaotic. I had barely slept. My mother did not stop sending me messages begging me to withdraw the complaint. My phone vibrated constantly with notifications, missed calls, messages from relatives who already found out what had happened, some to offer me support, others to question my decision. Each message made me feel more trapped. My father, on the other hand, tried to remain firm. He arrived at the hospital early, carrying coffee and a couple of books, as if with small gestures he could alleviate the emotional storm that we both knew was coming. He sat next to my bed and said in a serious but calm voice, Charlotte, I am proud of you. I know that this is not easy, but what you did was brave. Oliver needs to learn that his actions have consequences. However, even with his support, I could not avoid feeling torn. I thought of Oliver sitting in a cell, probably furious with me. I thought of my mother, who seemed more concerned about her troubled son than about the fact that I was in a hospital bed with a fractured pelvis, and more than anything, I thought of the family. How had we reached this point? Later that morning, I received an unexpected visit. My cousin Samuel, who had been present during the incident, entered my room with an expression of concern. He sat in the chair next to my bed, and after a long sigh, he began to speak. Charlot, I have to tell you something, and I do not know if it is going to help you or if it is going to make you feel worse, but I think you need to know it, he said, looking at his hands. After they took you in the ambulance, Oliver started to scream. He said things like that you deserved it, that you always provoke him. He even said that you should have learned not to get in his way. I felt a knot in my stomach. Although a part of me already suspected that Oliver was not sorry, listening to those words made it much more real. Samuel continued, listen, I completely support what you are doing. What he did is not right, and he needs to understand that. If you need me to testify or do something, count on me. I appreciated his support, although I could not avoid feeling even more betrayed by Oliver. After Samuel left, I found myself alone in my room, facing an avalanche of emotions: rage, sadness, frustration, but also a strange sensation of clarity. As much as it hurt, I knew that I could not retract myself. Oliver had crossed a line that should not be ignored. That afternoon, my mother arrived at the hospital. She was not alone. She brought with her one of my aunts, a woman who had always been neutral in family conflicts. I thought that maybe they were coming to offer support, but it quickly became clear that they had other intentions. "Charlotte, we have to talk," said my mother, sitting next to me with a serious expression. My aunt stood crossed arms as if she was there to back up my mother. "Oliver is devastated," continued my mother. "What he did was wrong, but we all know that it was not intentional. He would never want to hurt you. Really, do not you think that he has already suffered enough?" I remained silent, waiting for her to say something more, but what came next left me completely frozen. "Your father and I have been talking, and if you do not withdraw the complaint, we will have to take action. We do not want to get to this point, but family is the first thing, and if you decide not to act as part of this family, then we will have no other option." "What are you saying, Mom?" I asked, although I already sensed the answer. "If you go ahead with this, we will disinherit you," she said finally, with a coldness that left me speechless. "We do not want to do it, but you are letting your pride destroy this family." For the first time in this whole process, I felt completely alone, even with the support of my father and Samuel. The threat of my mother was a low blow. Although I had never cared too much about my parents' money, the simple fact that they were willing to take that measure broke my heart. "I cannot believe what I am hearing," I responded, trying to remain calm. "My pride, Mom. Oliver almost killed me. I am here in this hospital bed because he could not control his anger, and you are more worried about protecting him than about what he did to me." "Charlotte, you do not understand," said my mother with a mixture of frustration and despair. "Oliver is going through a very difficult time. You have always been strong. We knew that you could overcome this, but he is not like you. If you do this to him, I do not know if he will be able to recover." I stared at her, unable to understand how she could justify Oliver's actions in that way. "It is not my job to protect him from the consequences of his own actions," I said finally, with my voice trembling. "If he does not face what he did, he will never change." After they left, I felt exhausted both physically and emotionally. My mother had made it clear where her loyalties were, and although that hurt, it also gave me a strange sense of liberation. I knew that I could never please her, not when it came to Oliver. The only thing I could do was protect myself. Later that night, my father returned to the hospital. I told him what my mother had said, and although he tried to hide it, I could see the pain in his face. "I cannot control what your mother does, Charlotte," he said, taking my hand, "but I want you to know that I am on your side. No matter what happens, I will always support you." That night, while I was trying to sleep, I made a decision. As much as it hurt, I knew that I had to go ahead with the complaint, not only for me, but because Oliver needed to face what he had done. It was the only way to break the cycle. The days that followed Oliver's arrest were a whirlwind. While my body tried to recover from the injuries, my mind was trapped in a constant swirl of thought. Each conversation with the family seemed to add more pressure, and each decision I made moved me further away from what had once been my emotional home. Oliver's first preliminary hearing was scheduled for the following week. Samuel and my father attended with me as support. My mother, however, sat on the other side of the room next to Oliver. When I saw her take his hand while he avoided looking at me, I felt a pang of pain. It seemed like a scene taken from a movie, only there were no heroes in this story, only a family falling apart. That morning, the prosecutor briefly stated the charges: aggravated assault and reckless negligence. When Oliver's lawyer spoke, he tried to minimize what had happened. This was not an act of malice, it was an unfortunate accident arising from a family dispute, he argued. Listening to those words was like a slap in the face. An accident, really? Were they trying to justify it that way? When it was time for my statement, I stood up despite the fact that the pain in my pelvis still made it difficult for me to move. I took a deep breath and I spoke with as much clarity as possible. Oliver accelerated towards me that night. He knew that I was in his way, and yet he decided not to stop. I cannot say if he wanted to hurt me deliberately, but what I do know is that he did nothing to avoid it. What happened was not an accident, it was a decision. The judge listened attentively before ruling. Oliver was released on bail, but with restrictions. He could not approach me or communicate with me while the case was in progress. My mother cried when the order was issued, and I could hear her whisper, "This is not fair." That same afternoon, while returning from court in the car with my father, my phone began to vibrate again. This time it was a message from my cousin Grace. "Charlotte, I have to tell you something. Your mother is calling everyone in the family, trying to convince them that you are exaggerating what happened. She is saying that you are only doing this to punish Oliver. I think you should know it." I stared at the screen incredulously. My mother was discrediting me before the whole family after everything that had happened. I felt that the ground under my feet was crumbling once more. "What is wrong, honey?" asked my father, noticing my expression. I showed him the message, and he sighed deeply, running a hand through his hair. "Your mother is blinded by her guilt and by her favoritism towards Oliver. I do not know how he got to this, but you have to stand firm, Charlotte. This is not your fault." That night, I received an unexpected call from my younger sister. Although she had not been at the dinner, she already knew everything that had happened. She had always been more neutral in family conflicts, but this time she seemed genuinely concerned. "Charlotte, I want you to know that I am with you," she said. "I cannot believe what Oliver did, and even less what Mom is saying about you, but I also want to warn you that this is not going to get better soon. The family is divided, and Mom is doing everything possible to get people on her side." "What do you mean?" I asked, although I had an idea. "She is saying that you are exaggerating everything, that you are not really as hurt as you say. She is even suggesting that you provoked Oliver that night." I do not believe her, but other people might. I felt a knot in my stomach. I knew that my mother was willing to protect Oliver at all costs, but I never imagined that she would go so far. She continued, "Charlotte, you have to stay strong. I know that this is difficult, but what you are doing is the right thing." The following days were hell. My mother organized a family meeting at my grandparents' house, where she tried to convince everyone that I should withdraw the charges against Oliver. My cousin Samuel, who attended the meeting, called me afterwards to tell me what had happened. "Your mother was relentless," he said. "She said that the family is broken because of you, that if you really cared you would find a way to resolve this without involving the police, but most of us do not agree with her. What Oliver did was wrong, and you have the right to seek justice." Although Samuel's words were comforting, they could not erase the pain of knowing that my own mother was leading a campaign against me. Each conversation with someone from the family was a reminder that for many of them, I was the villain of this story. The last straw came a week later when I received an unexpected visit at the hospital. It was Oliver. He wore casual clothes, but his face was marked by tension. "I should not be here, but I need to talk to you," he said in a low and trembling voice. My first reaction was of fear. Why was he here? What did he want? However, my curiosity overcame my instinct to protect myself, and I told him to speak quickly. "Charlotte, I am so sorry for what happened," he began, but his tone did not sound genuine. "All this got out of control. Mom says that we could fix this. If you withdraw the complaint, we could make everything go back to normal." I stared at him incredulously. "Normality? Hitting you with a car is normality for you, Oliver. Do you think that I can forget everything that happened that night?" "It was not intentional," he responded, raising his voice. "I was upset. You always have to be the center of attention. You always have to be on top of me." Those words were the confirmation of what I already knew. Oliver was not sorry. He only wanted to escape from the consequences of his actions. "Get out, Oliver," I told him finally with a firm voice. "I am not going to give in, and you will not intimidate me again." Oliver gave me one last look of frustration before leaving, mumbling something unintelligible. While I watched him leave, I felt a mixture of fear and determination. For the first time in weeks, I knew with absolute certainty that I had made the right decision. After Oliver's visit, it became clear that my family was fractured in a way that maybe could never be repaired. Despite the threats and manipulations, I knew that I could not back down. My health, my safety, and my dignity could not be negotiated, even if that meant facing my whole family. Days later, while I was preparing for a follow-up medical appointment, my mother appeared at the hospital without warning. She was not alone. She brought with her a lawyer, someone she had hired specifically to convince me to withdraw the charges against Oliver. The audacity of the gesture left me stunned. "Charlotte, listen," began my mother while the lawyer took a seat in a corner. "This has gone too far. I know that you are hurt, but we cannot let this destroy Oliver. He is your brother. Please let us do this as a family, as it always should have been." I felt the tears accumulating in my eyes, not of sadness, but of pure frustration. "As a family," I repeated, almost laughing bitterly. "What part of all this has been as a family since this happened? The only thing I have received are blame and pressure. Mom, I am in this bed because he decided that his rage was more important than my life." The lawyer tried to intervene, suggesting that we could reach an agreement out of court, but I interrupted him before he could continue. "I am not interested in agreements. This is not just about me. It is about Oliver needing to understand that what he did has consequences." My mother burst into tears, covering her face with her hands. but instead of feeling compassion, I felt more firm than ever. Her crying was another tactic, one that I was no longer willing to tolerate. "I want you to leave, Mom," I said calmly, "and take your lawyer with you." I did not plan to change my mind. That night while I was trying to rest, I received a call from Elle. Her voice sounded nervous, but also full of determination. "Charlotte, there is something that I need to tell you. I have been silent for too long, but I cannot keep seeing how Mom blames you for everything." "What do you mean?" I asked, feeling a mixture of curiosity and apprehension. "Oliver has always been Mom's favorite, we know it. But what you do not know is that she has been paying his debts for years: credit cards, personal loans, even a couple of fines. That is why she is so desperate to protect him. She is afraid that if this comes to light, the whole family will know how much she has been covering him up." Elle's words fell like a weight on my chest. Everything was beginning to fit. The insistence of my mother, her attempts to discredit me, even the family meeting, it was all part of an effort to save Oliver from facing the consequences and in the process protect her own image. "Thank you for telling me this, Elle," I responded, although my mind was already elsewhere. I needed to process this new information and decide what to do with it. The main hearing arrived weeks later. This time the room was full of familiar faces: cousins, uncles, even some close friends of the family. Oliver appeared with my mother by his side, while my father sat with me. The atmosphere was tense, almost unbearable. When I took the stand, I felt stronger than I expected. I related what had happened with clarity and precision, letting the facts speak for themselves. Oliver's defense tried to paint the incident as an unfortunate accident caused by stress and alcohol, but the testimonies of Samuel and other witnesses made it clear that it had been something more: an act of anger and negligence. The judge, after listening to all the arguments, ruled that Oliver was guilty of reckless negligence. He was sentenced to probation, mandatory therapy for anger management, and was ordered to stay away from me for at least 3 years. It was not a severe sentence, but it was enough to send a message. His actions had consequences. After the hearing, my mother approached me in the parking lot. Her face was hardened, and her words were cutting. "I hope that you are satisfied you have destroyed this family." I looked her directly in the eyes, and I responded calmly but firmly. "It was not I who destroyed this family, Mom. It was Oliver, and it was your choice to protect him instead of supporting me." She walked away without saying a word more. My father, who had been observing from a distance, approached and put a hand on me. "I am proud of you, Charlotte. No matter what others say, you did the right thing." Months have passed since then. My recovery has been slow but constant, both physically and emotionally. My relationship with my mother remains broken, and although it hurts me, I have learned to accept that I cannot change her. Oliver, for his part, has complied with the conditions of his sentence, but we have not spoken since the incident. The family remains divided and probably will be for a long time, but I have found solace in the people who really supported me: my father, Elle, Samuel, and some others who saw the truth and stayed by my side. Story 15. My brother demanded that I apologize for ruining the announcement of his engagement with my pregnancy, but he was exposed as unfaithful at the dinner that he planned to confront me. My brother and I have always had a complicated relationship. He is a year older than me, but sometimes it seemed that we came from completely different worlds. Since we were little, there was a clear difference in how our parents treated us. He was always my mother's favorite, the one who could do whatever he wanted without facing consequences, while I was the responsible one, the one who had to solve the problems that he caused. Despite that, I never imagined that our relationship would reach the point where we are now. It all started when my wife and I discovered that we were expecting our first child. It was a moment of pure happiness for us. We had been trying for a while, and after months of uncertainty, finally things went well. We felt that our dream of forming a family was coming true. With the emotion at its peak, we decided to share the news with our families at an informal dinner that we organized at home. I remember that there was a special energy that night. My mother was radiant, and my father did not stop smiling. When we made the announcement, my mom let out a cry of joy and ran to hug us, while my dad gave a strong handshake and congratulated us. Everything seemed perfect until I looked at my brother. He was sitting in his place with his arms crossed and an expression of total displeasure. It was so evident that even my wife, who always tries to look for the best in everyone, realized it. I tried to ignore it at first, thinking that maybe he was having a bad day, but it did not take long to make clear what he really thought. "Could not you wait a little longer to share this?" he blurted out, suddenly breaking the atmosphere of happiness that filled the room. There was an uncomfortable silence. My mom looked at him confused, and my wife and I exchanged glances without knowing if he was joking or if he was speaking seriously. Finally, I dared to ask him, "Wait, what? It is great news for us. and we wanted to share it with you." He let out an exaggerated sigh. He said, "I am about to get engaged to my girlfriend, and this ruins everything." The declaration left us all in shock. Nobody knew that he had plans to get engaged, not even my mom, who is normally aware of all the details of his life. While we were trying to process what we had just heard, my brother continued, "I had planned to announce it tonight. Now, anything I say or do will be overshadowed by your big news. This shows how selfish you are." His words left me frozen. For a moment, I did not know whether to laugh or get angry. Selfish for sharing the news that we were expecting a child? It made no sense. I tried to remain calm, and I responded with serenity. "I understand that you had something planned, but nobody knew about that. This is not a competition, and we were not trying to steal your spotlight." However, he seemed determined to maintain his posture. "It is always the same with you. You have to be the center of attention. This was important to me, and you ruined it." My mother tried to mediate, as she always did when things got tense between us. "Son, we did not know of your plans. This is nobody's fault. Both have wonderful news to share, and you should be happy for your brother." But he was not willing to listen. He got up from the table with a dramatic gesture and said, "I cannot do this. I am leaving," and before anyone could stop him, he left the house, leaving his girlfriend visibly uncomfortable in her place. That night ended in an uncomfortable silence. My wife and I felt guilty, although we knew that we had done nothing wrong. We tried to apologize to his girlfriend before she also left, but she simply told us that it was okay, and she went after him. I thought that things would calm down with time, but it was not so. A few days later, my brother called me, and what he said left me completely perplexed. A few days after the uncomfortable dinner, my brother called me. At first, I thought that he wanted to apologize for his behavior, or at least try to talk calmly about what had happened. I was completely wrong. "Listen, we have to fix this," he said in a tone that sounded more like an order than like a suggestion. I sighed, and I tried to remain calm. "What do you mean by fix this? We did nothing wrong. We only shared our happiness, and I feel that you took it in a very personal way." "Nothing wrong." His tone rose immediately. "You ruined my big moment. The least you could do is try to compensate for it." "Compensate for it? How?" I asked, although I already sensed that what he was going to say would not make sense. "I want you to publish an announcement on your social networks, something like we rushed when sharing the news of our pregnancy, and we did not realize how important this moment was for my brother and his girlfriend, and then include something about how their engagement is the true celebration of the family." I remained silent for a few seconds, trying to process how absurd what he had just said was. I thought that maybe he was joking, but by the tone of his voice, he was completely serious. "You want me to say that our pregnancy was a mistake of timing, so that your engagement has more attention? That makes no sense," I responded, trying not to sound as upset as I felt. "It is only fair," he replied. "You have months to celebrate your pregnancy, but my engagement is something unique, a single moment. Do not you think that my girlfriend deserves that?" I explained to him with all the patience that I had left that I was not going to do something like that, that my wife's pregnancy was something special for us, and that we were not going to minimize it to please him, but he did not want to listen to reason. "So you are saying that my relationship does not matter?" he accused. I knew that he always tried to surpass me, but this is a new level of selfishness. After that call, my wife found me sitting on the sofa with my hands on my head. She asked me what had happened, and when I told her, her reaction was exactly what I felt at that moment: incredulity and frustration. "This is no longer just jealousy. He is being manipulative," she said with firmness. "You cannot let him make you feel guilty for something as beautiful as our pregnancy." I knew that she was right, but what my brother did afterwards showed that he was willing to take things much further. A couple of days later, I received a call from my mother. She told me that my brother had been crying and saying that I was sabotaging his relationship. According to her, his girlfriend was upset because this whole situation had made her engagement not feel special. My mother was visibly worried, as always, wanting to solve the problem to maintain the family peace. "Cannot you just apologize?" she told me. "It does not matter if you are right or not. Just tell him something, so that he feels better. He is your brother." I explained to her again that there was nothing to apologize for, that I was not going to minimize our pregnancy nor pretend that we had done something wrong. My mother sighed, frustrated, but finally said, "Well, then I hope that you are ready for what he is planning." That phrase left me on alert. What does that mean? What is he planning? "He wants the whole family to meet. He says that it is to clarify things, but I think that he wants everyone to make you feel bad until you apologize," confessed my mother with a tone of resignation. My wife and I discussed whether we should go to that meeting. We knew that my brother could be dramatic, but we did not want to cause more problems with the rest of the family. In the end, we decided to attend, thinking that if things got tense, we would simply leave. What we did not know was that that meeting would not be a simple confrontation. It would be the moment when everything would come to light. The night of the meeting arrived, and we went to my parents' house. All the family was there, cousins, uncles, and even some close friends. It seemed more like a party than an intervention. My brother was acting as if he were the perfect host, but his attitude seemed too exaggerated, almost theatrical. After a while of informal talk, my brother asked everyone to sit down. He stood up with a glass in his hand and began to speak. "I want to thank you all for being here. As you know, my brother and I have had some differences lately, but I am sure that we can resolve them as a family." I looked at my wife, confused. This did not feel like an apology or an attempt at conciliation. Something was wrong. "What I want to say is that sometimes people's actions can be misinterpreted," he continued, "and although some of us have made mistakes, there is always an opportunity to make things right." I felt a knot in my stomach. He was not trying to fix anything. He was building a scenario, preparing something. What happened next was something that none of us expected. While my brother continued his speech, an air of discomfort filled the room. He seemed to enjoy being the center of attention, speaking with a condescending tone as if he were the victim in a family tragedy. My wife squeezed my hand under the table, clearly restless, while I tried to maintain my composure. "We all make mistakes," he said finally, with an artificial smile that did not reach his eyes, "but the important thing is to recognize them and make sure that they do not ruin the most important relationships in our life, our family." It was clear that he was trying to put me in the place of the bad guy, but I did not bother to respond. I knew that it was not worth falling into his game. However, what happened afterwards completely changed the course of the night. Before he could continue with his show, his girlfriend, who had been sitting in silence all the time, finally intervened. Her voice was low but firm, and everyone in the room fell silent immediately. "Are you really doing this now?" she asked, looking at him with a mixture of frustration and disgust. My brother tried to ignore her. "Honey, this is not the time to talk about that. We are trying to resolve more important things." "No, this is the perfect occasion," she replied, getting up from her seat, "because I am tired of pretending and of protecting you. Everyone here needs to know who you really are." My mother, who until that moment had been observing with concern, tried to intervene. "Dear, please let us calm down. This is not necessary." "Yes, it is," she said with a tone that left my mother in silence, "because I am tired of your manipulations, of your lies, and of you putting your family against each other to hide your own faults." My brother's face paled. He tried to interrupt her, but she did not stop. "You want everyone to believe that you are the victim here, that your brother ruined your special moment. Why do not you tell them the truth of what you have been doing behind my back while you were planning this engagement?" A murmur of confusion filled the room. My brother tried to deflect the subject. "This has nothing to do with what we are discussing. It is not the time nor the place." She cut him off immediately. "Of course it is, because you are here pretending to be a martyr when you have been cheating on me for months." "Yes, cheating on me while everyone here thought that you were the perfect groom. I was discovering text messages, nocturnal calls, and absurd excuses, all with another woman." The silence that followed was deafening. My mother dropped her glass on the floor, and everyone in the room looked at my brother, waiting for a response. "That is not true," he stammered, but his voice trembled, and the lack of conviction in his words only made him feel more guilty. "It is not true," she replied, taking her phone out of her purse. "You want me to show the evidence, because I have it all here." My brother did not know where to hide. His face went from incredulity to panic and finally to fury. "You have no right to do this in front of my family." "I have no right," she said, on the verge of tears, "and you had the right to lie to me, to use this meeting to make your brother look like the bad guy and divert attention from your own lies." By this point, everyone in the room was frozen, unable to process what they were seeing. My wife and I looked at each other without knowing if we should stay or run. My father, who until that moment had remained in silence, finally spoke. "Is this true?" he asked my brother with a voice that he only used when he was really angry. My brother tried to deny it, but his girlfriend had already opened her phone and was showing the screenshots of the messages to the people nearby. My mother tried to get up to stop her, but my father stopped her. "Let her. If this is true, we need to know it." It was a devastating moment for everyone. While the evidence passed from hand to hand, my brother sank more and more into his seat. His excuses became less convincing with each word. Finally, his girlfriend said what we were all thinking. "I do not know why I stayed with you for so long. Maybe because I really wanted to believe that you were better than you are, but I cannot do it anymore." She took off the ring that she was wearing, the one that my brother had used to propose to her a few days before, and left it on the table. "You can keep this. It means nothing, and with that she left the room, leaving a crushing silence behind her. My brother, now exposed and humiliated, tried to save what was left of his dignity. This does not change anything. What he did was completely inappropriate, but that does not justify what you did to me, he said, pointing at me. I laughed, a bitter and tired laugh. You still think that this is about me? You organized this meeting thinking that you could manipulate everyone to get them on your side, but in the end your own lies caught you. I do not need to say anything more. For the first time in my life I saw my brother without answers, not because he did not have words, but because he knew that anything he said would only worsen the situation. The night ended abruptly. My wife and I decided to leave, leaving behind the chaos that my brother had created, but it was not the end. The consequences of that night were going to resonate in our family for a long time. The day after the dinner, my phone did not stop ringing, messages, calls, notifications on social networks. It was evident that what had happened the night before had left everyone in a state of shock. The family that had always been good at sweeping the problems under the rug now faced a crisis that it could not ignore. My mother was the first to call me. Her voice was charged with tension, mixing a tone of concern and reproach. This got out of control. She said what happened last night never should have occurred. It was a humiliation for your brother. I sat on the sofa and took a deep breath before responding. A humiliation for him, Mom. What happened was his fault. If he had not tried to manipulate everyone to divert attention from his problems, none of this would have happened. But you did not help, she replied. You have always been more direct, and that makes him feel attacked. You should have tried to mediate, not confront him. Her ability to justify anything that my brother did always left me perplexed, but this time I was not going to stay silent. It was not I who exposed him in front of everyone. It was his own fiancée, and she did it because she was tired of his lies. If you want to blame someone, look at him, not at me. My mother sighed, but did not continue the discussion. Instead, she tried to change the subject. Anyway, I think that you should call him and talk to him. He is very affected by all this. I am sorry, Mom, but I do not think that talking to him will serve any purpose now. If he wants to fix things, he has to start by accepting his errors. In the following days, the news about my brother's behavior spread like wildfire among the family and our close friends. Although his fiancée had been the one who exposed him, many still were trying to understand how someone could be so brazen. Some relatives defended him, saying that we all make mistakes and that he deserved another opportunity. Others, especially those closest to his ex-girlfriend, completely sided with her. What made everything even more complicated was that my brother did not seem willing to accept any responsibility. Instead of apologizing, he began to tell his own version of the events in which I was the villain. According to him, I had planned everything from the beginning. He said that my wife and I had announced our pregnancy deliberately to eclipse his engagement, and that somehow we had manipulated his ex-girlfriend to betray him. It was an absurd narrative, but surprisingly some people believed it. Messages and calls began to arrive from certain relatives demanding explanations. One of my uncles even went so far as to tell me that I was destroying family unity with my arrogance. Of course, not everyone was on his side. My father, who had always been more impartial, called me one day to offer his support. Do not worry about what others say, he told me. What happened was not your fault. Your brother got himself into this mess, and now he has to face it. Although his words were comforting, the drama did not seem to have an end. My wife, who was dealing with the stress of pregnancy, began to feel overwhelmed by all this. It is not fair for us, she told me one night. We should be enjoying this moment, not dealing with his drama. She was completely right. We decided to take a step back and disconnect from the family for a while. I turned off my phone and avoided social networks. We focused on preparing for the arrival of the baby, on enjoying our relationship, and on recovering our calm. Meanwhile, my brother faced the consequences of his actions. His ex-girlfriend, far from remaining silent, decided to tell her version of the story through her own social networks. She published screenshots of the messages that she had found and details about the time that she had been suspecting him. Although some considered it unnecessary, most people supported her. The publications went viral within our social circle, and my brother soon became the topic of conversation in all family meetings and among friends. Even some people who had defended him at the beginning began to distance themselves from him. My mother was devastated. She tried to minimize the damage, talking to relatives one by one, but it was a futile effort. The truth was already out, and there was no way to reverse it. One day my brother called me. It was the first time that he had tried to talk to me since the dinner. At first I thought that maybe he wanted to apologize or at least try to fix things, but his tone made it clear that he had not changed. I hope that you are happy he began your little show managed to ruin me. Now nobody takes me seriously and all because of your need to be the center of attention. I laughed incredulously. You still believe that this was my fault. You caused all this with your lies and your actions. I have nothing to do with your problems. I do not care what you think, he responded coldly, but I assure you that this is not ended. I am not going to let you destroy my life without consequence. I hung up the call without saying more. I knew that any attempt to reason with him would be useless. As the weeks passed, the drama began to fade, at least in our lives. My wife and I moved away from family tensions, and we focused on our relationship and on the health of the baby, but it was clear that the damage in the family was irreparable. My brother had lost not only his fiancée, but also the trust and respect of many close people. Although my mother continued trying to protect him, even she seemed tired of his constant excuses. It was not the ending that I would have wanted for our relationship, but at that moment the only thing that mattered was protecting my wife and our future son from the chaos that my brother continued generating. Time passed, and while my wife and I were concentrating on the most of the family, his attempts to manipulate others to blame me became increasingly pathetic, and many people began to see him as he really was someone who preferred to tear others apart rather than face his own mistakes. For our part, we decided that the best thing was to stay away from any conflict. Even so, my mother did not stop trying to reconcile us. During a visit to leave some gifts for the baby, she insisted that the family must remain united and that resentment leads to nothing. I knew that from her perspective she wanted the best for everyone, but she simply could not understand the damage that my brother had caused. Mom, I told her while helping my wife to arrange the gifts, this is not a matter of resentment. He has never accepted what he did, nor has he shown any intention of changing. I cannot expose my family to more of his toxicity. She sighed, clearly frustrated. He is going through a bad time. The breakup with his fiancée was devastating for him, and he is looking for how to rebuild his life. I did not want to be cruel, but I knew that I had to make things clear. If he really wants to rebuild his life, he has to start by acknowledging his errors. Until then, there is nothing that we can do. A few weeks later, our baby was born. It was a moment full of happiness that helped us to leave behind all the stress of the previous months. My wife and I felt more united than ever, and the support of our close friends and family was overwhelming. My father, who had maintained his distance from all the drama, was one of the first to visit us in the hospital. His pride and joy were evident, and for the first time in a long time, I felt that the family could find a balance, although it was partial. However, my brother did not appear. He did not send a message nor a gift, not even a simple congratulations. It did not surprise me, but something inside of me still hoped that maybe with the arrival of the baby, he could find a reason to change. One day, while we were walking with the stroller through the park, I received an unexpected message. It was from my brother. His tone, although dry, seemed different. It said something like, "I know that things have been tense. I would like to talk to you if you are willing. I want to fix things." My wife, noticing my reaction, asked what was happening. When I told her, her expression was a mixture of skepticism and hope. "What do you think he wants?" "Honestly, I do not know," I responded, "but maybe it is time to listen." I agreed to meet him in a coffee shop near my house. When he arrived, his appearance reflected the weight of the last months. He seemed tired, like someone who had finally faced the consequences of his decisions. "Thank you for coming," he said, avoiding eye contact at first. "I am not here to argue," I responded. "If you have something to say, I am all ears." He took a few moments to order his thoughts. "Before speaking, I have been thinking a lot about what happened, about how I handled things, and I want to say that I am sorry." That word, "I am sorry," was something that I never thought I would hear from him. Although his apology was not perfect nor deep, it was a beginning. He continued, "I know that I put you in a horrible position. I did not handle things well, and although I cannot change what happened, I want to try to be a better brother." I did not know how to respond immediately. I had spent so much time defending my family from his behavior that letting my guard down seemed risky, but I also knew that this was a rare moment, an opportunity that might not present itself again. "I appreciate you saying that," I responded finally, "but you know that it is not just about apologizing to me. You have hurt many people, and if you really want to change, you have to show it with actions, not just with words." He nodded, although with certain insecurity. "I know. I only hope that you give me an opportunity to try." The road to reconciliation was not easy nor fast. My brother had a long history of toxic behaviors that would not disappear overnight, but over time, he began to show small changes. He attended therapy, something that he would never have considered before, and slowly began to rebuild relationships with other members of the family. Although there were still moments of tension, our relationship improved enough so that he could meet his nephew. It was an emotional moment for everyone, and although he still had a lot to do to earn our trust, it was clear that he was making a genuine effort. As we moved towards the future, I learned to leave behind part of the pain that he had caused. My priority was still my wife and our son, but there was space to consider the possibility of a new beginning with my brother.